gotta get away, but I know that I don't, and I won't ever stop, cause you know I gotta win every day. See, you really wanna pop me, just know that you will never flop me, and I know that I can be a little cocky. You ain't never gonna stop me. Every time I come, a nigga gotta set it, then I gotta go, and then I gotta get it, then I gotta blow, and then I gotta shut it. Any little thing a nigga think that he be doing, cause it doesn't matter, cause I'm gonna then I'm gonna murder everything and anything about a boom, about a thing. I gotta do a lot of things to make it clear to a couple niggas that I always win, and then I gotta get it again and again and again. And I be doing it to death, and now I move a little foul. Niggas better call a rap, and everybody know my style. Niggas know that I'm the best when it comes to doing this, and I be banging on my chest, and I bang in the east, and I bang it in the west, and I kinda give you more, and I will never give you less. You will hear it in the street, and you can read it in the press. Do you really wanna know what's next? Let's go. See the way we on it, and we all up in a race, and you know we gotta go and try to keep up with the pace, and we struggling and hustling and set it and to get it, and we always gotta do it, take it to another place, gotta taste it, and I gotta grab it, and I gotta cut all through this traffic just to be at the top of the dome, but I know I gotta have it.
Look at me now. Look at me now. Oh. I'm getting paper. Look at me now. Oh, look at me now. Yeah. I'm fresher than a moth.
Hell breezy. Let me show you how to keep the dice rolling when you're doing that thing over there, homie. Hey, let's go! Cause I'm feeling like I'm running and I'm feeling like I gotta get away, but I know that I don't, and I won't ever stop, cause you know I gotta win every day. See, you really wanna pop me, just know that you will never flop me, and I know that I can be a little cocky. You ain't never gonna stop me. Every time I come, a nigga gotta set it, then I gotta go, and then I gotta get it, then I gotta blow, and then I gotta shut it. Any little thing a nigga think that he be doing, cause it doesn't matter, cause I'm gonna
What's up, friend?
Our need table. Suing last week. Oops. That's awkward. I start with I think I need to completely back here. I'll move on. Zen is here? Yeah.
So
Stayed
I've
home
been
so
making
he
these
can
videos
study.
for about 6 years now, and during that time, the Lazy Masquerade channel's
Hi
seen
Wolf,
a few
how you
changes.
doing?
I've gone from exclusively telling spooky stories to discussing unsolved mysteries, real-life cases, photos with chilling backstories, the works. But one thing has always remained the same. The vast majority of you have never seen my face. Granted, my appearance is no mystery to those of you who follow me on Instagram, or who have seen my ice bucket video from all those years ago. But for the most part, I've remained that disembodied British voice. Now, after so long, I've decided it's time for a change. I want to make my uploads a tad more engaging, and that means finally unmasking myself. I'll still be covering the exact same type of content, don't worry, but for my mystery videos at least, where I talk about real human stories, I think it would be fitting to humanize myself a little too. So from now on, outside of my horror story videos, you may be seeing a bit more of this. Hey guys, Lazy here, live in the flesh for the first time, and thank you very much for joining me today.
Seen his face before.
So despite all that talk of humanization, today we're actually looking at a mystery that questions someone else's. And that person, or potential person, is Selena Delgado. Who's Selena Delgado? Well, our mystery starts right here on YouTube actually. So join me as we delve into this online rabbit hole and see what we can dig up. If you're looking for some weird videos that give off strong Uncanny Valley vibes, there's a channel on YouTube called Floresita Dreams. Let's take a scroll down their homepage, and oh, Okay, some of these thumbnails are a bit strange. Yeah, this channel's a bit of a trip, and that's even before watching one of their videos. If you decide to go that far, then things only get more bizarre.
Soy la Chavesa y ya me contó mi marido el estupidísimo de ti, niñato del metro de Valencia, que andas molestando a los ancianos y al ver a mi topa.
All of their uploads are very cryptic. It doesn't help that they're all in Spanish either. Still, I don't think you need to be bilingual to appreciate just how weird this content is. Strange images, unsettling sounds, a million questions. But as much as I, and I'm sure you, can appreciate the creepiness of all of these weird images and sounds, there's actually more going on under the surface in these videos. Well, in one of the videos at least. Their most popular. A video titled Kinetica del Patron, Celine Delgado.
Like one layer. Oh, hair? Wow, I found out I fucked up now. So, make all the layers and
I don't recommend you
up
watch
my
this video
lines.
late at night by yourself. There are some really disturbing images in it that I'm not going to show here, but they're certainly not for the faint of heart, so stay away if you're not into that. But without a knowledge of Spanish or an understanding of the context, it would be easy to write this whole video off as some sort of creepy art project.
I'm
designed to leave
studying.
a bad taste
Don't
in your
mind
mouth.
me, I'm invisible.
There's definitely some intentional shock value here. This video actually
Also,
puts
hello,
forward
you guys.
an interesting hypothesis. First, some backstory. Televisa is a Mexican multimedia company that effectively has a monopoly on the nation's TV industry. Back in the 90s and into the 2000s, they played this segment on Channel 5 called Servicio a la Comunidad, a community service broadcast that would play in between shows throughout the day. The whole thing was designed to help find people that had disappeared, very similar to an Amber Alert. During each segment, the names and faces of missing people would be displayed one by one, and the announcer would tell you their last known location. The show is still remembered and talked about to this day, mostly by those who grew up watching it when they were young. In fact, the broadcasts were targeted at a younger
Are you not
audience.
finished with the Avatar?
It played during the commercial
made a
breaks
lot
of
of
cartoons
mistakes,
and other
so I'm
family-friendly
redoing
shows.
all of my
And
layers.
given the bleak and somber nature of the announcements,
I don't
it
wanna
scared a lot of young
do
viewers.
a half-ass
One
job.
minute, they'd be immersed in their favorite show, not a care in the world. Then, they'd be interrupted by this.
XHGC Canal 5, al servicio de la comunidad.
Yeah, I think I'll remove this. Probably.
Pedimos ayuda para localizar a Víctor Gama Tavera, de 20 años de edad. Se ignora su paradero desde el 28 de mayo del año 2000. Esteban Mendoza Juárez, de 24 años, se ignora su paradero desde el 29 de abril. Va en compañía del menor Víctor Daniel Mendoza Rodríguez. Cristian Vélez Zamudio va en compañía de los menores Erika Cecilia y Cristian Daniel Vélez Ávila. Cualquier informe a los teléfonos de Canal 5.
As one YouTube user noted in the comment section of this broadcast, there you were, sitting on the couch, sipping a glass of choco milk at 8 or 9 AM, when the shrill sounds of cartoons and ads for toys and junk food were suddenly interrupted by an agonizing, ominous silence. The voice of the announcer, forever recorded in your memories, describing unknown persons, giving you dates, and describing disappearances. Can people really get lost for so long? All of the while, that ominous silence, gloomy and empty, made your blood run cold, as a wave of questions and fears possessed your mind. What if that happened to me, or to my mum, or my dad, or some other member of my family? No, that couldn't happen to me. Right? So that was the whole premise of the segment. Missing people, appeals for information, and if you went missing in Mexico, there was a decent-sized chance that your face would pop up in one of these broadcasts. The most famous face to air during Servicio a la Comunidad was undoubtedly Celine Delgado Lopez. During its long television run, Celine featured in almost every iteration of Servicio a la Comunidad. The weird thing was, only this one photo of her was ever used. A low-quality, grainy image set against a white background. Little information was ever told about her, other than the fact that she was 18 and disappeared in Mexico City. From the beginning, a lot of viewers agreed that there was something off about this photo. Not everyone could quite articulate what it was exactly, but there was something unsettling about Celine, and the fact that her face popped up every so often meant that it stuck with them. This later sparked several rumors about her, including the theory explored in Florecita Dream's video, that Selena Delgado wasn't a real person. The grainy picture, combined with her relatively generic facial features, led many to speculate that Selena's photo was computer-generated. As these rumors started gaining traction, people began digging deeper. Strangely, no public record of any missing person named Selena Delgado Lopez could be found. After that got out, this theory became a full-blown Mexican urban legend, and as the internet became more widespread, so too did the theory that Selena Delgado never existed. To help spread the legend further, people started posting hoax videos online like this. This image was made around the same time Selena reportedly disappeared. It's actually a composite of Derek Todd Lee, the Baton Rouge Slayer, but has since become associated with Selene. Due to the facial proportions of this composite being very similar to that of Selene's face, some have suggested that this was one of the templates used to digitally generate Selene's photo. Florecita Dreams makes the same claim. They supposedly proved this by using a 3D modeling program, demonstrating that Selene's face was made from an amalgamation of other images, both real people and other composites. According to them, Selene's face is too similar to these images to be real, and that her photo was constructed using features from various faces. If that's true, then that means the Channel 5 broadcasters intentionally chose to include this fake person in their segment. Selene's picture certainly left a lasting impression on everyone who saw it, so it's possible it was included as a sort of warning to all of their young viewers. Stay vigilant and safe. Personally, I'm not sure this theory holds up. I mean, sure, Selena's face is pretty generic, but by definition, so are most people's. And yeah, the camera is pretty terrible. But this was the 90s, and poorer Mexican families at the time wouldn't have had access to high-quality cameras. There was no public record of Selena going missing, sure, but since 1964, a staggering 214,000 people have disappeared in Mexico. It's possible her records were either lost, misplaced, or not even filed in the first place. The authorities may have simply had too much else going on to bother with her. Not to mention, with so many missing people in Mexico, it's not like Channel 5 had to resort to making up stories and lying to drum up attention for their channel. Oh dear. So as it turns out, Channel 5's Twitter page caused quite a stir last year, when, for a while, they began posting extremely creepy videos at around 3 AM every night, only to delete them a few hours later. So that's some really strange content for a professional company's Twitter page to be posting. But what really caught everyone's attention was when they posted this, captioned, Selene, obviously a reference to Selena Delgado. Now clearly this was all a marketing tactic, with the creepy videos all being distorted versions of other clips found online, some more famous than others. Channel 5 themselves are clearly aware of the Selene mystery, and used her name to get on Twitter's trending page. But what this goes to show is that Channel 5 aren't exactly above this type of ploy, making it more plausible that they faked the image of Selene back in the 90s, just like Florecita Dreams asserts. Whatever the truth behind the Selena Delgado mystery, her story's been very well known in Spanish-speaking internet communities for a long time. However, a fairly recent development brought the urban legend to the attention of the rest of the world. So if you go onto Facebook right now and search the name Selena Delgado Lopez, this account pops up. The woman in this photo sort of resembles an aged-up version of the original, grainy photo of Selene. Intrigued users clicked on her profile, curious if this might be the real Selene, Was she real after all? And if so, was she alive? To their horror, everyone who clicked on their profile realized they were already friends with her, despite never having added her in the first
The
place.
fuck?
More bizarrely, there was no option to unfriend her. People started claiming that she was friends with everyone on Facebook, and began saying that the profile was haunted or otherwise nefarious. The account's profile picture ended up being shared more than 126,000 times by spooked users, showing just how far this rumor spread. In reality, this was obviously all bull. This Selena Delgado was simply an ordinary woman who happened to share the same name as our subject. This Selena had simply changed her Facebook privacy settings, hiding the add friend button. She wasn't everyone's friend on Facebook after all. It's actually impossible to have more than 5,000 friends on the site. After being bombarded with messages, this poor woman had to reply to some, saying, "I am not missing, nor have I ever been. I'm at home with my family and fine." To be honest, I'm not even sure how this offshoot of the Delgado mystery became so popular. I guess one day, someone just saw that there was no add friend button, checked the woman's name, and linked it to the popular Mexican legend. Then, boom, hysteria spread. Seriously, do people not know you can change your settings on Facebook? Since then, there have been no new developments, and the truth about the original Delgado broadcast remains shrouded in mystery. Was she a real person who sadly vanished without a trace, never to be seen again, her family left without closure, and her memory reduced to a slew of fake urban legends? Or did she never exist in the first place, her face a mixture of several others combined, designed to either scare youngsters into keeping their guards up, or to get people talking about Channel 5? I doubt we'll ever have any definitive proof one way or the other, to be honest. I mean, personally, I suspect the former, but hope for the latter. The only thing I do know is that, this image, yeah, that's gonna stay in there for a while. Good night. Thanks for tuning in, Lazy Legion. A big shout out to Robin Mickelson for making the thumbnail for this video. Links to his stuff down below. Also, I'd like to say a massive thank you to all of my YouTube members and patrons, especially my biggest supporters. Mrs. Yvonne Rankin, Ms. Crypto, The Only Dorita, Taylor and Monica Gruenk, Sloane Crawford, Silas Geist, Sarah Ramirez, Ronnie Franklin, Procupidine Natter, Philip Westra, Peter Loggerage, Native Beauty, Monica Mendoza, Myra Lancaster, Lucas Maniac, Lord 210, Leonardo Martinez, Infamous Sempapi, Grace Archie, Gina Valera, Expand On, Crawford K. MacDonald, Connor Lothan, Charlie Lackey, Azrael Warakai, Alex Greensall, Phantom Knight, Hamish K, Yoshi 6500, Lydia Glassley, Boise McSnatchy, and Amanda Hansen. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. To everybody else, remember to smash that like button or I'll smash you. Stay spooky. And remember, the best things happen in the dark. Today's video is sponsored by NordVPN. With most of us spending multiple hours each day online, it's safe to say the internet knows a lot about us. Unfortunately these days, there are plenty of people out there trying to get their hands on that data of yours. NordVPN's double data encryption helps you stay hidden online and gives you increased digital anonymity. If you've never used a VPN before because you're worried it all sounds too technical, worry no more. NordVPN is extremely easy to use. You can connect with just a single click, and hey presto, you're connected. Keep your personal information safe with NordVPN on up to 6 devices per account. Even better, their VPN is super fast and reliable, with over 5,400 servers across 59 countries. That not only means you can connect to a server near you for increased speed, you can also connect to servers in far-off countries. Why might you do that? Well, when you log into a streaming service in your home country, many of your favorite shows and movies are region-locked. With NordVPN, you can access the content that isn't available where you live. Right now, I'm living in Japan, but I can just open up the NordVPN map, click on the UK, and after just a few seconds, I can log into any of my streaming services and watch some classic sitcoms from back home. Right now they have a special deal on for all of my viewers. Head over to nordvpn.com/masquerade or use promo code MASQUERADE and you'll get 73% off their 2-year plan, plus 4 months for free. At only the price of a coffee per month, and with a 30-day money-back guarantee, you've really got nothing to lose. Find that unique URL in the description or comment section, and enjoy all the protections and conveniences of NordVPN. This is 21-year-old University of Virginia student Otto Warmbier. In early 2016, Otto was scheduled to visit Hong Kong as a part of a UVA study abroad program. But Otto had his heart set on visiting a very different Asian country whilst en route. He contacted Young Pioneer Tours, a Chinese-based adventure tour company, who promised destinations your mother would rather you stayed away from. Such places included the irradiated ruins of Pripyat, the wild, rocky frontiers of Afghanistan, and also Otto's desired travel destination, the Hermit Kingdom of North Korea. Otto arrived in North Korea's capital, Pyongyang, on the 29th of December 2015. His tour group included 10 other American citizens, as well as a Liverpudlian named Danny Grattan. Danny remembers that the tour group were a like-minded band of mostly young people, and despite the risky location, there was an overwhelming atmosphere of fun and excitement. Naturally, all tour groups that enter Pyongyang are strictly controlled by the North Korean government, but during the New Year tours, the Kim regime tries to show its guests that it parties just as heartily as the next country, and plies the tourists with vast amounts of booze. Danny Grattan remembers the group drank very heavily in Pyongyang's one and only hotel for foreign guests. However, there is one floor of the Yanggakdo International Hotel that is forbidden to foreigners. The so-called secret 5th floor that houses the hotel's staff. The 5th floor is devoid of any kind of luxury, with bare floors and grey-painted walls. The only colour comes from propaganda posters that line the walls. Foreign knowledge of the floor's existence has given rise to a kind of 5th floor challenge, daring tourists to venture into the forbidden hallways, sometimes just to peek, sometimes to take a few pictures. Those who are caught usually just receive a warning or have their cell phones seized. But at exactly 1:57 AM on New Year's Day, a man, purported to be Otto Warmbier, was caught on camera entering the forbidden floor. This figure supposedly tried to steal one of the propaganda posters, then left empty-handed. Just over 24 hours later, Otto and the rest of the tour group were sitting in the departure lounge of Pyongyang Airport, awaiting their flight back to Beijing. Danny Grattan remembers swapping contact details with Otto, only to see a gang of North Korean officials approaching with a look of urgency about them. "Otto Frederick Warmbier," one of them said. "Please, come with us." "Well, that's the last time we'll ever see you again," Danny half-joked. But Otto didn't look scared at all. In fact, he gave a kind of half-smile as he was led away. The group briefly awaited his return, but when their plane was ordered to take off without him, they began to fear the worst. Although North Korea admitted to detaining Otto, it took them 6 weeks to announce their reasons for doing so, that reason being subversion. According to the group that Otto was with, he wasn't even in the hotel that night, and the person in the CCTV footage didn't even resemble him. Still, the North Koreans went ahead with the trial. The picture you're looking at is of Otto's first public appearance since his arrest, one in which he begged Kim Jong-un's forgiveness. It was a complete show trial. Otto gave a coached confession, admitting to trying to take the poster, pretty much just reading from a script. If he played along, he was told, he'd be let go with a warning. At this point though, it does appear that he broke character, genuinely pleading for his life. It was widely believed that the US State Department would secure Otto's release before sentencing. However, the North Koreans shocked the world by condemning him to 15 years hard labor. The US continued to demand Otto's release, and after a while, the North Koreans eventually gave in when things started getting heated. However, when Otto was delivered back to America, he was severely brain damaged and in a vegetative state. Everyone was horrified. The North Koreans claimed that Otto had fallen into a coma after contracting botulism shortly after his trial. possibly as a result of eating rotten food. This is doubtful. As one doctor put it, for somebody who had supposedly been bedridden for more than a year, his body was in excellent condition. In Otto's case, there are definitely things the North Koreans aren't telling us. Having lost all hope, Cynthia and Fred Warmbier requested that Otto's feeding tube be removed. He passed away on the 19th of June, 2017. His story constitutes a terrifying cautionary tale that speaks to the mercilessness and brutality of the Kim regime. Looking at this photo of Otto begging for mercy, knowing he wasn't going to get any, it's truly haunting stuff.
This is Bart Whitaker, accompanied by his mother Patricia and his brother Kevin on the left. Bart had something of a troubled youth and was forced to drop out of high school after several incidents of criminality led to a psychiatrist diagnosing him with clinical symptoms of paranoid delusional disorder. Bart's parents simply threw money at the problem, hoping their affluence would plug the hole in their son's mental health. They bought him several luxury cars and a lakeside townhouse in Willis, Texas, paid for his tuition at Sam Houston State University, and even bought him a $4,000 Rolex, which was given to him as a graduation present. But Bart's graduation was nothing but a ruse. In fact, he had dropped out of university several months prior. He only told them he'd graduated as a way to gather his family in one place. You see, Bart had a plan, and it was one that would irreparably change his life for the worse. After the celebratory dinner, the Whitakers drove back home, with 19-year-old Kevin being the first to enter the house. He was greeted by the sight of a masked man, and at first, he simply smiled, believed it to be part of a prank organized by his brother. But it was no prank. The masked man raised a handgun and shot Kevin in the chest. The gunman then turned the weapon on Patricia, putting a bullet in her before she collapsed to the floor. Kevin died within minutes of being hit, with Patricia passing away shortly after being airlifted to a hospital. Bart's father, Kent, attempted to rush the shooter, but was incapacitated after being shot in the shoulder. It was then Bart's turn to attempt to subdue the gunman. He was shot in the arm for his troubles. But this final wound was pre-planned, a way for Bart to divert suspicion away from himself, away from the fact that it was him that had paid the gunman to take out his family. It turned out that Bart had wanted his family out of the picture so he could collect on $1 million life insurance payout. He was sentenced to death by a Texan jury, but was later given clemency by the governor of Texas after a lengthy campaign for mercy led by his father, Kent. If only Bart had showed his mother and brother the same kind of mercy. His parents gave him everything he could ever want, and in return, he took the most precious thing of all from them, their very lives.
This is a picture of Santa Claus. Okay, it's not Santa. Santa may or may not be real, but Bruce MacArthur's real, and by the end of this segment, I can guarantee you'll wish he wasn't. 68-year-old Bruce MacArthur made most of his money as a landscaper, but come Christmas time, he'd don the inimitable red suit and take on the role of every child's favourite festive icon, Santa Claus. He'd set up ship in Toronto's Agincourt shopping mall, sitting hundreds of giddy kiddos on his knee while asking them what their dream Christmas gift might be. According to visiting parents, Bruce was a natural, and their kids adored him. Yet little did they know that Bruce was a monster, one capable of the most profane acts imaginable. And even worse, his landscaping business was little more than a front to cover up his crimes. Because, in reality, he wasn't transforming his adoring clients' gardens into visions of paradise. He was turning them into cemeteries. Bruce is what we might call meaning he was attracted to the remains of the recently and not so recently deceased. And in order to explore his morbid fascination, he targeted the poor, the vulnerable, and the lonely. Most of Bruce's victims were recent immigrants to Canada, such as Salim Essen or Sarouche Mahmoudi. Others were lovelorn, older men, such as Andrew Kinsman or Dean Lissowick. But all of them became a part of Bruce's sick fantasy once he dispatched of them. His usual method was strangulation, and once his victims had been snuffed out, he'd go about posing and photographing them, some in sickly comic poses, others in more carnal positions. One victim was posed wearing a fur coat with a cigar in his mouth. Others had their beards or heads shaved. Those who were less fortunate were subjected to even more hideous acts. When Bruce became bored with his victims, he'd dismember them, then dispose of their remains under the flower beds of his landscaping clients who often complimented Bruce on his green thumbs, unaware that their cosmos and daylilies were feeding on the bodies of his victims. Following an intensive police surveillance operation, Toronto authorities raided MacArthur's 19th floor apartment in the Leaside district, only to make a horrifying discovery. They found a young man wearing absolutely no clothes, handcuffed to the bed, with a black bag secured over his head. He was terrified and begged the detectives to free him. They did, and promptly took Bruce into custody. At his trial, Bruce pled guilty, but showed no remorse for any of his actions. A judge handed him several life sentences, with a non-parole period of 25 years, meaning he'll likely die in prison, never to wear a Santa outfit ever again.
This is the List family of Westfield, New Jersey. On the far left is 46-year-old John, flanked by his wife and his youngest son, Frederick. The two older children are Patricia, 16, and John Jr., 15. John Sr. was a World War II veteran who had taken a job as a vice president of a bank in Jersey City. It was a well-paying job, and as a result, his wife was content. He took care of his mother in their large suburban home, and his children excelled in their school studies. But something was brewing beneath the surface, something invisible, an evil that pushed John to do something unforgivable. On the afternoon of November 9th, 1971, while his children were still at school, John List retrieved 2 loaded handguns from his study and executed both his wife and mother. When Patricia and Frederick arrived home from school, John ambushed them. He eliminated both, made himself a late lunch, then drove to his bank to close the family's bank accounts. Next stop was John Jr.'s high school. He promised his eldest son that he'd watch him play in an inter-school soccer game. The occasion meant a lot to the young midfielder, and his father's appearance spurred him in a game that saw his own Westfield High School beat the opposing team by several goals. On the drive home, John List congratulated his son, promising him a reward for his fine performance. But that reward would be nothing but a bullet. Ballistic evidence showed that John Jr. had struggled with his father, trying to prevent his execution. Needless to say, he failed. After that, John simply disappeared. John List left behind a 5-page letter on his desk in his office. Addressed to his local pastor, John had written that he saw far too much evil in the world, and they had taken the lives of his own family in order to save their souls. Amazingly, he successfully evaded capture for 18 years, until the crime was featured on Fox's America's Most Wanted in May of 1989. The List family segment featured an age-progressed clay bust sculpted by forensic artist Frank Bender, and incredibly, John was arrested just 2 weeks later in Virginia. He bore a striking resemblance to the often mocked clay bust. Less than a year later, John was convicted of 5 counts of first degree and handed a sentence of 5 consecutive life terms. I feel that, because of my mental state at the time, I was unaccountable for what happened, John said before being taken to prison. I ask all affected by this for their forgiveness, understanding, and prayer. On March the 21st, 2008, John passed away from pneumonia at St. Francis Medical Center in Trenton, New Jersey. He was 82, and died hoping that he would finally be reunited with his family, in heaven.
This is Dale Cregan. By the time he was just 22, Cregan had amassed a sizable firearms collection and was making £22,000 a week selling illicit substances under the guise of owning a plastering business. But those close to him knew the truth. Dale was a dangerous man who, after having his eye carved out during a brawl in Thailand, chose to wear a black prosthetic as a way of intimidating his enemies. Cregan was also quick to pull the trigger, a policy that led to the murders of rival father and son gangsters David and Mark Short. Following those slayings, Cregan went on the run, sparking a nationwide manhunt that would only end when he handed himself over to the British authorities. But before he surrendered, Cregan would kill again, horrifying an entire nation and sparking a period of national mourning. At 10:30 AM on the 18th of September 2012, police constables Nicola Hughes and Fiona Bone responded to a call in the small village of Mottram, just 12 miles east of Manchester's city centre. This followed a call from someone complaining that a man had thrown a concrete slab through the rear window of his 30 Abbey Gardens property. The caller said that the man responsible was still in the vicinity. The dispatcher assured him that officers would be there shortly. "I'll be waiting," the caller replied, before calmly hanging up. Having failed to spot any potential offenders fitting the caller's description, PCs Hughes and Bone drove into the small cul-de-sac of Abbey Gardens, hoping to question the homeowner. Yet, as they entered the small, overgrown garden at the front of the house, the door swung open, and a man appeared. It was Dale Cregan, with a pistol in one hand and a grenade in the other. There were never any broken windows or fleeing perpetrators. It was Dale himself that had called the police, and in doing so, he had led Nicola Hughes and Fiona Bone right into a trap. Cregan began firing wildly at both constables as they approached. They were both protected by their body armor and made a tactical retreat, Bone rushing into cover, Hughes running back up the path. Being the only one in his sights, Cregan began unloading round after round into Hughes' back, with one bullet catching her just below the body armor, ripping right through her spine. In an instant, she was paralyzed, falling forward onto the concrete, where she was shot 3 more times. Cregan then rounded the corner and fired 23 bullets into PC Bone's direction. She tried and failed to deploy her taser, and was shot between 5 and 8 times, the fatal bullet striking where the body armor was weakest. Bone was dead, and Hughes was lying half paralyzed on the garden path. But Cregan wasn't done. Before he fled the scene, Cregan pulled the pin on the hand grenade and tossed it into the front garden. It's likely the last thing Nicola Hughes ever saw was the sight of a live grenade fizzling on the grass next to her before everything went black. Cregan gave himself over to the police the following day, stating that, "I just done 2 coppers. You were hounding my family, so I took it out on yours." In February 2013, he pled guilty to 4 counts of murder. He's one of the few British prisoners subjected to the so-called whole life order, a statute which assures he will die in prison. At their funerals, Constables Fiona Bone and Nicola Hughes were described as brave and courageous. Their chief constable added that they both exemplified the very best of British policing. Their slayings are a reminder that there is a very real and very tangible evil that exists in this world, one that can possess a man to fill his empty eye socket with a polished onyx, kill a rival's only son, then take the lives of 2 innocent police officers in one final act of despicable, unforgivable rage.
This exemplar of counterculture is Sean Flynn, and his friend on the right is named Tim Page. The only son of swashbuckling actor Errol Flynn, Sean briefly followed his father into acting before giving up the trappings of Hollywood for that of a combat photojournalist during Vietnam. Flynn was an altogether different kind of reporter, more akin to Ernest Hemingway than Walter Cronkite. He would regularly join U.S. Special Forces patrols and was present during Viet Cong ambushes. This direct approach not only resulted in Sean being wounded in combat, but he also engaged in direct combat with the Viet Cong, at one point picking up the weapon of a fallen soldier before using it to defend himself. Then, in early 1970, news broke that the North Vietnamese army had advanced into the neighboring country of Cambodia. Flynn and Page rushed to cover the story, driving their motorcycles out to the Cambodian capital, Phnom Penh. However, in April of that same year, Flynn and Page departed Phnom Penh, traveling back towards the Vietnamese border to attend a Saigon press conference. It's believed they came across a group of Viet Cong guerrillas who had set up an ad hoc checkpoint on Cambodia's Highway 1. Eager to interview them to get an alternative perspective on the war, Flynn and Page climbed off their bikes and followed the guerrillas into a nearby tree line. Neither were ever seen again, and the photograph you're looking at is the last ever taken of Sean Flynn and Tim Page alive. Even today, Flynn and Page's fate remains a mystery, but a steady drip of information from the Vietnamese government has allowed us to paint a picture of what happened following their capture. Although they were taken alive by the Viet Cong, it's thought that Flynn and Page were soon sold on to a different group, one which made the North Vietnamese seem relatively cuddly by comparison: the Khmer Rouge. The Khmer Rouge twisted the leftist political ideas of their neighbors until they were barely recognizable. They preached the idea of returning to Year Zero, from which humanity might begin anew. They also loathed intellectuals, meaning anyone who so much as wore glasses or owned science books would be condemned to death.
What the fuck?
If Flynn and Page did indeed end up in their hands, I think we can safely assume the worst. Sean's mother, French actress Lily Demita, spent vast sums of money searching for her son, but had no success. In 1984, she gave up hope of finding him and had her son declared legally dead. But for our own sanity, it's better not to speculate on the kind of suffering he endured before his rich and storied life was finally snuffed out forever.
This is La Dama del Silencio, the Dame of Silence, more commonly known as Juana Barraza. Juana had a terrible childhood. She was reportedly sold to an abusive stepfather for just 3 beers by her mother. As a result, she took solace in her one and only passion, lucha libre, a form of masked professional wrestling in Latin America. But her comical appearance belies her true capacity for violence, and soon the respect and admiration her fans felt for her mutated into fear and loathing. Between the late 90s and the year 2006, Mexico City was in the grip of a serial killer known only as La Mata Viejitas, the killer of old ladies. La Mata Viejitas was thought to have murdered up to 50 women and was suspected to be a much younger man who, at one point, was believed to have taken his own life to avoid capture. However, the Mexican public was stunned to learn that none other than La Dama del Silencio had been responsible for the murders, and that her nom de lucha was a direct reference to her murderous hobby. To this day, Juana's reasons for killing haven't been entirely explained, but authorities have speculated that she associated her victims with her mother, believing that she was helping society by killing them. Juana was a person whose childhood trauma had projected itself well into adulthood, proving that the things we suffer during our youth have the capacity to echo throughout the remainder of our lives, sometimes with horrifying results.
Let's take a step back in time for the next one and examine a mystery from history. And believe me when I say that this case is wild. Back in 1979, a headless mummified torso was found in a cave in Idaho, far off the beaten track. And by torso, I mean just that. No legs, no arms, nothing else. The remains have been wrapped in a burlap sack and shallowly buried. They were discovered by a family searching for arrowheads. I'm sure you can imagine their reaction. 12 years later in 1991, an arm, 2 legs, and a mummified hand were also located in the same cave system. This mysterious body was literally being reconstructed piece by piece. Though no head was ever found, forensic artists were still able to determine a few things about the relatively well-preserved man. They knew that in life he must have had reddish-brown hair, and that he was around 40 years old when he perished, that he was of European descent, and that his chopped up remains had been left to mummify in the cave for 10 years or more. They dubbed him Buffalo Cave John Doe. Using the John Doe's DNA, forensic specialists built a genealogical tree and were able to narrow down the number of possible IDs. Whoever Buffalo John was, he was descended from pioneers, and his grandfather was likely a polygamist since an unusually large number of relatives were matched to him. We're talking hundreds of cousins and extended relatives. One by one, they crossed off possible candidates for the Buffalo John and eventually made an interesting discovery. A bootlegger and outlaw named Joseph Henry Lovelace, born 1870, matched with the DNA profile of our John. In 1916, Lovelace was sent to prison after being found guilty of slaying his second wife, Agnes. At Agnes's funeral, Lovelace John remarked that his papa wouldn't be behind bars for long. He never was. That's not because he got a lenient sentence, however. Lovelace was an expert at escaping prison. He'd done so numerous times in the past, sawing through bars, somehow managing to stop a moving train. Some real Red Dead action. After his escape, this composite was drawn up by the local county sheriff's department. This image was used for his wanted poster, which was also detailing the clothes he was wearing at the time of his escape. His mummified remains were found wearing the same clothes as described on the poster, leading investigators to conclude that he died very shortly after his breakout in 1916. Though this coldest of cases has finally started to thaw, half of the mystery is still far from solved. Lovelace might have his name back, but identifying the victim is only the first step in a case like this. The next step is figuring out who chopped him up and why. His wife's brothers or father? A fellow outlaw he'd crossed one too many times? It's intriguing to think about, but whatever the motive of whoever was responsible, a guy like Lovelace probably had it coming.
Depicted here, enjoying their Christmas dinner, are Ian Johnston and his wife, Sadie Hartley. The woman in the background is named Sarah Williams. Ian and Sarah met during a visit to a Manchester dry slope skiing centre, where the ex-firefighter impressed the younger Sarah by showing off his skills in the notoriously tough discipline of telemark skiing. What followed was a brief but intense affair, one that Ian was forced to end because of Sarah's possessive and difficult tendencies. Yet for some reason, Sadie Hartley and Sarah Williams somehow met following the end of the affair, a deadly mistake that would yield fatal consequences for Sadie, the 61-year-old mother. Sarah plotted an elaborate scheme to win Ian back, mailing vile letters to his wife and begging him to come back to her. When that failed, she decided to take more drastic action, travelling all the way to Germany to purchase a stun gun before visiting Sadie at her home in Helmshire, Lancashire, UK. After incapacitating Sadie, Sarah Williams stabbed her love rival over 40 times with a 7-inch butcher's blade. She believed she had plotted the perfect crime, but after both the letter and the blade were found, Sarah Williams was arrested in a dawn raid and taken into custody. In August of 2016, she was sentenced to serve 30 years to life and is unlikely to be paroled until the year 2046.
Take a look at this particular picture of a happy couple on their wedding day. At first, there seems nothing amiss about it, but the more astute among you might notice that the man's face is strangely familiar, and you'd be right, because the woman in the picture is Rosalie Willis, and her new husband is none other than infamous cult leader Charles Manson. Manson would go on to form the murderous cult known simply as the Family. He also devised an insane ideology that he named Helter Skelter, named after the Beatles song of the same name. The ideology detailed a coming war from which the family would emerge as the dominant force. His reign of terror culminated in the infamous Tate LaBianca slayings, and although Manson didn't personally participate, the prosecution argued that his ideology constituted an overt act of conspiracy, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment. But what's terrifying about this particular photograph is just how normal he looks. How even the most benign-looking people are capable of perverse acts of pure evil. Monsters who wear masks of men in order to walk among us.
Lots of thank yous to do today. Firstly, a big thank you to Let's Read for lending his voice to half of these backstories, and secondly, a big thank you to Sam Riding for writing the script. Links to Let's Read's channel and Sam Riding's email and Instagram can be found down below. And finally, a huge shout out to all my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters. Alex Greensall, Alan Eyre, Azrael Warakai, Charlie Lackey, Connor Lothan, Crawford K. MacDonald, Expand Dong, Gina Valera, Grace Archie, Infamous Sempapi, Joshua Perez, Leonardo Martinez, Lord 210, Lucas Maniac, Mackenzie Griffin, Myra Lancaster, Monica Mendoza, Native Beauty, Peter Loggerage, Philip Westra, Procupidine Natter, Ronnie Franklin, Sarah Ramirez, Sean M. Brenner, Silas Geist, Sloane Crawford, Taylor and Monica Gruenk, The Only Dorita, Ms. Crypto, Mrs. Yvonne Rankin, Tom Brady is Based, Jeff the Killer, Amanda Hansen, Boise McSnatchy, Lydia Glassley, Yoshi6500, Hamish K, and Phantom Knight. Thank you guys so much for your continued support, it really helps the channel out. Remember to smash that like button or I'll smash you, and you'll be hearing from me again very soon. Until then, you all stay spooky. And remember, the best things happen in the dark. Today's video is sponsored by Raycon. There's nothing quite like getting lost in a YouTube rabbit hole. There's a bunch of strange, weird, and downright unsettling videos hidden in the dark corners of this site. You check one out, then another, and before you know it, you've spent a good couple of hours immersing yourself in online horror. For bingers like that, a pair of comfortable, quality earbuds are essential. That's why I've been using my pair of Raycons. Raycon is disrupting the electronics industry by making great sound for everyone. Their wireless earbuds start at about half the price of other premium audio brands, and sound just as amazing as any other top audio products on the market. From Snoop Dogg to Mike Tyson, Raycon have become the obsession of countless celebrities, and it's easier to see why, what with their 6 hours of playtime and seamless Bluetooth pairing. Their everyday wireless earbuds come in a range of fun colors and patterns, with a variety of fit options to choose from. Head over to buyraycon.com/masquerade and you'll get 15% off your Raycon purchase. With Raycon's 45-day free return policy, you've really got nothing to lose. So again, that's buyraycon.com/masquerade, or simply click the link in the description below and be a part of the next wave of premium wireless audio. Have you ever found yourself staying up way too late at night, going from one YouTube video to another, telling yourself that beautiful lie of, oh, just one more, then I'll go to bed? Yeah, we've all been there, some of us more times than others. But there are some videos on the site which make it a little difficult to go to sleep.
What?
Nestled in amongst all those commentary channels, Let's Plays and Gordon Ramsay compilations are some truly strange and, frankly, dark uploads.
I fucked up.
Some of them are sinister by design, some of them by circumstance. But if you click around on the site long enough, you're bound to stumble into a few. Today we examine 4 items from that weird side of YouTube, which just might make you want to turn off your devices and go for a long walk outside.
Hi.
I'll actually have to be careful how I talk about this first one, so please excuse any euphemisms. 25-year-old Li Xiehua, better known online as Chris Li, is, or perhaps was, a Chinese journalist and content creator with almost 70,000 YouTube subscribers. Prior to making his videos, he worked for CCTV, China's biggest state-run news channel. Now if you know anything about China, it's that freedom of expression isn't high on their to-do list, and those who either criticize the government or otherwise make it look bad are often silenced. When Chris became disillusioned by the amount of censorship going on at CCTV, he of course decided to quit, and instead began filming his own informative videos, this time documenting the truth and giving his own honest opinions. If you head over to Chris's channel, you'll see that he only has 7 videos. The first 4 deal with, let's call it the current global situation, the Big C. They were all uploaded between the 12th and 25th of February 2020, so just when the severity of the situation was dawning on us all. He filmed these videos at the epicenter of this whole thing, Ground Zero, Wuhan. You all know where. Chris had heard through the grapevine that a prominent lawyer named Cheng Qiushi had started vlogging about conditions in the city. While reporting there, Chen had mysteriously disappeared, and to this day hasn't been seen or heard from again. Believing there was some type of cover-up going on, and that Chen had been permanently silenced by the state, Chris travelled into the Red Zone to uncover the truth. With the help of some locals, he was able to find an apartment in the city and got himself a vehicle. From there, he began vlogging.
Okay. That part is separated. Great.
Chris took his camera to the streets, conducting interviews, visiting hospitals, and exposing the failures of his government to the entire world, and showing how they were intentionally concealing what was going on there. But he was saying too much, showing too much, and it wasn't long before the strong hand of the government came knocking. You don't have to be able to read Mandarin to get the meaning behind Chris's first and only YouTube short. This live video, entitled SOS, is only 30 seconds long and shows a clearly terrified Chris as he travels down a motorway. He states that moments prior, a white SUV was driving directly at him down the wrong side of the road. Apparently, it suddenly swerved in front of his vehicle in an attempt to block his path, and the men inside told him to surrender. He instead hit the accelerator, and the SUV was now following him. Friends, I'm on the road right now, being pursued and chased by state authorities who are in an unmarked van. The only thing I can do right now is make this video. I'm in Wuhan. I'm driving very fast, and they're chasing me. Pray for me. Soon after uploading this, Chris made it back to his apartment and immediately began live streaming. The stream lasted for nearly 4 hours. The majority of that time, the screen remained black as Chris sat in the dark, lights off, not making a sound, hoping the men chasing him would think he wasn't home. At various points, you can hear them outside, knocking on his door. After hiding in the dark for over 3 hours, a distressed Chris turns on the lights and addresses his viewers. I predicted this would most likely happen, but I never knew they'd find me so quick. I'm not going to try and escape, because there's no use now. I just think it's funny. Before coming to Wuhan, after I resigned from CCTV, I had a long talk with my producer. It feels so unreal. Before, when I turned on the camera to talk, it was for others. Today, I can finally speak my own thoughts. But these own thoughts will probably become my final speech. At the very end of the stream, as Chris's internet connection gets weaker and more patchy, he begins talking to the men outside his apartment, explaining why it's important for a journalist to report the truth and appealing to their decency. He then opens the door. 2 men enter the apartment, and the video ends abruptly.
For the YouTube sub, Big Gun.
For 2 months after that, Chris was missing. He didn't make any more videos, and his viewers feared the
Thank you for the
worst.
sub. Also, I'm
Then,
back.
on April 22nd, 2020, after 2 months of silence, Chris suddenly uploaded a 6-minute video titled, I'm Chris. Here is something about me since February 26th. February 26th was the day he disappeared. This video seemed completely out of character. The style of the video was totally different from all of his other uploads, as was his neutral tone. And despite being critical of the CCP in the past, now he was singing their praises and denouncing himself. He said that he was fine, and that he had been treated very well. The whole thing seemed oddly scripted, like Chris was being forced by the state to make this video against his will. He just stands in the center of the screen, in some blank, featureless room, robotically delivering his message. Chris even ended the video with a strange quote from the Book of Documents.
愿天佑华夏，愿世界人民团结。这些日子，无数纷乱的思绪满溢于我的脑海，有的转瞬即逝，有的只可缄默，唯独这一句不堪之论，铸印于心，不可磨灭。人心为微，道心为微，为精为一，允直觉中。
The setting, the delivery, everything about this video makes you wonder who's standing just off screen. Since that final video, Chris hasn't uploaded any new content and hasn't made any posts on his social media accounts either. He's simply vanished from the internet. With China's dodgy human rights track record, many have become concerned for Chris's safety and well-being, myself included. Many suspect he's been placed in a re-education camp. Others fear something even worse might have happened to him. But what Chris did was incredibly important. He exposed the truth about the global situation at a time when true reports out of China were hard to come by. He was brave enough to speak out, and I fear he may have paid dearly for that.
こんにちは。バーチャル YouTuber のヌグムです。尼崎に住んでます。
First.
はいよ。行き地がすすりたいでの。お前のすぐ後ろに。
So cursed, what the fuck?
I don't see it.
If you're into creepy visuals, there's this weird Japanese YouTube
It's
channel
okay, don't worry
known
about
as Nugamu. The actual name, which looks like this, is pronounced Wow. This eerie doll figure, who introduces
Don't open
himself
it
as the
for a very
virtual
long
YouTuber
time.
Nugamu, features in nearly every upload. And with the channel having amassed nearly 55,000 subscribers at the time of writing, it's safe to say he definitely caught people's attention, even outside of Japan. In each upload, Nugamu says some pretty unsettling things. How he wants his viewers to send him their eyeballs, how he's standing right behind you, how we're all just meat, things of that nature. All the while, ominous music plays in the background.
追いかけるのは私です。では始めましょう。
The videos that don't feature Nugamu are even more chilling.
こんにちは。
What the fuck?
Adding to the eeriness of this whole thing, Nugamu's video titles are all gibberish. He uses obscure and random kanji to make nonsensical sentences. And it's not just Nugamu typing strange things either. If you scroll down into the comments of any of his videos, you're gonna come across some weird things. Even if you only speak English, it's clear there's something off about them. The sections are full of people talking about how cute Nugamu is, how handsome he is, how good his bare chest looks, how they want to have babies with him. Yeah, his fanbase seems overly dedicated, let's put it like that. They not only leave these amorous comments, they make fan art of him, follow him on social media, and generally just adore him. It's bizarre. So what's going on here? Because of the nature of his uploads, some people suggested that Nugamu's videos were full of coded messages. Others thought that they were a platform for people to meet and order items from the dark web, a place for customers to leave a comment with a specific, innocent word or phrase to confirm their order. Because of the size of Nugamu's following and the dedication of his fans, many believed there was something deeper going on under the surface. If this was just creepiness for the sake of being creepy, the channel wouldn't have grown so large, right? Well, as it turns out, there is a deeper message to the channel, but it's nowhere near as dark as you might expect. Before the Nugumu channel came into existence, a massive wave of Japanese virtual YouTubers started gaining popularity on the site. Most of them featured avatars of cute characters, and the whole thing became a massive trend, with loads of people making these virtual YouTube videos, and even more watching and
Oh
subscribing.
no.
This is where Nugumu fits in. His channel kind of stands in opposition to those videos, a sort of anti-VTuber if you will. All of his seemingly obsessed fans? Yeah, they're in on the joke, playing along, and leaving the same type of comments that get left on the typical virtual YouTube accounts. In a way, these dark and seemingly alarming videos are actually quite wholesome. You keep doing you, Nugumu. So this next entry actually comes from a Facebook post. A post about a YouTube ad. One that, supposedly, watches you back. There's no footage to go along with it, just this screenshot, but the text itself paints a very clear and very unsettling picture. So back in 2019, a Facebook user named Raul Navarrete created a post that got shared around and gained a lot of attention. It revolves around an anuncio inteligente, or smart ad. Now I don't speak Spanish, but two very helpful people in my Discord server do, so big thanks to Isabeau and Lavender for translating this into English. Here's Raul's story. Something super weird just happened. I was watching YouTube on my smart TV, when, all of a sudden, an ad showed up, as is common on YouTube. I was gonna skip, when I noticed this ad was more than 5 hours long. It surprised me, and I called my dad so he could see the length of the video. I took a picture while I waited for my dad to get there. The girl in the ad kept talking, and by the time my dad got there, she directed her eyes at him. Even my dad joked that she was looking at him. My dad and I stood in front of the TV. The girl went quiet, and we felt like she was looking at the both of us. We kept thinking that that was impossible, that she couldn't look at us, since this wasn't a video call. It was an ad on YouTube. It was simply impossible for her to see us. We laughed at how dumb it sounded, and the girl kept speaking. But all of a sudden, she got close to the screen, and we started to feel a little uncomfortable and scared. My dad wanted to test if she was looking at us, so he said "chunga" a couple of times. Then something incredible happened. The Asian girl said "chunga" back. In that moment, we got scared, and I looked for the remote to skip the ad. Between my dad and I, we decided we were really tired. It had been a long day, but either way, we couldn't ignore this fact, and we turned off the TV. My doubts are, what the hell happened? Do TVs have cameras? If this is true, then I can see surveillance being possible. And finally, has YouTube been hacked? This thing that happened to my dad and I scared us. If something similar has happened to you, I'd like to know your story. This was mine. So obviously, there isn't any video proof to help legitimize this story, and all we have to go off is Raul's word that this is true. In fairness, I have seen some crazy ads play on YouTube. Some have legit been over 2 hours, and I have seen ones that are really unsettling too. A lot of them aren't even trying to sell you anything, so it's pretty obvious to me that YouTube doesn't have the strictest requirements when it comes to advertising on their platform. That being said, unless there was hacking involved, or YouTube was testing some sort of new ad function, I think the girl looking at them was just a pure coincidence. That, or more likely, Raul just made the whole thing up. I'm almost 100% sure it's not possible to even livestream a commercial, let alone make an ad that's an actual video chat. So, as interesting and haunting as this story's concept is, I think it's just that. A story. A good one, though. Maura Murray was a 21-year-old nursing student at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst. On February 9th, 2004, she disappeared from the face of the Earth after getting into a car accident on Route 112. The events leading up to her vanishing are both cryptic and suspicious to say the least, and transform this from an ordinary missing persons case to a truly intriguing, albeit bone-chilling, mystery. Just before leaving her university campus that fateful afternoon, Mora emailed her professors, informing them that she was taking a week off school due to a loss in the family. That was a lie. Nobody in Mora's family had passed on. This got people thinking that maybe Mora was running from something. Or someone. Even before that day, Mora had been acting unusually. 3 months before she went missing, Mora had been caught using a stolen credit card to pay for meals at restaurants. 4 days prior to vanishing, a university supervisor noticed that Mora had broken down in tears. When they approached her, they said that Mora was just completely zoned out, no reaction at all, totally unresponsive. 2 days prior, Mora accidentally smashed her father's car into a guardrail after possibly consuming a few drinks. A few hours before the incident, Mora withdrew $280 from an ATM for unknown reasons. Sometime between 4 and 5 PM on the day of her disappearance, she set off in her car. She made no calls to tell anyone about her planned destination. It was sometime after 7 PM that Mora crashed her vehicle into a snowbank. The authorities arrived at the scene. Her car's windshield was cracked, the airbags were deployed, but there was no sign of Mora Murray anywhere. Expensive items, such as diamond jewelry, were found inside the car, along with empty bottles, Mora's AAA card, and a book called Not Without Peril, a guide to climbing in the White Mountains. Since that collision, Mora's whereabouts and well-being remain unknown. She simply disappeared from the face of the earth, never to be seen or heard from again. Some believe personal problems got the better of her, and she went missing on her own accord. Others believe that something more nefarious happened to her, that she was chased down by some obsessive stalker, or that she caught a ride with the wrong guy. For the longest time, there were no developments in the case. Then, exactly 8 years after Mora vanished, this video, titled Happy Anniversary, was uploaded to YouTube.
Oh, I remember.
That's creepy.
Jesus Christ, you scared me though.
Why?
I'm a very jumpy person.
Okay.
That's the whole video. This old guy just stares into the camera, laughing, then gives a knowing wink. The words "Happy Anniversary" are then plastered over the screen.
He's on
this
the
Happy
good
Anniversary
Zaza.
video was uploaded on the 8th anniversary of Mora Murray's disappearance. It was uploaded by a user named 112 Dirtbag. Mora had vanished en route 112, and her father had famously used the word dirtbags to describe whoever had taken her. This was no coincidence. This old man wasn't just making an anniversary video for his wife and then suddenly remembered something really funny. This was intentional. It didn't take long before other users started making these connections. Word started spreading that 112 Dirtbag was responsible for whatever happened to Mora Murray, and this video was uploaded to torment her family, laughing at the fact that he'd gotten away with what he had done. This was brought to the attention of the authorities, and an investigation began. Despite taking the video off the site, the guy behind the channel, a man named Alden Olson, also from Massachusetts, was tracked down and questioned. People thought this was going to be a huge break in the case. In actuality, the whole thing was a hoax. He was just some old codger who'd become enthralled by Mora's disappearance and wanted to insert himself into it in some way. It was all just a joke. A big, funny joke. Good one.
Yeah.
To this day, we still don't know what happened to Mora. I'm inclined to believe that the loss in her family she was talking about was in reference to herself. She then either started a new life somewhere else, or ended the one she already had. Still, even though this dirtbag wasn't responsible for her disappearance, It's completely possible another dirtbag was. We don't have any answers, so all we can do is speculate and hope for the best. Thank you very much for listening. A big thank you to everyone who supports me here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters. Phantom Knight, Hamish K, Yoshi6500, Lydia Glassley, Boise McSnatchy, Amanda Hansen, Jeff the Killer, Tom Brady is Based, Alex Greensall, Alan Eyre,
Doesn't have a name.
Azrael Warakai, Charlie Lackey, Connor Lawton, Crawford K. McDonald, Expand On, Gina Valera, Grace Archie, Infamous Sempapi, Joshua Perez, Leonardo Martinez, Lord 210, Lucas Maniac, Myra Lancaster, Monica Mendoza, Native Beauty, Peter Logjurech, Philip Westra, Procupidine Natter, Ronnie Franklin, Sarah Ramirez, Sean M. Brenner, Silas Geist, Sloane Crawford, Mrs. Yvonne Rankin, Taylor and Monica Gruenk, The Only Dorita, and Ms. Crypto. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. For everyone else, remember to smash that like button or I'll smash you, and you'll be hearing from me again very soon. Stay spooky, and remember, the best things happen in the dark. My videos can be a little spooky, but you know what's more spine-chilling? Paying full price for something when there are coupon codes hiding in the shadows out there.
Honestly, move.
They're not always easy to find, however. That's where today's sponsor Honey comes in.
Full price, girls.
Honey is the free online shopping tool that scours the internet for promo codes and automatically tests them when you're checking out. Shoes, computers, video games, pizzas, whatever you're looking to buy, this virtual pot of golden goodness helps track down those discounts. Best of all, making those savings couldn't be simpler. Get Honey on your computer for free in 2 easy clicks. Then, whenever you're about to check out online, Honey pops right up, and all you've got to do is click the Apply Coupons button. Wait a few seconds as Honey finds a working coupon code, and, if it does, watch those prices get slashed. Recently I had to update my microphone, since the old one was getting a little unreliable. Nothing takes you out of a horror story more than bad audio, let me tell you.
Bloop bloop.
Just by having Honey on my desktop, I saved a cool 20% on my new mic. So if you've got a computer, Honey should definitely be on it.
Asian's
Get Honey for
worst
free
nightmare.
by going to joinhoney.com/lazymasquerade. Again, that's joinhoney.com/lazymasquerade, so they know I sent you.
Out of the two of
Thanks,
us,
Honey, for
Zen is
sponsoring
more
today's
likely to
video.
pay full price.
Don't call me out like that. What the fuck?
Take a look at this photo. Just 3 goofy girls being silly for the camera and having a good time, right?
No.
Not quite. The girl on the right is Skylar Neese. She was senselessly killed by Sheila Eddy and Rachel Schoaf, the 2 other girls in this picture, whom she went to school with and considered her best friends. In reality, Sheila and Rachel were warped, sadistic individuals. They had mutually decided that they just didn't like Skylar, and for no other reason than that, had formulated a plot to take her life.
Actually...
For months, they discussed how they'd do it.
I'm not
and even
surprised.
told some of their other classmates about their plan.
Shitty.
They of course thought Sheila and Rachel were joking. During those months of preparation, they both continued to hang out with Skylar, pretending to be her closest friends, just like they were doing in this image. July 6th, 2012. At 12:30 AM, Skylar snuck out of her bedroom window to meet up with Sheila and Rachel. The pair had coerced her into hanging out with them that night through texts and calls. At first, Skylar was hesitant, but the duo weren't going to take no for an answer. Skylar got into the back of Sheila's 4-door sedan, and the 3 of them drove off to a spot where they usually relaxed at, just across the Pennsylvania border. There, all 3 of them got out the vehicle. That's when one of the perps told Skylar that they had forgotten their lighter in the car. Would she be a doll and go and fetch it for them? Skylar turned around and headed back to the sedan. That's when Sheila and Rachel counted to 3, their predetermined signal. On 3, they pulled out a pair of blades and rushed Skylar, tackling her to the ground and puncturing her more than 50 times. They continued until, in
What?
Rachel's own words,
50 times?
Skylar's neck stopped making gurgling sounds. Sheila and Rachel were pure evil, but they were far
They
from
were
evil
pure
geniuses.
evil.
They tried to dig
That's
a hole in which to hide
disgusting.
Skylar's remains, but didn't realize that the soil in the area was too hard and rocky to unearth. They planned this thing for months on end and literally fell at the first hurdle. Improvising, they instead covered Skylar with rocks and branches, then disposed of their clothes and went home. The following day, Skylar was reported missing. Sheila shamelessly helped Skylar's family distribute missing person posters, and later made this post on Twitter trying to cover her tracks. It eventually became clear that investigators were hot on their heels. Hoping for a reduced sentence, on January 3rd, 2013, Rachel confessed to what she and Sheila had done that fateful night. She led detectives to where they had hidden Skylar, and at last, the Nice family were given some modicum of closure. As for Sheila and Rachel, they were given 40 years and 30 years, respectively. They'll
They're
both be eligible for parole in
fucked
the
up,
not-so-distant future.
I do not believe even for a second that
Nope.
This photo was
Fucking
taken
stone
in
cold
1979
pieces
outside
of
the
shit.
Ghost Train attraction at Luna
I
Park,
saw this
Sydney.
story already when I was
The boy in
watching
the photo was Damien
It's That
Godson.
Chill.
He, his parents, and his
Like
brother spent the day at
something's
the theme
wrong
park,
with them mentally.
enjoying many of the classic rides. With their
Psychotic
last
type shit.
tickets, the family decided to ride the Ghost Train.
Yep.
Before they got on, the mother, Jenny Godson, took this photo of her son and who she assumed was a park actor. This was the Ghost Train after all. Jenny then went to get some ice cream, while her husband and 2 sons went to enjoy the ride. When she returned, she noticed smoke billowing out from the Ghost Train. The ride had been completely consumed by a fire. 35 people were on the ride when the fire broke out. 7 of them never made it out, including Jenny's husband, John, her youngest son, Craig, and of course, Damien. How the fire actually started remains a mystery to this day. Some suspect it may have been the result of faulty wiring, while others suspect foul play. Abe Saffron, a notorious figure in the Australian underworld, was known to have started at least 7 other fires in the local area for his own gain. It's speculated that he may have caused the blaze as a way to get Luna Parks shut down. Saffron had apparently tried to buy the park several years earlier, but his offer was turned down. This may have been his way of getting revenge, or perhaps a way for him to purchase the park at a greatly reduced rate. Still, that's just speculation. Sometime later, when Jenny finally mustered the strength to look through the photos she had taken that fateful day, she came across the last picture that she had taken of Damien, standing alongside the horned figure. She recalled how that masked man had approached the family without saying a word, then silently placed his hand on Damien's shoulder. At the time, she had just assumed he was an actor for the Ghost Train. As it turns out, he wasn't. Luna Parks didn't employ any costumed actors. Given how creepy this photo is, and the fact that it was taken just before the fire started, there are of course those who think this masked man was behind it all in some way. Some even go as far as to say that he was some sort of demonic figure, an omen of sorts. I wouldn't go that far. But still, after learning about what happened to Damien, there's no denying this photo has an ominous vibe. There have been extensive efforts to identify this man in the photo. All of those efforts have failed. This harrowing, colorized image from 1913 shows a woman condemned to death in Mongolia. This type of punishment was known as immurement, which literally means walling in. It's been used as a punishment in various places throughout history, but by the 1900s was basically unheard of. Outside of Mongolia, that is. There, it was still being used to oppress protesters and quote-unquote troublemakers. What this particular woman did to deserve such a cruel fate remains unknown, but whatever the case, when she received her sentence, she was locked within this large crate and left in the middle of nowhere to slowly expire. The only food given to her would have been honey and other laxatives, which in turn would have attracted insects that would later feast on her carcass and lay eggs inside her. This food was given to her once a day, during which time the hole in her crate would have been opened. At all other times, that hole would have been plugged, leaving her in total blackness. It's terrible to imagine what her final days must have been like inside that wooden tomb. Hungry, thirsty, hot, scared, and alone. It doesn't bear thinking about. This foreboding image is the studio portrait of the Lawson family, taken just before Christmas in 1929. As you can see, they're all dressed rather fancily. Strange, considering they were a rural, working-class family. You see, Charles, the head of the household, had gathered his family together and driven them from Germantown to Winston-Salem, where he bought them all suits and dresses for their family photo. He explained this away as a Christmas splurge, a gift for the whole family to enjoy. In reality, it was all part of a dark plan he'd been brewing for some time. On the afternoon of December 25th, Charles Lawson sent his eldest son, Arthur, out on an errand which took him away from the house. Charles then calmly loaded his 12-gauge and sat alone by the family barn. As his daughters Carrie and Mabel left the main house to visit their aunt and uncle, he quietly waited for them to come into range, took aim, and blasted them down before bashing them both in the head. Immediately afterwards, he walked towards the main house, and, one by one, took out his remaining family members. His wife, who was sitting on the porch, his now screaming daughter Marie, his sons, James and Raymond, who were hiding inside, and finally, little Mary Lou. The eldest son, Arthur, soon returned to the house and found a crowd of people and officers gathered outside. They'd all heard the commotion. They found the Lawson family scattered around the property, with their arms crossed and rocks over their faces. Not long after that, they heard a final bang ring out from the nearby forest. It was Charles. He'd gone to the woods to end his own existence. It's theorized Charles sent Arthur out to run the errand, not because he had a deep love for his son, but because the stocky Arthur would have fought to protect them. Unfortunately, Arthur's story doesn't have a happy ending either. He was involved in a motor accident in 1945 and perished at the age of 32. Why Charles Lawson felt the need to spend a fortune dressing his family up to get their portraits taken days before slaughtering them is up for debate. In my mind, it's a sort of "we were here" statement. Photographs were a rare luxury back then, especially for working class people like the Lawsons. Charles wanted to leave behind evidence that he existed, and that his victims existed too. A final Christmas gift of sorts. More for himself than them, I'm sure. I guess his plan to be remembered worked, since because of this photo, we're still talking about him today. In the days after the massacre, Charles's own brother turned the house into a morbid tourist attraction and charged visitors to look around the house where his relatives met their untimely ends. I guess the concept of a caring family was
cool as
enough for
hell.
him too.
Go back.
Run.
Diving can be dangerous at the best of times, but cave diving is another beast altogether. Unlike during a regular dive, with cave diving, you can't just swim directly upwards if you encounter a problem with your equipment. You have to frantically make your way back through the rocky labyrinth you're stuck in. When your oxygen levels suddenly deplete and time isn't on your side, it's no wonder that under such circumstances, so many divers fail to make it back to the surface. Other times, divers simply get stuck in some tight passage or become disoriented and lost.
I guess not.
The more frantic they become, the quicker their air supply goes down. Signs like this have been placed outside numerous underwater caves to try and prevent such loss of human life. You can't save everyone though. On January 8th of 2005, accomplished cave diver David Shaw swam through the dark waters of Bushman's Hole in South Africa. Bushman's Hole is an intricate cave, feared by even the most seasoned of divers, and has claimed several lives
What's up,
throughout
Victor?
the years. It had, in fact, claimed the life of David
don't have
Shaw's
it
close
switched
friend,
on.
Dion Dreyer, 10 years prior in 1994.
Yeah.
Since then, Dion's body had remained in the cave. Now with 10 extra years of diving experience under his belt, David decided he was going to recover the body of his long-lost friend, Dion. A noble quest.
Kill me.
Sadly, one that was destined to end terribly. Just like Dion before him, David entered Bushman's Hole and never resurfaced. Before embarking on the dive, David had attached an underwater camera to his goggles and recorded his entire recovery effort. This was one of the last images he captured on his ill-fated mission. The diving goggles of his friend, Dion. David had found his remains. From the rest of the footage, other divers realized what had happened to David himself. At a depth of 725 feet, he was subjected to immense pressures that made breathing extremely difficult. He then ran into more difficulties when Dion's body began to float. This was unexpected. Experts had told David that Dion's remains wouldn't be buoyant, but in reality, his body had turned into a soap-like substance, which did in fact float, making the recovery 10 times more difficult. While struggling to pull his friend out of the cave, David became entangled in the lines of Dion's body bag, and the physical effort to free himself, combined with how difficult it was to breathe, led to his demise. Both David and Dion were later recovered. This next set of photos comes from Reddit user Whitney Renibi. Whitney's family live in a relatively rural part of Oklahoma. Last year, her mother was going through pictures on her phone when she came across 3 that stood out. One was of her husband, sleeping. One was of her youngest daughter.
Oh god. Why am I
And one was of herself, sleeping.
Thank you so
They'd all been taken on the same night at around 3 in the morning. Nobody inside the house had taken any of the photos, and none of them had a history of sleepwalking. I'm including all 3 pictures, said Whitney, but the strangest one of them all is the pic of my mum. It appears as if whoever took the picture was kneeling down next to the bed, beside her, almost by her face. If you play around with the saturation, this can be seen in the background of one of the images. In the post, Whitney goes on to add that her family has 5 dogs that all bark at the slightest noise. None of them made a peep that night. The thought of someone else, or maybe even something else, being in your home and taking photos of you while you sleep is, ironically, enough to keep anyone awake at night. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the work of alternative R&B artist Frank Ocean. For those of you who don't know him, he's made some of the most critically acclaimed albums in the genre and has an extremely dedicated fanbase. That being said, he's notoriously private, and very little is known about his personal life. As such, even if you have heard of him, you probably didn't know that back in August of 2020, Frank's brother Ryan, 18, was sitting in the passenger seat of a car being driven by his friend, Ezekiel Bishop. As the two of them drove through Thousand Oaks well above the speed limit, Ezekiel lost control of the Tesla. The vehicle collided with a tree at high speed, was cut in half on impact, and burst into flames. Both Ryan and Zeke perished immediately. After hearing the news, Frank rushed to the scene in his GT3. This image shows Frank Ocean sat on the side of the road in a state of complete shock, having just learned that his brother was gone. He sits below a speed limit sign, adding a chilling dimension to the image. Frank and Ryan were both extremely close. Ryan's voice is even featured on the track Futura Free on Frank's 2016 album, Blonde. Knowing that this is what became of him, it's ominous hearing his young voice pop up at the end of the record. Frank also later released a track called Orion, dedicated to the brother he lost. When we're young, we all have a tendency to be reckless. We feel invincible, and unfortunately, some of us pay the ultimate price for that.
Hello?
This image is a chilling reminder to drive responsibly. This happy-looking couple are Zach Bowen and Addie Hall. They started dating in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, and seemed to be at their happiest during that period, where there was no electricity, no bills to pay, no work to be done. The pair of them were free spirits, and the lack of responsibility they felt during that period was something they savoured. Eventually, life went back to normal, however, and with it came the stress of actually having to work, both at their jobs and at their relationship. To make matters more difficult, they both had their own personal issues, which I won't go into detail about here.
Hi, Dark.
In short, their
I
pasts
did not
were
hear
bleak.
I'm
As real
using
life started to take a
the
hold, the
monitors
pair
to
began to fight
sketch.
constantly. When Addie learned that Zack had cheated on her, that was the final straw. On October 5th, 2006, she went to their landlord and tried to have Zack's name removed from the lease. The landlord refused, saying that the pair of them had to work out their relationship problems together. That landlord would be the last person to see Addie alive. 12 days later, on October 17th, the authorities in New Orleans received a call from the Omni Royal Orleans Hotel. A man had leapt from the roof and splattered on top of the parking garage. That man was Zack Bowen. He had perished on impact. In his back pocket, they found a note in which he stated he had jumped from the roof to atone for what he had done.
It's open.
Investigators went to Zack and Addie's apartment. The air conditioner was on full blast. Zack had spray painted messages on the walls, like, "I'm a failure," and "Call my ex-wife and tell her I love her." In a pot on the stove, they found Addie's cooked head.
How you doing, Dark?
In a separate
Take the
pot
mod
were her
from
feet and hands. In a roasting tray in the
gaming.
oven were her arms
So
and
you
legs.
redone your whole
They'd been
thing?
seasoned and
Because I don't
cooked.
understand.
Chopped carrots and potatoes
Also,
were
thank
found on the
you
counter.
for the sub.
Addie's torso was found in the fridge. In a journal, Zack had left an explanation about what had happened. He wrote about how he had had his way with the remains, how he sliced her up in the bathtub with a hacksaw, and how he went back to work like normal the following morning. In fact, for the next 2 weeks, Zack went on with his life like nothing had happened. All of his friends and family noted that he was extremely happy during this period, the happiest they had seen him in a long time. In actuality, Zack had already decided
so that's your
to
new
jump on
name.
the Omni Hotel's roof.
Okay.
And, as he wrote in the journal, was just enjoying his last couple of weeks on Earth. There was no evidence to suggest that Zack had actually eaten any of Addie's remains. This innocent-looking photo of the couple together during happier times becomes morbid when you know what ultimately became of them both. After the incident became public knowledge, a woman named Mary Voodoo Queen Milan
LifuLifu's back.
leased Zack and Addie's apartment building and turned their room
Now
into a real
again.
I'll
horror
switch on
attraction.
the
She dressed the place up like a schlocky
on.
haunted mansion,
Okay.
complete with bride and groom Chucky dolls,
take the
and
mod
charged
from the
visitors to step inside
tailgate.
the room where a man had
Can I
cooked his
use
own
this now?
girlfriend.
What happened?
Her attraction is still in operation
What
to
happened
this
to your
day.
account? And I'll have to Google first how to do.
7 months ago, Reddit user Oopie Spoopy
Is it
Man
like on
made a
Twitch
post
too?
on the r/ghost subreddit titled, "After hearing taps and noises from my kitchen, I take a photo and see this." They later wrote, "Thank you to the ones who have shown concern. As an update, since seeing this, I've been packing some stuff and preparing to go and stay with my family. I've told my flatmates that I'm going and why I am, but they've chosen to stay there." We'll end this video with a truly horrible photo. The Filipino Zoo Girl. Her name is unknown, but she was a member of the Igorots, a tribe in the Philippines.
Hey, is it?
This photo was taken sometime between 1904 and 1914. Not even the Library of Congress, who owned the photo, know exactly when. The Philippines was being governed by communism.
That's a lot of
This
work.
little one, along with other members of her tribe, were taken from their home and displayed at the Coney Island Zoo, alongside the monkey and lizard exhibits. As you can see, she was bound, and visitors threw peanuts at her. Unfortunately, the concept of a human zoo was far from original at the time. Throughout America, Europe, and Asia, it was common to showcase people from conquered and occupied nations. Natives would be taken from some far-off land
It
and
is.
displayed to the public
Gotta
like
be
some sort
honest.
of exotic trophy.
I don't know where it is.
This was done to drum up support for government policies
This
overseas.
one?
The message was clear. Look at these people. They can't possibly be expected to govern themselves. And that's exactly the message this little one was
Ace?
being used to convey.
Yeah, I got it.
She and the other Igorots were placed inside a closed-off pen.
Oh yeah.
Then, dogs from the local pound were brought in for them to chop up and cook in a stew, all to shock and intrigue those who paid good money to see them. This was the mainstream entertainment of the day, and it both scandalized and intrigued the so-called civilized patrons of the zoo. Look at how these people live, they'd say to each other. Of course, that wasn't actually how they lived. The people putting on the show displayed the Igorots how they wanted them to be perceived. The reality was very different. This colorized photo shows how Igorots actually dressed at the time. As for why they tied this little one's hands, it was probably to dehumanize her. If she were free, she'd likely be running around and playing. That would have made it difficult to convince people that the Igorots were so different after all. Thankfully, this particular image does have a happy ending. The Igorots were eventually returned to the Philippines after the man who had brought them to the US, a guy called Dr. Truman Hunt, was put on trial for not taking adequate care of them. He was found guilty of that charge, along with stealing from them, using physical force to intimidate them, and for refusing to marry two of them who had perished on the journey to America. Dr. Hunt only received 18 months. And on that note, I think we all need a break to cool off. So we'll end things there.
Vietnam.
We'll end this video with a truly horrible photo. The Filipino Sioux girl.
Oh, Philip.
Her name is unknown,
Oh no.
but she was a member of the Igorots, a tribe
That's
in the
what
Philippines.
happened.
This photo was taken sometime between 1904 and 1914.
That is
Not even
so
the Library of
fucked up.
Congress, who owned
Yeah.
the video, know exactly when. The Philippines was being governed by the US at the time, and this little one, along with other members of her tribe, were taken from their home and displayed at the Coney Island Zoo, alongside the monkey and lizard exhibits. As you can see, she was bound, and visitors threw peanuts at her. Unfortunately, the concept of a human zoo was far from original at the time. Throughout America, Europe, and Asia, it was common to showcase people from conquered and occupied nations. Natives would be taken from some far-off land and displayed to the public like some sort of exotic trophy. This was done to drum up support for government policies overseas. The message was clear. Look at these people. They can't possibly be expected to govern themselves. And that's exactly the message this little one was being used to convey. She and the other Igorots were placed inside a closed-off pen. Then, dogs from the local pound were brought in for them to chop up and cook in a stew, all to shock and intrigue those who paid good money to see them. This was the mainstream entertainment of the day, and it both scandalized and intrigued the so-called civilized patrons of the zoo. Look at how these people live, they'd say to each other. Of course, that wasn't actually how they lived.
Yeah,
The
I
people
don't.
putting on the show
I don't believe
displayed
any
the Igorots
second
how
they
they
believe
wanted them
that.
to be perceived.
Cruel people.
The reality was very different. This colorized photo shows how Igorots actually dressed at the time. As for why they tied this little one's hands, it was probably to dehumanize her. If she were free, she'd likely be running around and playing. That would have made it difficult to convince people that the Igorots were so different after all. Thankfully, this particular image does have a happy ending. The Igorots were eventually returned to the Philippines after the man who had brought them to the US, a guy called Dr. Truman Hunt, was put on trial for not taking adequate care of them. He was found guilty of that charge, along with stealing from them, using physical force to intimidate them, and for refusing to bury two of them who had perished on the journey to America. Dr. Hunt only received 18 months.
Oh, come on.
And
Just
on that
18
note,
months?
I think
Get
we
the
all need a
hell outta
break to
here.
cool off. So we'll end things there.
This is why my dementia haven't affected me.
Hey
What's the
guys,
reason?
Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you to everyone who participated in my Discord emoji competition. We had some great entries, and I just want to shout out some of the best ones.
I see what you did there.
Captation, Soul Chimera, The Hungry Kitten,
Okay.
Masha, Existential Dread
I
Taco,
appreciate-
Modius Vivendi, Yami, Shinobu, and the overall winner, Hannah. Also, a huge thank you to my
Alright,
supporters
well,
here on
chill.
YouTube and over on Patreon.
Chill, man. Chill.
Especially my biggest supporters. Alex Greensall, Azrael Warakai, Charlie Lackey, Connor Lothan, Crawford K. McDonald, Expand On, Gina Valera, Grace Archie, Grey White Rabbit, Infamous Sempapi, Leonardo Martinez, Lord 210, Lucas Maniac, Myra Lancaster,
Infamous.
Monica Mendoza, Native Beauty,
Oh.
Nadine, Peter Loggerach, Philip Westra, Procupidine Natter, Ronnie Franklin, Sarah Ramirez, Silas Geist, Sloane Crawford, Taylor and Monica Gruenk, Leonie
Actually,
Dorita,
driving
Ms.
me
Crypto,
mental.
Mrs. Yvonne Rankin, Amanda Hansen, Boise McSnatchy, Lydia Glassley, Yoshi6500, Patrick Rusecki, Hamish K, and Phantom Knight. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. It really helps the channel out. Anyway guys, be sure to smash that like button or I'll smash you. Make sure the bell icon is turned on, and you'll be hearing from me again very, very soon. Until then, you all stay spooky. And remember, the best things happen in the dark.
He's been using the same outro, like the same.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Today's video is sponsored by Raycon. Co-founded by Ray J, Raycon is disrupting the electronics industry by making great sound for everyone. Their wireless earbuds start at half the price of other premium audio brands, and sound
They're really
just as
good.
amazing
I
as any of the
recommend
top
them.
products on the market. From Snoop
Thank
Dogg
you.
to Melissa
Lifu
Etheridge,
got me
Raycon
on
have
my
become the
birthday.
obsession of countless celebrities, and
It
it's
wasn't for
easy
your
to see
birthday.
why.
It
What
was
with
for
their
my
6 hours of
anniversary.
playtime and seamless
was it?
Bluetooth
It was
pairing,
for my Father's Day.
Raycon's
Was
wireless
it?
earbuds come in a fun range of colours and
Was
patterns,
just
with a
random.
variety of fit options to choose
Oh.
from. I don't know about you guys, but I personally find scary stories very relaxing to listen to, especially right before bed.
At least, like,
With my pair of Raycons,
I played it
the
very
stories
high.
have never sounded clearer, and with their extra
Put it
bass and
very
noise
high,
isolating
what?
fit, I
On
can
the list
instantly
of
get
important
immersed in
things
whatever
that you
story
got
I'm
on me.
listening to. Best of all, Raycon earbuds are so compact and
'Cause yours
comfortable
were,
that I can easily drift
remember,
off to sleep
crapping
while
out.
wearing them.
Oh,
Something
yeah,
I found very
100%.
difficult with other brands. So, if you want to help support the channel and get
You're
a
a
pair of
gobbo.
awesome earbuds in the process, head over to
100%.
buyraycon.com/masquerade to get 15% off your Raycon purchase. With Raycon's 45-day free return policy, you've really got nothing to lose. So again, that's buyraycon.com/masquerade, or simply click the link in the description box
is a
below
lie, though.
and be a part of the next
Yeah.
wave of
Quality
premium
is good, but
wireless
the
audio.
return policies.
I'm not surprised.
When you think of Canada, what sort of things spring to mind?
A.
Polite locals?
A
A high quality of life? Maple syrup? Sure, all of those things. But what you don't immediately think of are the nation's grisly true crime cases. And, just like every country, it has its fair share. Today we'll be examining
Fair
one
share of what?
that most people outside of Canada have either forgotten about or never heard of in the first place.
Manatees and fuckers.
Until recently, I certainly
Wolf,
hadn't.
are you like constantly?
I know I usually cover mysterious cases in these kind of uploads, but bear warning, today's case is far less cryptic.
I wouldn't be
and far
surprised,
more
to be
brutal.
honest.
It exposes
I
the frightening
swear.
reality of how dangerous
I swear we're not
strangers
all
can
like
be,
that. It's
how
just
fragile
him.
our lives really are,
It's just him, I
how
swear.
swiftly and unexpectedly they can be taken away from us.
No, it's not just him.
So,
I'm around
join
every
me as we dive in and find out
24/7. I know
what this
what-
case was all about.
Trust me, I'm a professional.
July
I'm
30th,
the peace
2008 was an
whisperer.
ordinary sort of day for Tim McLean,
Stop.
a 22-year-old carnival worker
No.
and reportedly all-around nice guy.
Myself.
He'd recently finished a gig at a fair in
Outta
Edmonton,
here.
and at noon,
Squeeze
hopped on a
myself.
Greyhound bus bound for his home city of Winnipeg.
I'm
At
expecting a
6:55 p.m.,
and
the bus
dislikes
made
on
a
the
stop
screen.
at Erickson, Manitoba. It was at that point a tall, well-built man randomly decided to board the Greyhound. That man was Vincent Lee. Standing over 6 feet tall, with a shaven head and donning sunglasses, Lee would have been quite an intimidating figure to run into in a dark alleyway at midnight. But this wasn't a dark alleyway at midnight. This was a public bus in the early evening, and despite his size and admittedly strange appearance, nobody on board paid Lee much attention, least of all Tim McLean. Tim was used to travelling for work, and
Who
always
is
brought his
not like
headphones
us.
along to make the long journeys
Lifu
go
is,
by faster.
Lifu is not like us.
He sat at the very back of
She
the
is
vehicle listening
definitely
to his
more
music,
Southeast
and paid no
Asian.
mind to Lee, who had just taken a seat at the front of the bus.
No one on the switch.
He was just another guy on the Greyhound,
Fix
a
your
guy he would
shit.
never meet, and who would never
Lifu is more
met in his life.
Southeast Asian than me.
After some time, the bus came to a brief halt at a rest stop.
I'm not claiming
It was
I'm
at
a
that point
hero,
that Lee
but I
stepped
wipe
outside
my
to
ass
have a
with
smoke.
both hands.
Passengers near the front of the Greyhound noted that he seemed a little agitated. When Lee reboarded the bus, he took a look at his seat at the front.
Say what?
But, seemingly dissatisfied with it, he instead walked to the back of the bus and sat down next to Tim McLean. Tim, who was half asleep and deaf to the outside world thanks to his headphones, opened his eyes and took a quick glance at Lee. Being athletic
The question
himself,
is, do
Tim
you
felt secure
know
enough to shut
who
his eyes
Kendrick
once again.
Lamar is?
There's no way he could have guessed
Wolf.
what was going through Lee's head at that very moment. If he had, he wouldn't have drifted off to sleep like he did. It was almost 8:30 p.m. The bus rumbled on through Saskatchewan, the legend of Zorro playing on the TV screen.
Saskatchewan? It's an act.
Tim was now fast asleep at the back, his head resting against
Really?
Lee sitting right beside him. Only 5 minutes after falling asleep, Tim was awoken by a sharp pain in his neck.
I'm not trying to offend
Lee had just pulled
Vietnamese
out
and
what one
Canadians
passenger
and
described
whatever is
as a
next.
Rambo knife. and
Whatever
was
is
at that very
next.
moment repeatedly impaling Tim in the neck with it. It's the stuff of nightmares. To be sleeping peacefully, completely oblivious to the outside world, only to be awoken from your dream by a killer attacking you.
What?
To wake up
Talk
in
about
total
that.
confusion,
Okay.
only to experience your last
He's
agonizing
been
moments on Earth.
wilding with their policy.
Tim had been caught
Oh
completely off guard,
no.
and there was nothing he could do to
There's
save
another
himself.
VTuber that
He
lost his
clutched desperately
channel.
at his neck as Lee continued to
That
thrust his
someone in the
massive
chat
hunting blade
said the
into it.
F word.
Tim let out a chilling scream, which other people on board described as something
Bruh.
between a dog howling and a baby crying.
In the chat.
Screams now began to roar throughout the bus.
That's ridiculous.
First at the back, then at the front, as the reality of what was happening dawned on everyone. All the while, Lee's face was completely expressionless. There was no emotion behind his decision to butcher Tim, no rage or hatred. The pair were complete strangers. Tim tried his best to fight back, throwing himself on top of Lee to stop the thrusts, but it was all in vain. He fell to the floor of the bus, his screams turning to gurgles, as a straight-faced and unfazed Lee continued to robotically puncture him. The driver of the bus quickly pulled over to the side of the road and opened the doors.
Same as on Twitch.
All of the other passengers made a run for the
it's a
exit
known
as the Lee
fact
dragged
that
his blade around the
Twitch mods
circumference of
hate
Tim's neck.
VTubers.
An old woman was knocked to the floor as everyone scrambled for their lives.
Sounds
One
about
mother
right.
sitting near the massacre threw her toddler several rows forward to get them away from the danger zone. A passenger sitting one row in front of Lee and Tim, 26-year-old Garnet Caton, had served 5 years in the Canadian Special Forces. He paused, deciding whether to flee or help the mortally wounded Tim. Garnet turned to another passenger next to him and said, "Give me a hand, let's get this guy." But the other man ran off. Unwilling to take on Lee by himself, and realizing that Tim was already gone, Garnet got off the bus, but along with the driver and a passing trucker, decided that he wasn't going to let Lee get away with what he had just done. When we all got up, and we saw that the guy was cutting the guy's head
you
off,
heard
said
this
Garnet
on
in an
Casual
interview immediately after the
Criminalist?
incident.
That's crazy.
He was cutting off the guy's head there.
Was it that
Then he saw
streamer's
us.
name?
He came back to the front of the bus, told the driver to shut the door. He pressed the button and the door shut, but it didn't shut in time, and the guy was able to get his knife out and take a swipe at us.
No, I think it's not about
So
the
we
story.
backed off the door, and I ran around the
Oh.
back side of the bus. The driver took off, and then we both
Okay.
returned to the front to see what had happened, and he
My
hadn't
bad,
got off
G.
the bus. The door was still open. We shut the bus door, and that time shut it. It was at that point he came and started walking to the front of the bus, and he had the head in his hand, and he just looked at us like this, and dropped it on the ground, totally calm. The three of us had weapons from the trucker's truck there, and we just stayed outside while he tried to get out the door, telling him, stay put, stay there, don't try and come out. He tried to get the bus working, but the bus driver disabled the bus somehow in the back. I'm not sure how he did it. The driver had actually activated the emergency immobilizer system. Lee was now stuck on the bus, unable to drive it away. Garnet and the two other men stood guard outside the Greyhound, all three armed with hammers and crowbars. They waited there for the authorities to arrive. All the while, Lee taunted them with Tim's now decapitated head, and according to eyewitnesses,
Bro,
began
that's
eating
fucking
parts of
crazy.
his corpse.
A
It wasn't
little.
clear which parts until later. At 9 p.m., Royal
Have
Canadian
you
Mounted
gotten
Police
better?
officers arrived
Yeah,
at the scene.
I feel better.
A standoff ensued, with a still very dangerous Lee refusing to surrender.
Hungry, but I feel.
He was heard saying, "I have
And
to
the one
stay
with
on
the
this
food?
bus forever." During this time, the officers stood guard as Lee continued to mutilate Tim's remains, cutting
one
off
second,
and
let
eating
me
parts
get
of him right in front of their eyes.
Demolished first.
This standoff lasted until 1:30 a.m., at which point Lee broke
What?
a bus window and tried to escape.
Bro?
He was immediately apprehended. They searched
Okay,
him,
I
and
think
inside his pockets found Tim's ear, nose, and tongue. Both of Tim's eyes and parts of his
Yeah,
mouth
the
were
gradient's
missing and weren't
definitely
found anywhere
better.
at the scene. They had been eaten by his killer.
I do have
In the Garnet Caton
kind of
interview,
file
which
of
I've
the
left a link to in
original
the
card.
description, Garnet explained the entire
Okay.
ordeal with serene clarity, relaying the actions he took and his thoughts and feelings during the massacre.
Yeah.
Despite his calmness, the young witness clearly has that deer in the headlights look on his face throughout the entire report. The poor guy was obviously still in a state of shock, while the reporter asked him questions like, "Have you ever seen something like this before?" Surprisingly, no, Phil. Before tonight, I had never seen a guy decapitated by a total stranger, then have his eyeballs eaten.
Yeah, I've never seen it before. What are we talking
Would
about?
recognize that Garnet was clearly suffering from trauma.
Oh,
It's
no
hard to say
shit.
whether the reporter back then
Yeah, no
realized it or
fucking
not,
shit.
but making the chap
What?
recount and relive his horrible experience was, at the very least, in extremely bad taste. It's hard not to suffer from trauma
Oh.
after seeing what he saw on
Just a
that
tiny
bus.
bit, you know.
Like I said, the first responding RCMP officers on the scene could do nothing but watch for several hours while Lee cut up and ate parts of Tim in front of them.
True.
One of them, Corporal Ken Barker, took his own life 6 years later. The trauma he suffered as a result of seeing such carnage was one of the leading factors in his decision. Two other witnesses aboard the Greyhound that night were Stephen and Isabel Allison. The couple were sitting opposite Lee and Tim when the slaughter began. "Seeing that is not something you get over very quickly," said Stephen.
Good.
"It's made me a shell of my former self. I'm trying to get back to normal, but it's hard." Stephen, who was a grade A university student before that night, quickly found it difficult to go to class, plagued by images of Lee thrusting the blade into Tim. Isabel dropped out of school entirely and started taking medication to ease her stress. They both expressed how their trust
I
in
need to do
strangers had been
this.
shattered and how their
There's a
lives had
lot
been
of
altered
layer.
forever. Mr. Lee's unprovoked killing of Tim McLean evidently had multiple victims. Many of those who were on
Oh, yeah.
board and
I
those
think
who
my
arrived to help
screen is
never
slowly
recovered and continue to deal with the
dying.
mental scars he inflicted on them to this very day. The fact that Lee committed the slaying was never in any doubt. What John Scurfield,
I hope
the
not
judge
either.
presiding over
Like
the case,
that.
had to decide
That's,
was
like,
whether Lee should be sent to a
pretty
prison
important.
or a psych ward. As such, he had Lee examined. When asked why he singled out Tim McLean in particular, Lee gave a strange answer. He claimed there was a voice inside his head which told him, "The alien sitting next to you must die." Lee had long
The
since believed
fuck?
that there were aliens living amongst us, and that it was his duty to take them out.
That motherfucker is
It was an order
real.
from a higher power, and if he
You
didn't
wouldn't
carry out that
tell
order,
me.
he himself would be
That
killed.
Oh.
motherfucker right there is
Despite
real.
recognizing that he had committed the action, he
Oh
apparently
my
had no doubt about
gosh.
eating parts of Tim. It also came to light that Lee had recently lost his job after a disagreement with his employer,
Whack.
and that
So
the 24
whack.
hours before boarding the bus that fateful evening, he'd been sitting upright and completely motionless on a bench, his eyes wide open, holding a sign that said, "Laptop for sale, $600. He sold the laptop for $60 only a few hours before boarding the Greyhound. In the end, Lee was diagnosed with untreated schizophrenia and was sent to a high-security
Oh,
psychiatric
shit.
institution. He apparently responded well to treatment, and over the course of 9 years, Vincent Lee was given more and more freedom. He accepted the awful things that he had done that evening in 2008, and from then on resolved to live a moral life. In 2016,
Is there even
he changed his
coming
name
back
to
from
Will
that?
Baker and moved into his own
Nope.
apartment outside the ward.
Knowing what you
In 2017, he was completely discharged. He now lives amongst the general populace with no restrictions, a completely free man with a completely new identity. They did take away his bus pass though.
Okay.
So, is that justice?
Okay, bro.
Some would say yes, since Lee wasn't in control of his thoughts at the time of the incident and is now stable and fully medicated. Others would say absolutely not. He took a stranger's life, ate parts of him, and is either still dangerous or deserves to be punished. You'll have to decide for yourself which line of thinking to agree with. No doubt the comment section on this video is going to be
Dark
interesting.
breathe.
But anyway, that's the case.
Too
But a
dark
startling
to
tale
breathe,
all
she
around.
says.
Have I heard that phrase?
I know it was a lot less
No,
mysterious
hold on.
and a lot more brutal than what I usually cover, but since so few people seem to have heard of this
It's the
incident,
same as
I
like,
thought it was worth
it's too
dissecting.
loud, I can't see.
Tim McLean
Yeah, that's
was
you
just a
when you're
random
Yeah, that's
guy
me.
who got on the wrong
Yeah, when I'm
bus at the wrong
driving, I had
time.
to, if there's music or
He
any
could have been
sound,
anyone.
like I gotta fucking
And that's
concentrate.
what
Turn
took
that shit
over.
down.
5 months after his slaying, Tim's
I'll be right
girlfriend
back.
gave birth to a son he never got to
Alright.
meet.
I'm gonna warm up your food and mine.
One final tidbit of information to leave you with. Soon after the incident, PETA, the People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, attempted to run an ad in the Portage Daily Graphic, comparing the killing of Tim to the consumption
if you
of
haven't
animals.
seen that, you haven't been a kid
The
in the
paper
early
refused to run the ad.
2000s where it was all over the internet. Those worse and stuff websites were everywhere. Hey. It's not the chickens.
Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. A huge thank you to Robin Mickelson for making the thumbnail for this video. He's an amazing artist, a great help to me, and yeah, links down in the description to all his stuff. Also, a huge thank you to all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on
Pour me
Patreon,
some food
especially
too. We
my
warming
biggest
up the
supporters.
barbecue I did.
Lydia Glassley, Tony Hardy,
It was
Yoshi6500, Patrick Rusecki,
It was very
Dapper,
good.
Boise McSnatchy, Matthew J. Bauer, Amanda Hansen, Phantom Knight, Hamish K, Alex Greensall, Azriel Warakai, Charlie Lackey, Connor Lothan, Crawford K. McDonald, Expand Dong, Foxlicity, Gina Valera, Grey White Rabbit, Infamous Sempapi, Leonardo Martinez, Lord 210, Lucas Maniac, Myra Lancaster, Monica Mendoza, Ailing
Find
Nahu,
this line.
Native Beauty,
And if it's
Nadine, Peter Loggerich, Philip
I found
Westra, Procupidine Natter, Ronnie Franklin, Sarah Ramirez, Silas Geist, Sloane Crawford, Taylor and Monica Gruenke,
There it goes.
The Only Dorita, Ms.
What I
Crypto,
had.
and Mrs. Yvonne Rankin. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. It really helps the channel out. That wraps things up for this one, guys. Hit that bell icon to get notifications about my uploads. Smash that like button or I'll smash you. And you'll be hearing from me again very, very soon.
I guess it was that
Until
good.
then, you all stay spooky. And
Can
remember,
you cut me up
the best things happen
or like just read it?
in the dark.
The reason I'm asking him to do that is because I'm drawing.
If there's one thing my videos can teach you, it's that humans are unpredictable creatures. Assuming that everyone thinks rationally and would react the same way you would to any given situation is a huge mistake. As you're about to hear, such assumptions could even cost you your life. Today, we visit the home of the Happy Meal to explore a not-so-happy story. One that's bound to make you question your fellow humans and what they're capable of. Things will only get more bizarre as we go, so be sure to stick around until the end to hear about a potentially related incident that's equally as unsettling. Let's get to it. Zhaoyuan, a small Chinese city situated on the nation's eastern coast. It's well known for its gold deposits, its giant statue of Ao, the mythical sea turtle, and for one of the most infamous and brutal killings to have taken place on China's mainland in recent history, the McDonald's cult murder. May 28, 2014 was just an ordinary day for 37-year-old Wu Shuyan, a saleswoman who had just finished her shift at a small clothing store. With work over, she went to a McDonald's in a nearby mall to fill her empty stomach. Inside, she waited for her husband and 5-year-old son to meet her. Ordinary plans for an ordinary day. There's no way she could have anticipated what would happen next. While Shuyan waited inside the McDonald's, a group of 6 unusual people came in. They hadn't come to eat. They were members of Eastern Lightning, a banned cult with some extremely strange beliefs. The group was founded 30 years ago by a former physics teacher named Zhao Weishan, a man who claimed he had direct contact with God. According to him, God had already returned to Earth in the form of a Chinese woman named Yang Xiangbin, and would soon begin the apocalypse. Over time, he built a sizable following and made more than a pretty penny in the process.
Easy brainwashing.
When the group was outlawed in 1995, Wei Shan fled to America to escape any legal consequences. Even in his absence, Eastern Lightning continued to flourish, with many of its members continuing to spread the cult's message and pass its teachings onto their own children. Now, standing before Wu Shuoyan in the McDonald's was one such family of dedicated believers. Zhang Lidong, his partner, Zhang Qiaolan, 3 of his children from a former marriage, one of whom who was only 12, and a young woman who lived with the family, named Lu Yingcheng. The father, Lidong, loudly made an announcement to all of the other customers inside the McDonald's. He stated that the group were Eastern Lightning missionaries, that they had come to save everybody's soul from certain doom, and demanded that everybody give them their mobile phone numbers and contact information immediately. One by one, the family of cultists approached each individual customer, and no doubt feeling awkward and intimidated, each customer handed over their phone number.
For listening.
Then they got to Wu Shuoyan. She had just come off her shift, and was in no mood to entertain a bunch of deranged bullies, nor was she about to give away her contact information willy-nilly. Zhang Fan, Lidong's 30-year-old daughter, handed Shuoyan a pamphlet and asked for her number.
How are you doing?
Shuoyan said no. Visibly angered, Fan asked again. Shuoyan again said no. It's hard to say what exactly went through Fan's head when she heard no for the second time. Perhaps she felt like she was being humiliated in front of her family and fellow missionaries. Perhaps she felt angry that someone had finally stood up to her. Perhaps there was little running through her head other than psychobabble. Whatever it was, she wasn't going to ask for a third time.
Psychobabble.
Without warning, she grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it at Shuoyan. It slammed into her, knocking her to the floor. Fan began screaming that Shuoyan was an evil spirit and begged her father, Lidong, to slay her. At hearing this, Lidong took a mop which he had brought along with him and began beating Shuoyan with it. The rest of the group joined in with his attack with their own mops. After a barrage of strikes, they all began to stomp on Shuoyan's head, screaming things like, "Go die, evil spirit." Even the youngest member began kicking her in the face as she lay motionless, shouting, "Evil goes to hell." One of the group yelled at the other customers to stay back, saying, "Whoever interferes will die." Though nobody physically tried to stop the group, many of them did pull out their phones and recorded the entire incident.
Why not stop them?
The footage exists online, but it's both harrowing to watch and listen to, and I recommend you don't seek it out for yourselves for the sake of not losing your faith in humanity. After the brutal attack, all 6 of the Eastern Lightning members calmly left the restaurant, leaving Shuoyan lying on the floor in a puddle of blood. She had been stomped to death, simply for not wanting to give out her phone number. The authorities quickly arrived and rounded up all 6 of the perps that very night. Like I said, the whole slaying was caught on camera. The media got a hold of the footage, and it quickly went viral. The case was now the hot topic throughout China. People rightly couldn't believe that a woman, a stranger to the people responsible, had been slaughtered for something so small and insignificant. As the case got more and more attention, so too did Zhang Lidong and his family of cultists. Broadcasters held interviews with him, in which he clearly stated that he felt no remorse for taking Shuoyan's life. When asked why he did it, Lidong simply said that Shuoyan was an evil spirit. In his own words, "I beat her with all my might and stamped on her too. She was a demon. We had to destroy her." Lu Yingcheng, the young woman who lived with the family, agreed completely with Lidong, and at trial said, quote-unquote, "I found out we were attacked and sucked by an evil spirit, which caused us to be weak and helpless. We identified Shuoyan as that evil spirit and cursed her with words. Not only did she not listen, her attack got even stronger. During the demon's attack on us, we gradually became aware that the woman must die, otherwise it would devour everybody. The clash between the woman and us was a battle between 2 spirits. The others couldn't see it, and neither could they understand it. The police couldn't understand it as well. In other words, Wu Shuoyan died for nothing. Her murder was completely senseless, and only happened because she was brave enough to say no." It also came out at the trial that the group's views differed from the official dogma of Eastern Lightning. Eastern Lightning's central belief was that God had returned in the form of a single woman, Yang Xiangbin. Ledong's family instead believed that God had returned as a single soul inhabiting 2 female bodies, the bodies of Lu Yingchen and Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan even said at the trial, "I am God in his substance. Lu Yingchen is also God in his substance. The relationship between Lu Yingchen and me is that we are 2 bodies in the flesh, but we share the same soul."
Happy me when
In their
happy?
view,
No, it's
they
not.
were the true followers of Eastern Lightning, and all of its other followers were nothing more than crazy cult worshippers. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. In the end, all of the group were found to be guilty for the slaying of Wu Shuoyan. Zhang Ledong and his daughter, Zhang Fan, were sentenced to death. They were executed on February 2nd,
But
2015.
I'm actually glad.
Lu Yingchen, the woman who lived with the family and believed that she was one half of God, was given a life sentence. Zhang Hang, who was only 18 at the time, was given a 10-year sentence. Zhang Xiaolian, who was 24, was given 7 years. The youngest
enough.
perpetrator, 12-year-old Zhang Zhuo, was too young to stand trial. Now, this would usually be the natural endpoint for a video like this, but this is a cult we're dealing with here, with a plethora of followers and break-off groups. And recently, in May of this year in fact, another incident occurred which may be linked to Eastern Lightning. This one even more bizarre,
They still
but equally
exist?
shocking. Just 2 months ago, a woman dressed entirely in red was seen dancing on the wrong side of her balcony, high up on the 25th floor of her apartment building in Sanya, China's southernmost resort island. Scared holidaymakers and neighbors recorded her unsettling movements as the red woman fearlessly danced on the edge of the balcony, twisting her hips, swaying back and forth, and sometimes gripping the railing with only one hand. Passers-by shouted up to her, telling her to get back inside, but she just shouted back, "It's okay, I'm filming a video." Her neighbors were concerned, obviously.
Ah, it's just a
They'd seen the
TikToker.
woman out on the balcony numerous times over the past few days, always dressed in red. On May the 6th, the apartment building's security guard knocked on her door to check what was wrong. Turns out, she wasn't alone. A man holding a camera answered the door and explained that he and the woman were making short clips to post online. The red lady confirmed this and appeared completely at ease.
Has to be just a
She told the guard
TikToker.
that everything was fine, that she was renting the apartment, and if she wanted to dance on the thin edge outside the balcony, that was her business. After the guard left, she clambered back over the balcony and resumed her strange dance.
Bro.
Minutes later, the woman was filmed falling from the balcony. A blood-curdling scream could be heard as she plummeted 25 stories to her death. Video of the woman's dancing and fall circulated around the internet and gained a lot of attention. The lady in red was identified as 41-year-old Shi Momo. It's unclear whether she accidentally or intentionally let go of the railing, but after investigators searched her apartment, they found a crumpled-up note. The note itself had been typed up and supposedly signed by Momo herself at the bottom. In the note, Momo requested that her organs be donated and her ashes scattered at sea. This note caught the attention of many
not a
netizens
TikToker.
who pointed out a few discrepancies. Firstly, the note had been typed up and only signed at the bottom. Anyone could have written it. Secondly, if the woman had intentionally jumped and wanted to donate her organs, why would she have jumped from 25 stories above ground level? Thirdly, the wording of the note itself was considered very odd. Many of the terms used are associated with a ritual in Chinese folklore, a ritual one performs to wish for eternal life. What's more, the color red in China has numerous symbolic meanings. The woman was wearing a red dress, red shoes, and a red hat. According to Chinese urban legend, those who die wearing red clothes will return to life as a vicious, demonic spirit.
Do you want ketchup?
But Lazy, where does
I'm
Eastern
good.
Lightning come into all
Okay.
of this? Well, here's the thing. Rumors started spreading online that Momo had connections to the group, though obviously, with Eastern Lightning being a banned religion, that was impossible to confirm. Nobody online wanted to use their real names or faces, nor divulge who her connections were or how they knew that information.
Hi,
At the same
Cluster
sort of
Cabin,
time,
how you doing?
users on Jihu, basically China's Quora, started posting how the woman's death was eerily similar to a self-sacrifice ritual used by members of Eastern Lightning. According to those users, certain fanatical followers of Eastern Lightning would dress up entirely in red, go to the top of a high structure, dance for 5 days, and then leap from the top, sacrificing their soul for Eastern Lightning. These posts garnered a lot of attention, with countless users anonymously confirming that this was true, and was happening all over the country, especially in the poorer, more rural areas, where people were less educated and more susceptible to cult manipulation. Still, it's important to note that these are just rumors, since because of China's censorship laws, not to mention harsh punishments for members of banned groups and their associates, nobody has been willing to come forward and provide concrete proof. That would not only be invoking the wrath of the government, but also Eastern Lightning themselves. Two groups you don't want to mess with. It's tricky to figure out just how many people shared their knowledge online about this whole incident, since most of the online posts have since been removed. The government forbids even the discussion of Eastern Lightning and its practices, and internet censors took a lot of them down. That being said, at the time this story was fresh, there were enough people confirming the validity of those claims that many netizens came to one grisly conclusion: that Momo's death was an Eastern Lightning sacrifice. Whether this particular lamb went willingly to the slaughter, or was coerced into it, is another question. Considering there was an unknown man in the apartment filming her, many believe the latter. That man's identity is yet to be discovered, and his footage yet to be found. And so ends our dive into these two very different Chinese cases that may have a lot more in common than one might initially think. One outcome was unpredictable. There's no way Shui Yang could have foreseen what would happen, simply by saying no to a family of irrational psychos. The other seemed inevitable. I mean, what do you expect to happen when you're dancing on the wrong side of a balcony railing? But both of them were filmed. Both of their videos went viral in China, and both of them
I had a
just might
hedgehog
have
when I was a
the
kid.
same dark organization at the heart of them.
Very weak.
Though no official stats exist, today the Immigration and Refugee Board of Canada estimates that
Wait, are
Eastern Lightning
hedgehogs
may have as many as
nocturnal?
2 million followers. That number grows a little more every year.
Fact check.
Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. A huge thank you to Robin Mickelson for making the amazing thumbnail for this video. Links to his stuff in the bio down below. Also, a massive shout out to all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters.
They're nocturnal.
Lydia Glassley, Tony Hardy,
I had no idea. That's pretty
Yoshi6500,
cool.
Patrick Krusecki,
Yeah.
Dapper,
That
Boise
explains
McSnatchy,
a lot
Matthew J. Bauer,
about the pet one I
Amanda
had.
Hansen, Hamish K, Phantom Knight, Mrs. Yvonne Rankin, Ms. Crypto, The Only Dorita, Taylor and Monica Gruenke, Sloane Crawford, Sarah Ramirez, Ronnie Franklin, Procupidine Netta, Philip Westra, Peter Loggerage, Nadine, Native Beauty, Monica Mendoza, Myra Lancaster, Lord 210, Leonardo Martinez, Infamous Sempapi, Gina Valera, Fox Licity, Expand Dong, Crawford K. MacDonald, Connor Lothan, Charlie Lackey, Azrael Warakai, and Alex Greensall. Thank you guys so much for your continued support, it really helps the channel out. Just a reminder that if you haven't already, now's a great time to come and join us on Discord. We currently have an emoji competition going, and we're getting a lot of great entries, so come and join the fun by following the link down below.
Alright,
Remember
good
to
luck
smash
with
that like
cleaning
button or
their
I'll
stuff.
smash you, and you'll be hearing from me again very, very soon. Until then, you all stay spooky. And remember, the best things happen in the dark. It's been a while since I've covered any folklore stories. Actually, it's been a couple of years, so I thought today it might be fun to explore some more. And where better to take a trip than a nation with more than its fair share of urban legends and horror stories? I'm of course talking about the Philippines. I've handpicked 5 of my favourite Filipino tales to narrate. Some are first-person accounts, others overviews, but they're all equally eerie. So switch off the lights, close the curtains, and enjoy some eclectic folk tales from a truly diverse country. Today's video is sponsored by Mecharina, the fast-paced, team-based 5v5 shooter that promotes friendly, competitive mobile play. This free-to-play game focuses on short, high-intensity PvP matches and is perfect for anyone looking to jump in, blow up some mechs with their buddies, and be out in 5 minutes flat. When it comes to the mechs, there's a bunch to collect and choose from, and they're all fully customizable. From their paint jobs and skins, to the weapon combinations you load them out with, you can create unique mechs that suit your personality and playstyle, and use them to dominate in a variety of game modes, from control point capture to 5v5 and 2v2 deathmatches. If you like to get down and dirty, you can charge in head first with a kill shot equipped with shotguns, but if you're more like me, you might value defense over offense. Roll with a juggernaut, equip an autocannon or two, and use your personal shield to stay in the fight. With new mechs, weapons and game modes being added every month, Mecharina is constantly evolving and becoming more strategically deep. Releasing globally in August, but already available in the US, UK, Canada and some other lucky countries, Mecharina is completely free to play on Android and iOS. Use my link in the description or scan my QR code on screen now, and you'll get 1 gold crate, 15,000 credits, and 200 A-coins. Again, use my link or scan that code, and see if you have what it takes to become a champion in the Mecharina. Here's a little known legend from my hometown in the Philippines. There's an infamous mountain here called Mount Cristobal. For tourists and people passing through, it's just like any other mountain you might see throughout my country. But we locals call it the Devil's Mountain for a reason. All sorts of peculiar and tragic happenings have occurred on and around Mount Cristobal, including the deaths and disappearances of many hikers and adventurers over the years. Some people claim that the devil himself lives there, hence the mountain's ominous nickname, and most avoid going there like the plague. Us locals believe that supernatural creatures roam the area after sundown. The unsettling feeling one gets when approaching the mountain is enough to scare most people off, even those who have never heard of the mountain's reputation before. In fact, there are countless stories from would-be hikers who were overcome by an eerie sensation when they approached the mountain, and so decided not to climb it. Sadly, not everybody trusts their intuition. When I was a child, my father owned a gas station. I was hanging around with him while he worked one day, playing with some toys in the back room. That morning, a group of 3 tourists from America came in. They bought a few snacks and drinks, fueled up their vehicle, and asked my dad if he could help them with some directions. "Sure, where'd you need to go?" my dad inquired. "The foot of Mount Cristobal," replied one of the young Americans. "We want to check out the mountain, but we don't know the best place to start our hike. Do you know a good starting point?" My dad's eyes widened, and his jaw tightened. He told them that it was a dangerous place, linked to numerous terrible incidents. Said that it was the devil's playground, a cursed mountain. The 3 of them laughed at him, unfazed by his concerns. "That's why we came here in the first place. We want to check it out, chill with the devil for a while." I know now that most people from other countries think urban legends are all nonsense, and that the 3 Americans believe going to the mountain was just a bit of fun. But my father took the stories about Mount Cristobal very seriously. "I don't know the best place to start your hike," said my father. "In my opinion, there is no best place to start. Not if you have any sense anyway. It's dangerous, I tell you." The group ignored my father's remarks, paid for their things, and drove off without any more discussion.
Ice cream.
I looked up at my father, and even though I was young, and this was many years ago, I remember the concern on his face as he watched those tourists leave. I asked him what was wrong, but he said nothing more about the matter. 5 days later, news started circulating around town about what had happened. An American tourist had stumbled out of the forest surrounding Mount Cristobal. He was completely alone and delirious, having had no food or sleep for days. I instantly recognized his face in the local newspaper my father was reading. It was one of the Americans that had come to our gas station. The paper told his story. Apparently, he and his 2 friends found their way to the foot of the mountain after all, and began making their way up to the top. They'd brought a tent and supplies with them, and planned to spend a night atop the mountain. they set up camp near a cliff with a steep drop and cooked themselves some dinner. At nightfall, the three of them sat in a row on the cliff's edge, their feet dangling over the side of it, the kind of stupid thing young people do when they feel invincible. They sat there in the dark, looking out at the beautiful world that surrounded them. Soon, they realized something wasn't right. "Hey, do you guys feel that?" one of them said to the others. Collectively, they all sensed that there was something in the darkness below them. They stopped their chattering and peered down into the total blackness of the sheer drop under their feet. Without sound or warning, a pair of hands, attached to 2 long arms, shot up from below them, grabbed the middle tourist by his legs, and, in one fell tug, pulled him straight over the edge. They heard their friend scream as he fell and vanished into the blackness, followed by a loud and distinctive thud as he hit the ground. One moment he was sitting there, then, in an instant, gone, swallowed by the darkness. The 2 remaining men scrambled from the cliff's edge. They couldn't believe what they'd just seen. 2 impossibly long, stretched arms had just raised up out of nowhere and stolen their friend. They ran, and in their frantic escape, lost track of one another. One of the men kept running downhill, pushing through the brush and avoiding pitfalls. But as he made his way down the mountain slopes and came to a clearing, he found that he was somehow higher up on the mountain than where he'd started. He continued walking down the mountain, only to find himself somehow ascending it. For 4 days he wandered, trying to find his way to the bottom and back to civilization, all the while thinking he was losing his mind. Eventually, Mount Cristobal loosened its grip on him. He emerged from the mountain and was given medical assistance. It was a miracle that he had survived. The man who was pulled over the ledge by the hands was found at the bottom of the cliff, his head cracked open like a coconut, his bones shattered. The second American was never found. To this day, it's unknown what happened to him. He remains unaccounted for, another lost adventurer claimed by the mountain. "I tried to warn them," said my father as he read their story in the paper. "I tried to warn them, like so many others before. But you can't save everybody." Their story was read about and quickly forgotten by most locals. Like I said, deaths and disappearances are commonplace on that mountain. They were just another 3 men who went to meet the devil and got far more than they bargained for.
Bangs on.
One folkloric creature from my country that everyone knows of is the balbal. Considered by many to be one of the most frightful and disgusting creatures in Filipino folklore, they're said to be an omen of death, but there aren't many who have a personal story to share about them. Most believe them to be fictional creatures too, but my uncle knows otherwise. He told me a story from his youth one evening when the 2 of us were drinking alone and having a heart-to-heart, and I'm going to share that story with you now. My uncle wasn't one to lie about such matters, and he recalled this incident with such clarity and sincerity that I, for one, believe him. And I'm not the only one. In roughly his words, this is what he shared with me. I was only 10 years old at the time. My father, your granddad, had suddenly and unexpectedly passed away.
Yeah,
My brother,
stream on
your
Twitch
father,
and YouTube at
was
the
4
same
years
time.
older than me, and very protective.
Baba, that's my nickname.
After our dad passed, he effectively became the man of the house, despite only being a teenager himself. Took good care of Mum and me.
Lies.
But there was something that he always got angry about, and that he refused to let me discuss. It was the day of our father's funeral. A crowd of family and friends were gathered around his open grave. We listened to the priest philosophize on death for a few minutes, and then watched as the coffin was lowered into the grave and covered with dirt. There were a lot of tears and condolences, the usual stuff. I remember thinking at the time, I should feel a lot sadder than this. I hadn't shed a single tear during the whole service, and I felt guilty about that. I loved my dad with all my heart, of course. He was a good man, a kind man. I'd spent the last few days in tears over his loss. But there was something about the atmosphere around that grave that felt off. It distracted me from my sadness. It's hard to put it into words, but the air had this sort of heaviness to it. There was a pressure to it that I hadn't felt before. Everyone's words seemed muffled, just slightly. No one else seemed to notice it, so I put it down to my emotions wreaking havoc on my body. As we all stood around, watching the hall be filled, I suddenly felt this strange compulsion. A compulsion to look towards the banana trees in the distance. I gazed at those banana trees. It felt like I was looking at a picture where everything else was out of focus, except the part that your eye is supposed to be drawn to. Everything and everywhere else seemed a little blurry, but not this one particular section of trees. This was a weird sensation, and I tried not to panic, to fit in with all the other people around me, standing silently around the grave. But I could feel a cold sweat forming on my forehead, and I couldn't look away from those trees. I just knew there was someone behind them, watching us. And then I saw him. A man with very pale skin, dressed in black. Not unusual for a funeral, but even from 50 or 60 meters away, I could tell there was something not right about this guy. Another person might have seen him and thought that he was just someone who knew my father, that he was watching from afar because he was shy or out of respect. Somehow, I just knew otherwise. After the service, the crowd dispersed, and my brother, mother, and I went back home, now one family member short. But I couldn't stop thinking about that strange experience, about the banana trees and the man hiding within them. I knew I had to go back and investigate, alone. I knew my brother would call me a dramatic fool, and after the day we had all just had, I didn't want to cause my mother any more distress. So, after dinner, I quietly left the house and walked quickly towards the nearby cemetery. The sun had already set, and I wanted to get back before my mother knew I was gone. There were no electric lights or anything like that at the time, of course, but by the time I reached the gates, my eyes had already adjusted to the darkness. As I made my way past the first few headstones and got deeper into the graveyard, that blurry, otherworldly sensation began to take a hold of me again. The closer I got to my father's grave, the stronger the effect became. I had to stop to collect myself. Standing still, I could hear a noise coming from around the corner ahead of me. The corner that led to my father's resting place. My stomach was in knots as I stepped forward and turned the corner. There it was, Father's grave. It had been dug up. His coffin was open.
What?
And there, standing over him, was the only thing in focus. A tall, pale figure. Something between a man and a monster. It was shaped like a human, sure, but was much skinnier. The proportions were all off. It wasn't wearing clothes, and you could see each rib. Its face was buried deep in the coffin, but I must have let out a gasp because it quickly jolted up and looked right at me. Its eyes were dead, as if skin had grown over them, like a Greek statue. At the end of its stretched face was a grotesquely long tongue, which thrashed back and forth. What must have been its mouth was stained with some dark liquid. I immediately knew what it was. A Baal, the grave robber from the stories. And just like in the stories, I knew why it was there at my father's grave and what it was doing with him in his open coffin. It was eating him, peeling his skin off with its tongue and bloody, curved fingernails. I turned and ran for the gates, didn't stop running until I made it back home. I was in floods of tears, and my brother immediately told me to get a grip of myself and to not worry Mother. He asked me what on earth was the matter, told me that he was the man of the house and that he'd take care of it, whatever it was. I confided in him what I'd just seen. He scolded me, told me not to make up such stories about our dearly departed father. And then, realizing that I genuinely was in a state of shock, he told me that he would go to the grave and take a look for himself. I begged him not to go, but he told me I was just in a state of grief and that he was just going to take a look to put my mind at ease. In the meantime, he said, I had to wait in my room. It was too late for me to be going back outside. 20 minutes later, he returned. He knocked on my door, told me that he went to the cemetery and that there was nothing there. That there was nothing out of place at the grave, and that everything was as it should be. Nothing out of the ordinary, and certainly no Balbals out for a midnight feast. I had just been imagining things, he said. But I knew what I'd seen, and I told him that he must have just missed the thing. Your old man got real serious with me after that. Told me to stop making up lies, and to never speak of this ridiculous Balbal story again. He said, nobody likes a liar. You're gonna get a reputation if you go around saying you saw a Balbal. But I wasn't lying. Maybe I was just seeing things, yeah. Maybe I did just have a moment of madness, sparked by the loss of our papa. A grieving mind can play all manner of strange tricks on a person, that I know. But it was so real, that I can't explain it. I just know I saw what I saw. I know it was a Balbal. I know it was watching us in its human form during the service. And I know it came to eat our dad. Anyway, I stopped talking about it after that. With that, my uncle took a swig from his drink. I didn't know what to make of his story, but I knew he wasn't lying. That's to say, I knew he truly believed he saw a Balbal. But maybe my uncle was just a bit crazier than I thought. Sometime after my uncle told me that story, I decided to speak to my father about it. I expected my dad to laugh about it. To say, that old story again. Your uncle must have had too much to drink. Instead, he just looked at me with an uncharacteristically serious face. Your uncle and I haven't talked about that for a long time, he told me. I'm surprised he brought it up with you. It's a bad omen to mention it. My uncle had told me about my father's reaction at the time. How he'd told my father about the Balbal, and how my father had mocked him, and told him to show more respect to their father, and to stop lying about such drivel. The concern in my father's voice now caught me off guard, and I questioned him about it. There was a long pause. My father exhaled. I knew he wasn't lying. I saw it too. My dad explained that night, when he went alone to investigate his brother's claim, he found their father's grave was covered, just as it should have been, but that it seemed freshly filled in, as if the dirt had just been placed minutes before. A scraping sound caught his attention, and he looked up towards some banana trees in the distance. There, he saw a pale, emaciated figure, with statue-like eyes and a thrashing tongue, dragging what was left of a suited corpse into the tree line. He then went home and pretended not to have seen anything. Firstly, to protect his brother, to make him think that he had just imagined the Balbal and that the creature wasn't real. And secondly, so they didn't talk about it. That would have been inviting death into their lives. If you talk too much about the Balbal, he'll come for you. My father said that he'll never know for sure, but he's certain that if he were to dig up my grandfather's grave, inside his coffin, he wouldn't find bones. Instead, he'd most likely find the trunk of a banana tree, the very item a Balbal is said to replace a body with when it comes to steal one. For the sake of my uncle, I promised my father I wouldn't reveal his secret. The fact that they both had seen the same thing, and that it wasn't just my uncle's imagination. My father also made me promise, regardless of my own beliefs, that I never talk about the Balbal with either of them again. This was all a long time ago, and both my uncle and father have since passed. I kept my promise, and didn't bring the story up with either of them again. Thankfully, I can say I didn't see anything at their funerals. No pale figure lurking in the tree line. Nothing digging them up under cover of darkness. I don't know if I believe in the Balbal fully. I don't believe it's exactly how the stories say, that seeing it is an omen of death, or that talking about it will draw its attention to you. But I do believe that they both saw something at my grandfather's funeral. Something very few people ever have or will. And that such
Yeah,
folklore
the
stories
ice cream hit
exist
different.
for a reason.
Ice
Because a
cream
select
fan.
few know the truth and pass those stories on to the rest of us.
I think I definitely can finish all the chains
And now the end
by
is
the
near,
end of the stream.
and so I face
Hell
the final
yeah.
curtain.
Since I'm not changing
We all know
everything.
Frank Sinatra's classic rendition of My Way. The song's lyrics are sung from the perspective of a dying man, reflecting on his life and how he lived it the way he wanted to. What you might not know, however, is that in the Philippines, many people consider the song to be cursed. Here's why. Open karaoke bars, or videoke bars as they're sometimes called, are very popular hangout spots in the Philippines. They're cheap, lively and fun places to grab a few brewskis and sing your favourite tunes in front of a bunch of strangers. However, My Way is avoided by almost everybody, or outright banned by bar owners. That's because, beginning in 2002, a strangely high number of murders started being linked to the song in videoke bars throughout the nation. There are numerous accounts of patrons choosing to sing the song, and then being slaughtered by another customer, either during their performance or immediately afterwards.
Why?
There was something about that song that was either hypnotizing people into a murderous rage, or some unexplained force that was cursing the singer. It wasn't until 2007 when this social phenomenon really started grabbing headlines.
So,
In
what are
May
your
of that
thoughts
year,
on
a 29-year-old man was shot dead by a security guard in Rizal.
watching Calling and
The guard had told
Black
the
and
man
White
that
love
his
it so
rendition
far.
of
I
My
never
Way was
heard
off
of it.
key and warned him to
Yeah, I
stop
never heard
singing.
of it.
The man refused, and so the guard, infuriated by his terrible singing, pulled out his pistol and gunned him down. After that incident, news of the My Way curse spread like wildfire, and past cases where the song was the catalyst for someone's death were reported on. As crazy as it sounds, videoke bars across the Philippines started removing My Way from their song lists, with the owners terrified that the song might lead to more bloodshed on their premises. Even today, fear of the curse persists, and if you find a place in the Philippines where the song is still available, it's very rare to hear anybody sing this once popular karaoke song. In reality, the unusually high number of deaths linked to My Way in the Philippines probably has a much more grounded explanation. New York Times writer Norimitsu Onishi wrote about how the My Way killings may have been, quote-unquote, the natural byproduct of the country's culture of violence, drinking, and machismo. One guy laughs at another guy singing, his ego gets bruised, and a fight breaks out, resulting in one of them getting killed. Pop culture expert Roland B. Tolentino agreed, noting that videoke bars in the Philippines can often get rowdy and
during
violent.
the anthem
According to him, fights
protest.
often get sparked whenever someone hogs the microphone, sings a boring song, or butchers
Oh,
a track
that.
with their terrible voice. But why have so many deaths been linked to My Way in particular?
My opinion is
Firstly,
people are
My Way is,
overreacting.
or at least was,
Mhm.
a popular karaoke song throughout the nation. It was chosen more often than other songs, so statistically it kinda makes sense that more people would die during or shortly after singing it than other songs too. I mean, if a song's going to get a death curse attributed to it, it's gonna be a popular one. Secondly, the song itself just kind of winds Filipino men up the wrong way. It's very triumphalist, and according to Butch Albarracin, a singing school owner, the lyrics, quote-unquote, evoke feelings of pride and arrogance in the singer, as if you're somebody when you're really nobody. It covers up your failures. That's why it leads to fights. With all that in mind, the curse itself makes a lot more sense. A drunk man singing the song might suddenly feel a lot more egotistical, and another equally wasted gentleman might not take kindly to that. They
Like
picked the wrong
this.
song, annoyed the wrong guy in one way or another, and boom,
Overreacting.
only one man's left standing.
Yup.
That being said, there are a lot of
Imagine
other
starving
ego-boosting
someone
songs out
over
there that are sung
karaoke.
throughout videoke bars in the Philippines, and none of
That's
them
pretty
spark the
hardcore.
same kind of strong response as My Way. Why it's this song, and only this song, that seems to drive people into a rage is anyone's guess.
Song.
Yeah.
A few years back, a co-worker of mine shared a story with me. He was 17 when this happened.
Good now after my root beer
It was
and
November,
vanilla.
and he and his friends
Nice.
went to explore an abandoned school late at night. They snuck in through a
It's
broken
as
window
if
and passed through empty
I
hallways
wanted
that
my
were once
way.
full of life.
Oh
I don't know what
gosh.
they were hoping to find in there. Perhaps nothing. They made their way down one particularly long stretch of hallway, and in the darkness ahead of them, they heard the distinct sound of footsteps slapping on floor tiles. Against the silence of the night, there was no mistaking the sound for anything else. 10 meters or so in front of them, at the end of the long hallway, the blackness of the wall slowly became more light with each footstep they heard. Someone was coming from around the corner, and whoever they were holding something that was emitting a lot of light. As the light grew and illuminated the end of the hallway, my friend and his friend stopped to see who would come around the corner. But just as the unknown person was about to step into sight, the sound of their footsteps abruptly stopped. The light was now fully illuminating the end of the hallway, and my friend could see the end of a man's foot slightly poking out from around the corner of the wall. My friend and his companion stood alert, waiting for whoever this person was to round the corner. They were expecting to get yelled at by someone. But whoever this person was, they merely stood motionless, their foot the only part of them visible. "Hey, who is that around there?" my friend's companion shouted out. But the figure didn't reply. My friend wanted to leave, but his companion was curious and actually took one step towards the unknown figure. That's when the unknown person stepped out from around the corner. The lantern he was holding in his hand lit him up fully in the darkness. Now, taking quick steps towards them, was a priest, wearing black robes and beads.
Oh no, it's a priest.
His head
Run.
was missing. The
It's
stump
a
of his neck
priest.
completely
Run
visible.
away.
Honestly, if I would see
His
a
lantern
priest in
swayed
the
back
middle
and
of the
forth
night,
as
I'm
his free hand
shitting
reached out
myself.
towards them, as if
Yeah,
he
I
was
don't fuck
planning
with
on
that
grabbing
shit.
them. My friend and his companion ran back down the dark end of the hallway,
To burst
clambered out of a
flames
window,
here.
and sprinted
Hmm?
as far away from that school as they could. Another of our co-workers also listened to his story and said that the headless priest was probably decapitated by Japanese soldiers during World War II, a period in which
That's
beheadings
hardcore.
were commonplace for clergymen. He said that the priest had most likely been executed near the school and was wandering the hallways, looking for his missing head. "He probably saw your heads," said the co-worker, and wanted to use one as his own.
The friend is such a troll.
Mm-hmm.
This has to be the most infamous legend in this video. Stretching from Samar to Leyte is the San Juanico Bridge, an impressive piece of engineering with sordid rumors attached to it. If you find yourself driving the Pan-Philippine Highway and stop to ask locals about the bridge, they're bound to tell you about its construction. Back when the bridge was being made, between 1969 and 1973, a story spread like wildfire across the region. Imelda Marcos, First Lady of the Philippines and a prominent politician at the time, was the person who had ordered and was overseeing the bridge's construction.
It's sunny.
Rumor has it that the superstitious First Lady went to a fortune teller and asked them for advice about the bridge project. The fortune teller told her that mixing blood in with the concrete was going to give
How
it
you doing?
extra strength and ensure that its
Yeah,
construction was a
I
success.
can't hear you.
Though
What?
not just any blood would
Should
do
be
it.
better now.
Oh lord.
Juice from corpses would help a little, but it was better if those juices were fresh and
I
from
was like,
young hosts.
it's the priest.
As the story goes,
It's always
children
the
in the area
priest,
started
like,
going missing
just-
from their homes,
just think
never to be
about
seen
it.
again. So
It's
many
Yeah.
always the
that
priest.
people started discussing
It
their
is
deals,
always the priest.
and according to construction
Oh.
workers, they'd
Don't
heard
trust a
that youngsters were
priest.
being harvested and slain to help make the bridge stronger.
So,
their bodies being mixed in with the concrete.
oh wait, is it still streaming?
What gives
Waiting.
this urban legend some
course it's-
credence are the
of
sheer
course
number
I'm
of
streaming,
children
what
that
do you
disappeared
mean?
in the area at the time the bridge was being constructed.
No,
Not to mention,
For some-
Imelda Marcos,
some reason
the
my
politician
mind
who ordered the bridge's
was in a
construction,
different
turned
place.
out to be massively corrupt, and along
Wait,
with her husband,
sounds
stole
low, or
billions
is
of
it just-
dollars from the Filipino people. She and her
No,
husband,
no.
who
So,
are conjugal dictators,
for
actually
a
hold
split
the Guinness
second,
World Record
I
for
kind of
greatest robbery of the
divided
government.
Discord from the live thing. and
Not
then
exactly
just
moral
realized
people. While
was
the
so
rest of the
stupid.
country suffered economically, she and her family lived a lavish
Anyway,
lifestyle and displayed no signs
so,
of sympathy for their fellow countrymen and women.
let's.
On top of that, Marcos really
So there are
was
few
a
things to
superstitious woman,
discuss.
and would have
So I'm
definitely heard the
guessing
myths about
tomorrow
blood
would be a good time.
strengthening foundations.
That's
to say,
I think
if
so.
anyone was going to be willing to use children in a
Okay,
bridge
so let me know when you guys
it
will
would
be
have
free
probably
to
been her.
talk tomorrow, and I will.
What are the things?
So there
Join
was an
it.
evil politician
Podcast?
overseeing the San Juanico Bridge. There were a bunch of
No, no, no.
youngsters in the
What are
area
the
who
things?
vanished, and the story
Oh
must
my
have
gosh.
circulated for a reason.
What are the things? Things like
Of course, the truth will never be known.
podcast and
But
some
in the
content
off
that I'm
chance
developing
one day
anyway.
It does come
So I
to light
thought
that this
we
story
could do
was
it
more
together.
than an urban legend.
Hell yeah.
Well, I don't think many of the
Yikes.
locals would be the least bit
Alright.
surprised.
Yep.
It's time for me to anyway sleep. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let me know
People be like,
what time.
Oh. What?
I chose violence.
You always do.
Mother. Violence.
Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. I was thinking about turning this into a series,
Okay, that sounded
kind of like
creepy.
the American road trip series I did, where I'll go through a bunch of different countries and explore their urban
Alright, good
legends
night,
and
Sonny.
folklore. What do you guys
Good
think?
Good night,
Does that sound like a good
Sonny.
idea?
Good night,
Let
good
me know
night.
down in the comments. A huge thank you to all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters: Alex Greensall,
Look,
Asriel Warakai,
how much is
Charlie Lackey, Connor Lothan,
the color?
Crawford K. McDonald, Expand
Oh, damn.
Long,
But it looks
Foxlicity,
good.
Gina Valera, Grey White
It
Rabbit,
does.
Infamous Sempapi, Leonardo Martinez, Lord 210, Myra Lancaster, Monica Mendoza, Native Beauty, Nadine, Peter Loggerage, Philip Westra, Procupidine Natter, Ronnie Franklin, Sarah Ramirez, Silas Geist, Sloane Crawford, Taylor and Monica Gruenk, The Only Dorita, Ms. Crypto, Mrs. Yvonne Rankin, Lydia Glassley, Tony Hardy, Yoshi6500, Patrick Krusecki, Dapper, Boise McSnatchy, Matthew J. Bauer, Amanda
Did he
Hanson,
just say
Hamish
Boise
K,
McSnatchy?
and Phantom Knight. Thank you
Yup.
guys so much for your continued support. It really helps the channel out. Remember to smash that like button or I'll smash you, and you'll be hearing from me again
Huh?
very, very soon.
He always says that.
Until then, you all stay spooky. And remember, the best things happen in the dark.
I don't know about that.
Side bangs. Find them. Where the fuck are my ears? Yo,
Oh.
I lost my ear.
Uh-oh. Yo.
First up, a very recent case that's been huge news in Japan as of late. Kosuke Nozaki, better known by his self-penned nickname, the Don Juan of Kishu, was one of Japan's richest and most famous men. He made his
Actually,
fortune in real estate, but grabbed headlines for his very
Fuck my
active love
ears.
life. If his nickname didn't give it away, Japan's very own Don Juan spent his fortune wooing a lot of
Wow.
ladies. And when I say a lot, I mean he had apparently charmed the pants off 4,000 women. Well,
And
perhaps
the
he didn't charm
ears.
them off. I'm sure
Yay.
the $28 million in his bank account went a long way in helping. Throughout the land of the rising sun, the guy became infamous, and even penned a best-selling autobiography in which he wrote about how he had no interest in money, and only worked hard to make it as a means to seduce as many beautiful young women as he could. He had reportedly spent millions on his romantic pursuits, and was quoted as saying, "I know all this nighttime activity may cause my death, but if I can die in the sack and go to heaven, then I'm good."
My ears.
Well, you can't say the guy didn't know what
Oh
he wanted out of
no.
life. One young lady was able to tame the aging tycoon, however. In 2018, 77-year-old Don Juan married 22-year-old fashion model Saki Sudo. She described herself as a fashion model, at least. In actuality,
Damn.
she was a former
Damn.
movie star.
Mm-hmm.
Now, why might a young woman like her marry an old man like him? It probably had something to do with the fact that Don Juan promised her an allowance of 1,000,000 yen a month. That's around $9,000. Not too shabby. Their marriage hit a slight road bump, however, when only 3 months in, old Don Juan suddenly died under mysterious circumstances.
Uh-oh.
Sure he is.
On May 24th, 2018, the couple were eating dinner together at Don Juan's home in Wakayama when he curiously dropped dead. An autopsy
Yeah, okay,
revealed
bro.
a huge quantity of
Yeah,
stimulants in his
okay.
system, enough to kill a regular man several times over. The old mogul wasn't known to take any kind of substances, and the sheer amount of stimulants he'd ingested meant this definitely wasn't an accident. The prospect of Don Juan taking his own life was also ruled out. That left one possibility: homicide. News of Don Juan's death spread like wildfire, becoming the main headline in every Japanese newspaper. It was a real media frenzy. Still is. The Don had spent the last 4 hours of his life alone with Saki, his wife, and with no other witnesses or leads, the authorities quickly determined that she must have poisoned her husband. This was likely so she could get her hands on a portion of his estate and business. His house in Wakayama alone was worth an estimated 1.3 billion yen. Just 2 months after her husband's death, Saki just so happened to make herself president of his business empire and decided she deserved a salary of $1.5 million a year. She also transferred $300,000 from the
This
business into
is
her
kinda
personal
funny.
account on the same day she announced all this to her shareholders. Suspicious. Eyebrows were also raised when she was seen laughing and playing games on her mobile phone during her husband's funeral. But why
Okay,
risk
bro.
killing her 77-year-old husband? Why not just live off her generous allowance and wait for time to take care of him instead? Well, as it turns out, Saki wasn't the kind of wife Don Juan was hoping for, and it came to light that
Oh,
he had served her
shit.
with divorce papers shortly before the night of his death. Divorce in Japan works a little differently to the USA and UK, and if the pair were to split, Saki would be left with a pittance of what she could take by force. Still, she didn't admit to taking her husband's life, and with no clear evidence that she was responsible, Saki remained a free woman. For a time, at least. For 3 years, the case saw hardly any new developments. In January 2021, however, the authorities caught wind that Saki Suda was planning to move to Dubai permanently. Plans that had been delayed because of the global situation. Detectives were sure that she was the one responsible for Don Juan's death. So despite not having a particularly strong case, they decided to act before she left Japan for good. On April 28th, Saki was arrested and held without charge for questioning. Believe it or not, in Japan, the police can actually hold you for up to 23 days without charging you. They used all 23 of those days, during which time Saki refused to answer any questions and continued to profess her innocence. Regardless,
I'm gonna call Cap.
the authorities went ahead and charged her with the
Pretty sure
slaying
everyone
of Don Juan.
Cap.
Yup.
Seeing how this all happened very recently, Saki Suda's trial is still in its early stages. Due to the rushed nature of the proceedings, the prosecutors still don't have much evidence to work with, but that doesn't mean they have nothing. During their investigation, detectives found that Saki had been researching stimulants online not long before her husband's death. Traces of the stimulant that killed Don Juan were also found on the floor and inside a vacuum cleaner in the house, suggesting that Saki had tried to cover her tracks before calling for help. What's more, her phone records show that she had been in contact with a shady substance salesman, a man who the prosecutors allege sold Saki the stimulant.
No
Forensic tracing
way.
proved that she and the dealer were in the same place at the same time, shortly before Don Juan's murder took place. The final piece of damning evidence they have, and if you're an animal lover, you might want to cover your ears here, is that mere days before Don Juan's poisoning, Saki Suda's dog also mysteriously passed away.
Why the dog
It's
though?
believed that
What
she
the dog
tested
do?
poison on her dog first, just to check that it would work before trying to kill her husband with it. She didn't want Don Juan surviving and pointing the finger at her now, did she? Well, as you can see, she actually did a pretty good job of doing that all by herself. Now admittedly, most of this evidence is circumstantial, but it just might be enough to see her go down for Don Juan's death. She had the means, she had the motive, and from her phone and internet records, it appears she had the will.
She's not the smart.
The Japan Times are actually keeping up with this case in English, so be sure to keep an eye out and see what happens.
We're vibing.
This next case
that's
actually takes us out of
fine
Japan,
one.
but revolves around an incident that's become huge news here lately. The year was 2016. Narumi Kurosaki was a 21-year-old who had just been accepted as an exchange student at the University of Franche-Comté, Besançon, France. An
Ew.
adventurous girl, she'd always wanted to study overseas and experience living in other cultures. Her dream was about to come true. In September of that year, she arrived in France and began her studies. It was set to be an exciting experience, a new chapter in her life. Unfortunately, it was also set to be its final chapter. Only 2 months after arriving in Besançon, Narumi's professors started to become concerned when she stopped showing up to her classes. Her housemates were equally perplexed. They hadn't seen Narumi since December 4th. They assumed that she was staying with someone else, or had taken a trip without telling anyone. They tried to contact her, but to no avail. Not sure what else to do, they reported Narumi missing. An investigation into her vanishing began immediately, and from the beginning, things looked bleak. Narumi hadn't used her mobile phone or bank cards since December 4th, the last night anyone had seen her alive. Detectives questioned Narumi's housemates, hoping they might be able to offer some insight into what happened to the young Japanese national. One fellow student, who lived on the ground floor alongside Narumi, reported that she heard a scream of terror and a struggle in the middle of the night on December 4th, but said that when she looked out of her door down the hallway, she saw nobody. Assuming it was just college students being college students and making a lot of noise, she thought nothing more of it and went back to bed. Investigators combed Narumi's room for evidence. Just outside, they found a red splattering on a fire escape door. It couldn't be determined whether this was blood or not, but they immediately suspected the worst. On December 26th, despite nobody ever being found, the authorities were confident enough to declare that Narumi Kurosaki had been murdered. And what's more, they had a prime suspect. Nicolas Cepeda Contreras, a then 26-year-old from Chile. Nicolas was Narumi's ex-boyfriend. The pair had actually met in Japan when Nicolas was an assistant teacher, but had broken up before Narumi went to study in France. Nicolas himself had gone back to Chile, and it's unclear exactly why the pair split. So Nicolas lived in Chile and Narumi died in France. Explain, Lazy. Gladly. Shortly before Narumi went missing, Nicolas had flown out to Besançon. The pair had apparently reconnected. They were caught on a restaurant's CCTV camera eating dinner together. Later that evening, they were both again caught on camera, entering Narumi's apartment building. Sometime later, Nicolas was captured, leaving the complex alone. Soon after, he caught a plane back to Chile. It's assumed that he dragged Narumi's remains through the building's fire exit, an exit which wasn't monitored by cameras. He then threw her into the back of his rented car, which was later returned covered in mud, and went and buried her in a local forest. He then fled the country, and from his computer in Chile, sent messages to Narumi's friends, trying to explain her absence away. An international arrest warrant for Nicolas was issued, but due to extradition difficulties, and the fact that the young man was from a very wealthy, very influential family in Chile, getting him arrested and brought back to France was very difficult. As such, 2 French investigators flew out to Chile themselves to question him. This sadly proved to be a waste of everyone's time, since the guy refused to answer any of the 95 questions posed to him. The only thing Nicolas declared publicly was that he was innocent, and that he believed Narumi was still alive. Yeah, Nicolas. That made a lot of sense, seeing how nobody had seen or heard from her since December 4th, 2016, not even her family, and that you just so happened to be in France with her on the night she disappeared. But let's give Nicolas the benefit of the doubt. Let's just for a minute assume that he really did fly halfway around the world to meet his ex-girlfriend, have one final goodbye dinner, for old time's sake, and that the fact she hasn't been seen since entering her accommodation building with him is purely coincidental. Even assuming all that, there's still one huge, damning piece of evidence that was uncovered on YouTube of all places. Back in September 2016, around the time Narumi had flown to France, Nicolas had uploaded a video onto YouTube in which he addressed Narumi directly. In the video, he gave Narumi until September 21st to comply with a set of conditions, which were designed to, quote-unquote, save their relationship. She cannot be making such mistakes with someone who loves her, he said in the video. Some conditions concern her stay in France, others apply forever. It's unclear what he meant exactly, but whatever the case, after Narumi disappeared in December, he quickly took the video down. It later resurfaced after being re-uploaded by a Japanese user who took an interest in the case. So, there's our possible motive. Jealousy. If Nicolas couldn't have her, nobody could.
Stop.
Since an extradition request can only be made once, the French authorities had to take their time collecting evidence and making as strong a case as possible so that they could get Nicolas brought back to France. In July 2020, he was finally extradited. His trial is set to begin this autumn, and, if found guilty, he faces life in a French prison. Next up, a short but very sinister case from 1990. Sayoko Minamino was a 28-year-old woman from Osaka who had a longing to see the world. The young lady was no slouch, working a part-time job in between her studies at university to save up for her around-the-world trip, and by the spring of 1989, she had saved enough cash to make her dream a reality. And a big dream it was. On April 5th, she left Japan for the first time in her life, and journeyed across Southeast Asia, China, the Soviet Union, the Middle East, Africa, and India. Fiercely independent, she was seeing as much of the world as she could, all by herself, though no doubt meeting people and making friends along the way. Every week, she would send photos and letters back to her family and friends in Japan, filling them in on what she'd been up to, where she had been, and who she had met along the way. In March 1990, after 11 months of solo traveling, Sayoko made it to the final country on her hit list, Nepal. She'd been away from home for a long time, and this was her final destination.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, the young adventurer had chosen a pretty
Hell
good time
yeah.
to visit the small Himalayan nation. The Nepalese revolution was in full swing, and protests were springing up throughout the country.
Because I can.
Undeterred, Sayoko arrived in Nepal, and on the 3rd of April, she sent a letter to her family back home, saying she was going to the Himalayan mountain range, and that she'd be back home in 4 weeks. Those 4 weeks came and went, but Sayoko didn't return home. The letter she had sent about going to the Himalayan mountain range was her final correspondence. Terrified that something had happened to Sayoko, her family contacted the Japanese embassy, who, in turn, put pressure on the Nepalese government to investigate what had happened to the missing Japanese national. They eventually conceded and started looking into Sayoko's disappearance. During this investigation, the Nepalese authorities learned that Sayoko had checked into a hotel in Pokhara, a common starting point for trekking the Annapurna circuit, and 6 hours from Kathmandu, the city where she had sent her last letter from. From there, the trail went cold. That was it. Sayoko's family flew out to Nepal themselves, and, along with the local police, searched the hotel room. In the room, they found all of Sayoko's personal belongings. Her warm clothes, her mountaineering equipment, her safety gear. It was all untouched and unused. Whatever had happened to Sayoko, it had happened before she got a chance to go out into the mountains. Unless, of course, she had trekked up there completely unprepared. It was unclear whether Sayoko had perished in an accident or at the hands of another human, but both the Nepalese and Japanese governments concluded that Sayoko was no longer alive, that her remains were lost somewhere in the cold and lonesome mountains, and decided to give up their search. Her family returned to Japan and tried to go on as normal. Then, something absolutely chilling happened. In the middle of August 1990, Sayoko's family received a phone call. On the other end of the line was Sayoko's voice. Her mother listened as Sayoko simply said, "Ah, kuroshi, kuyashi." Ah, it's hard to breathe. This is awful. "Doshita no? Doko ni iru no?" Her mother desperately screamed down the line, asking, "What's wrong? Where are you?" All Sayoko's mother heard after that was her daughter crying into the receiver. After a few seconds,
Human
the line
trafficking?
went dead. That's the
Probably.
last anyone has heard from Sayoko Minamino. Since then, there's been no new developments. It remains unclear whether the call Sayoko's mother received that day was really her missing daughter or some kind of disturbing prank, but she remains adamant that it was Sayoko's voice on the other end of that line. If that's true, it's likely her daughter suffered a fate even worse than death.
That is someone pranking.
Now, how could you
Your
resist
bed
a
is
smile
forever
like that?
uncomfortable.
This interesting
Agreed.
looking gentleman is Satoshi Uematsu, a young man who recently became infamous throughout Japan for all the wrong reasons. Fresh out of college, Satoshi began working as a teacher at an elementary school, but quickly decided that kids were much too stressful to deal with. They had too much energy, were too hard to control. As such, at the young age of 23, he left the school to take on his new role as a carer at Tsukui Yamayuri-en, a residential care center for people with intellectual and physical disabilities. Set in almost 8 acres of beautiful woodland in Sagamihara, Kanagawa, the center was home to 149 residents, their ages ranging from 19 to 75. All of their conditions varied wildly, some of them able to exercise and enjoy the stunning surroundings, others completely unable to get out of bed. It was the latter that Satoshi took an interest in. In February 2016, after working at the facility for 3 years, Satoshi suddenly resigned without any explanation. His colleagues were surprised. The now 26-year-old was considered a diligent, hard-working, considerate and friendly young man, and his resignation seemingly came out of nowhere and was perceived as strangely out of character and rude. Others were sad to see him go, but weren't surprised.
Japan, yeah.
Satoshi's attitude and entire personality had started changing in the past few months. Sure, that could have been down to job dissatisfaction, but they sensed it was something more. Something deeper. The same month he left the care home, Satoshi traveled to Tokyo and attempted to deliver a handwritten letter to Japan's Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tadamori Oshima. He went directly to Oshima's house to do so, but was intercepted by security guards and turned away. The next day, he tried and failed again, and so left his letter with Oshima's security. Oshima eventually got around to reading it. It was a horrifying read. The letter talked about how it should be legal for disabled people to be killed at the request of their guardians, and how Satoshi needed Oshima's help to deliver the message to Japan's then Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe. In the first half of the letter, Satoshi wrote, "I envision a world where a person with multiple disabilities can be euthanized, with an agreement from their guardians of course, when it's difficult for that person to carry out household and social activities. These slayings," he said, "would be for the sake of Japan and world peace."
What?
Bizarrely, or more bizarrely I should say, the letter detailed how these deaths would benefit the global economy and, quote-unquote, prevent World War III. The second half of the letter was much more disturbing than the first, however. In that second half, he detailed his plan to break into 2 facilities and said that he planned to kill 460 people. He said that he'd tie up the staff and wouldn't hurt them, and would slay all the patients quickly and painlessly as not to make them suffer too much. There was nothing to worry about, however. He promised to turn himself in after all the carnage was over. At the bottom of the letter, Satoshi left his name, contact information, and home address. Needless to say, Oshima didn't deliver the message to Prime Minister Abe, and instead gave it to the police. Satoshi was apprehended and committed to a mental hospital for 12 days, after which he was deemed not to be a threat and released.
Just 12 days.
The decision to release
12
him
days
would have
and
dire
not a
consequences.
threat.
On
Okay,
July
bro.
26th, 2016, at 2:10 a.m., Satoshi took a trip to his old workplace, the Sukui Yamayuri-en Care Center. Using a hammer, he broke in through a glass window on the bottom floor. He tied up one of the only staff members on duty and took their keys. He then made his way down the hallway, going from room to room, stabbing each sleeping patient in the neck with a sharp blade that he had brought with him. At 2:30 a.m., a full 20 minutes after he had broken in, other staff members finally called the authorities and reported what was happening. Due to the facility's remote location, it was going to take them some time to get there. At 2:50 a.m., Satoshi was caught on camera leaving the building. 10 minutes after that, the police finally arrived and found no trace of him anywhere in the surrounding area. 29 ambulances also arrived at the scene and saved as many residents as they could. In total, 19 patients died from their neck wounds, 10 female, 9 male. The youngest deceased victim was only 19 years old.
What the fuck?
A further 26
Bro.
were injured, 13 of them critically. Well, Satoshi stayed true to his promise, and 2 hours after his massacre, he turned himself into the authorities, bringing with him a bag full of sharp and bloody blades. The incident was immediately recognized as one of the worst attacks committed on Japanese soil in modern history. All of Satoshi's former co-workers were in disbelief when they heard the news. Some of them knew that he had become slightly unhinged, but they never suspected he'd do something like this.
Bruh.
Satoshi's defense lawyers argued that the young
I don't
man
know
wasn't
about
mentally
that.
fit to stand trial. According to them, the young killer often partook in, let's call it the devil's lettuce. Now, culturally speaking, the Japanese don't view the green herb the same way we do in the West, and the defense team tried to suggest that puffing the magic dragon had made Satoshi crazed and murderous. As such, he was examined, and it was determined that he was competent and able to stand trial. That didn't stop Satoshi from trying to act as crazy as possible during his time in court, however, and at one point, he even tried to bite his own finger off in front of the judges. His antics were all in vain. On March 16th, 2020, nearly 4 years after taking 19 lives, Satoshi was sentenced to death by hanging. Though he said he wouldn't appeal and that he accepted the sentence, the remorseless Satoshi was convinced he didn't deserve it, claiming that people unable to communicate and care for themselves, quote-unquote, create unhappiness in society, and that they have no heart. Since there's still a big stigma surrounding people with disabilities in Japan, Satoshi was genuinely surprised that his actions didn't receive more support. As of making this video, the date of Satoshi Uematsu's execution is yet to be set. We'll end things with a bizarre little mystery that I just heard about on the Abroad in Japan podcast. It's a strange case from Sakai City, Osaka Prefecture, and it happened just last month. On May 5th at 11 PM, a 60-year-old man hopped out of his bed and went downstairs to fetch a glass of water. He entered his kitchen and almost had a heart attack when he saw another man, a complete stranger, sitting at his kitchen table, wearing one of his shirts, eating one of his frozen pasta dinners. Fear overwhelmed the aging
Not the
resident.
pasta dinner.
The unknown intruder at his table was half his age, around 30 years old, and if it came to a fight, he'd most likely lose. "Who are you? What do you want?" asked the 60-year-old. The stranger looked up from his meal and simply replied, "I came in through the front door." Since Japan's crime rate is so low, it's incredibly common for people to simply leave their front doors unlocked without a second thought, even when they go to bed. People tend to put a lot of trust in their neighbors and fellow citizens here. For this resident, however, that had just backfired.
Never trust neighbors.
Well,
Never.
the 60-year-old lived in the house with his elderly father, who he of course wanted to protect. A struggle between the 60-year-old and 30-year-old.
Damn, his father's still alive.
Upstairs, the resident's father called for help. The 60-year-old's brother, who lived just next door, heard all of the commotion and came rushing in to help restrain the intruder. What happened next is extremely odd. The 30-year-old stranger suddenly and inexplicably collapsed and lost consciousness. Confused and not knowing what else to do, the two brothers and their father waited for the authorities to arrive. By the time they got there, the unknown man was stone cold dead. His cause of death remains undetermined. Judging from the personal items he was carrying, they believe this man was also from Osaka Prefecture. Adding to the confusion of this case, different news outlets have conflicting reports about how the whole incident went down. What I just told you came from the YTV report, but ABC News said that there was no struggle between the 60-year-old and the intruder, and that when the 60-year-old came downstairs into the kitchen, he found the 30-year-old already unconscious on the floor, the pasta dinner still cooking in the microwave. That actually makes a huge difference to this story. If the first report's to be believed, then the resident of the house may have actually killed the intruder and tried to cover it up. If the latter's true, then how did the guy die? And why was he in another family's home? Unless some new details emerge, it's possible the full story died along with the stranger. As one commenter online put it, a man in his 30s suddenly dying? A man in his 60s living with his father and next to his brother? Frozen pasta? The more I try to make sense of it all, the harder it gets. Yeah, you can say that again, buddy.
Find your buddy, pal.
I blame the frozen pasta. It was the frozen pasta's fault.
What?
Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. Well, since I've been living in Japan for the past year and a half, I've stumbled upon a few cases here which you don't really hear about in the West. Thought I'd share them with you guys. Just before we end things, I'd like to say a huge thank you to all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters. Yoshi6500, Patrick Rusecki, Dapper, Matthew J. Bauer, Boise McSnatchy, Amanda Handsome, Hamish K, Phantom Knight, Mariah Brown and Jamie, Mrs. Yvonne Rankin, Ms. Crypto, The Only Dorita, Sloane Crawford, Sarah Ramirez, Ronnie Franklin, Procupidine Natter, Philip Westra, Peter Loggeraj, Nadine, Native Beauty, Monica Mendoza, Myra Lancaster, Lord 210, Leonardo Martinez, Infamous Sempapi, Grey White Rabbit, Gina Valera, Fox Licity, Expand Dong, Crawford K. MacDonald, Connor Lotham, Charlie Lackey, Azrael Warakai, and Alex Greensall. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. It really helps the channel out.
Probably changes from
That wraps things up for this one, guys. Be sure to smash
He
that
probably
like button or
does.
I'll smash you. And you'll be hearing from me again very, very soon. Until then, you all stay spooky. And remember,
Okay.
the best things happen in the dark.
And da.
I remember listening to it like when I was like his videos used to scare the shit out of me.
You became
Today's
numb
video
to
is
it.
sponsored by NordVPN. Now, whether you've been following this channel for a long time, or you've only heard a few of the creepy stories and mysteries I've covered, you've no doubt already realized the value of staying safe and secure, even while doing something as mundane as surfing the web. One of the best ways to protect yourself online is by using a VPN. That's where Nord comes in. NordVPN's double data encryption helps you stay hidden online and gives you increased digital anonymity. If you've never tried using a VPN before because you're worried that all sounds too technical, then fear no more.
When Corpse
NordVPN is extremely easy to use.
of them,
You can connect with just a single
since he
click and
exploded,
boom, you're
I
protected.
don't think he even talks to
Their VPN is super fast and reliable, with over
That's fucked.
5,400 servers across 59 countries. That not only means you can connect to a server near you for increased speed, but you can also connect to servers in far-off countries to access shows, movies and platforms that aren't available where you live. So no matter where you are, with NordVPN, you can stay up to date with all your favorite
I had
content.
a phase that
For instance, I currently live in Japan,
the
so if
entire
I ever
day
get
I
a
would
hankering
just
to watch
into
some classic British sitcoms
classes.
from back home, I can just open up the NordVPN map, click on the United Kingdom,
Ah,
and
says
after
that's
just a few
creepy.
seconds I can log on to any of my streaming services and have access to their library of UK shows. Right now they have a special deal for all of my viewers. Head over to nordvpn.com/masquerade or use promo code MASQUERADE and you'll make a huge saving on their 2-year plan. They'll even throw in an extra month for free. At only the price of a coffee per month, and with a 30-day money-back guarantee, you've really got nothing to lose. Find that unique URL in the description or comment section, take advantage of this devilish deal today, and enjoy all the protections and conveniences of NordVPN.
Let's see.
In northeast Hong Kong, there's a popular recreational area called Sai Kung. It's famous for its hiking spots, beaches, and for its inordinate number of disappearances and deaths. Sai Kung itself isn't particularly big, but the natural beauty of the peninsula has basically remained untouched, and it's full of long and winding trails, so it's easier to see how people might get lost there. That being said, there are signs and markers all along the hiking routes, and each signpost has its own unique set of coordinates written on it. If you were to get lost somewhere, or feel like you were too weak to continue your hike, all you'd have to do is call for help, state the coordinates on the nearest sign, and help would be on the way. That makes it all the weirder that so many people have vanished or perished while exploring Sai Kung, especially when you consider the mysterious circumstances surrounding each incident. In September of 2009, an off-duty police officer was out hiking alone in Sai Kung. He called the emergency services for help and told the operator that he was lost and needed to be rescued. Thankfully, he was right next to one of the marked signposts, so he read off its coordinates to the operator. Strangely, the coordinates he provided didn't match with any on record, meaning the operator had no idea where the officer actually was. The call then ended abruptly, and despite an extensive search and rescue effort, the lost officer was never seen or heard from again. To this day, his whereabouts, or more accurately, the whereabouts of his body, remain a mystery. This incident quickly captured the public's imagination, and a movie was even made about the officer's disappearance, called Missing. His mysterious vanishing didn't surprise some locals, however. It had long been believed that Sai Kung was an ominous place. According to Cantonese folklore, the peninsula was home to some sort of otherworldly portal or barrier, which one should never cross. Only 1 month after the officer went missing, a male and 4 females were out hiking in the same area. The male became tired and told the women to go ahead, said that he'd catch up. He never did. The women went back to look for him, but found no trace of their missing friend. 2 days later, his body showed up next to the trail where they had been searching. His cause of death remains unclear to this day. This man was a Boy Scout troop leader and knew his way around nature very well, adding to the bizarreness of his demise. Later that same year, a bus driver was out hiking alone in Saikung. When he didn't return home that day, his family tried calling his phone to check that he was okay. To their surprise, a fisherman answered it, saying that he had found the phone in a river. The bus driver was never found. In 2011, another man called the emergency services, saying that he was lost on a Saikung hiking trail. Just like the lost officer before him, his call suddenly disconnected, and he was never seen or heard from again. A number of other strange deaths have occurred on the Saikung Peninsula, dating all the way back to 2005, right up to more recent incidents in 2019 and even 2020. In each of these instances, a lone male's body was found, resting beside a trail. Foul play is suspected in at least one of these cases, but for the most part, there's been little evidence to suggest that there's a serial killer loose on Saikung, and the majority of these deaths have been attributed to accidental falls. But what about the people who have completely disappeared? The Saikung hiking trails are all clearly marked, well maintained, and aren't known to be treacherous routes. Most of the dead and missing were experienced hikers, and were knowledgeable about the area, and about navigation and basic survival skills. But here's the most interesting part. There is an account from a man named Chung who became lost in Saikung, but actually managed to make it out alive. According to Chung, he was out hiking in the area when he suddenly and inexplicably lost consciousness. He awoke at 8 PM and tried to get back to civilization, but in his own words said that, "When I tried to leave, it was weird. No matter how far I walked, I never got any closer to getting out." On his second day lost in the wilderness, he saw 2 people and shouted out to them. They didn't react to him, but they both disappeared right in front of his eyes. After resting for a while, he saw another figure come running right out of the tree line. He tried chasing after them, hoping they might help him. "I chased that man all the way down," said Chung. "He changed into people I knew and people I didn't know during that chase, but when I caught up, they all disappeared." Exhausted, Chung fell asleep. When he awoke on the 3rd day, he noticed that several items he had been carrying had disappeared. He also realized that his surroundings had changed, and that he wasn't where he had fallen asleep the previous night. He described the area as having the vibe of an old graveyard, and during that day, he apparently saw many people that all disappeared as he reached out to them. On the 4th day, he awoke to find his surroundings had changed yet again, and that the rocks around him were all making a strange, rumbling noise. He made his way down the trail in front of him, and all the while, the rocks continued to rumble. Eventually, he ran into a young guy from Thailand. Difference was, this guy didn't disappear. He was real, and he lent Chung his cell phone to call for help. After 4 days, Chung finally emerged from the Saikung Mountains. One strange thing that he and his rescuers noticed was that Chung hadn't been bitten by any mosquitoes or other bugs during his whole ordeal. This was June, and the mountains of Saikung were absolutely swarming with the little buggers, making his lack of bite marks extremely strange. A weird story to say the least, but what do you think? Did Chung and the less fortunate souls before him pass through the so-called Saikung barrier and enter some other plane of existence, an alternate dimension? Or can his strange experiences be chalked up to dehydration and exhaustion? Is there some mysterious portal on the Hong Kong Peninsula, or are all of these deaths and disappearances simply the result of accidents? If so, whatever happened to the remains of the other experienced hikers who still haven't been found? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. A big shout out to Reddit user Hey Lurker here for making one of the only English write-ups of this next mysterious incident. There's something about the open ocean that's inherently unsettling to a lot of people. We all know that the sea can be a cruel mistress, and that in her dark depths she also harbors a lot of equally dark secrets. Well, here's one of them. The year was 1968. The place? La Palma Island in the Canaries. More specifically, Tazacorte, a small town which many transport ships and fishing vessels called home. One such ship at the time was El Fausto, a ship large enough, sturdy enough, and fast enough that it was used for both fishing and transport purposes. On July 20th of that year, she set sail to El Hierro, another island only 50 miles south of La Palma, bringing with her a cargo of agricultural explosives. 3 experienced sailors were on board. 2 brothers, Ramon and Eliberto Hernandez, and their cousin, Miguel Acosta, all of them in their 40s.
We hear the story.
The men were familiar with El Fausto, having crewed her many times in the past.
I'm studying right now.
After a 7-hour-long journey, El Fausto finally reached its destination and unloaded its delivery. While there, the 3-man crew met a man named Julio Garcia, a fellow native of La Palma. Julio had just gotten word that his daughter back home was extremely sick, and he needed to get back to La Palma as soon as possible. He approached the crew of El Fausto and told them about his predicament. Since the next liner back to La Palma wouldn't depart for another 2 days, the 3 sailors agreed to let Julio come back with them, free of charge. On July 21st, at 2:30 a.m., El Fausto and the 4 men set off on another 7-hour voyage back to Tazacorte. Well, those 7 hours passed, and El Fausto still hadn't arrived back home. That wasn't too unusual. They could have been delayed for a number of reasons. But as the hours passed with no sign of the ship or the 4 men aboard her, the sailors' families started to become worried. El Fausto's owner, Rafael Acosta, relative of the 3-man crew, sent another ship out along the exact same route to search for them. Surely this boat would come across the El Fausto on its way, right? Wrong. The waters on the way to El Hierro were clear, and there was no sign of El Fausto sailing back to La Palma. That didn't make any sense. Ramon, Eliberto, and Miguel had made that same journey countless times in much harsher conditions. In fact, sailing conditions that day were almost perfect. The sea was calm, and visibility clear. There was only one explanation. El Fausto must have gone off route for some reason. But why? El Fausto and her crew were immediately reported missing, and all other vessels in the area were asked to keep an eye out for the ship. Planes were sent to scout the ocean from above. It was only a matter of time before El Fausto was found, everyone thought. That prediction turned out to be overly optimistic. Despite it being a clear day, neither the planes nor any of the other boats in the area found any sign of El Fausto. It was like it had vanished into thin air. A horrible thought occurred to everyone back on La Palma. El Fausto must have sunk. 4 days passed with no updates. Just as everyone was starting to come to terms with the loss of all 4 souls aboard El Fausto, the search and rescue team received some amazing news. A British ship had reportedly just spotted El Fausto, floating 120 miles west of La Palma. How it wound up so far, of course, was anyone's guess, but the British reported that all 4 men on board were still alive, though obviously a little worse for wear, and said that they'd be happy to tow them back home to Tazacorte. For some bizarre reason, the crew on El Fausto said no thank you. The British were confused, of course, and asked what sort of mechanical problems the ship had suffered. Nothing, replied El Fausto's crew. The boat was fine, their communications were fine, nothing was wrong. All 4 men appeared to be of sound mind and weren't delirious or confused about the situation. They once again rejected the British offer to be towed back home, and instead simply asked for enough fuel to make it back home on their own. The British gave them enough fuel, food and water to sustain them for 18 more hours, more than enough to make the journey back home. When news of this broke back in Tazacorte, the locals all began to celebrate. Their 4 lost sons would be home by sunset. Everyone gathered at the port to welcome back the lost men, including, of course, all their family members. There was drinking, and music, and dancing, and a lot of confusion when the sun finally did set, and there was still no sign of El Fausto. The crew's families waited on the dock all night. By morning, it became clear that the ship was now missing for a second time. planes and ships were sent from the Spanish mainland, all with one clear objective: find the El Fausto. The government spent over $2 million on the rescue effort.
Damn.
But, just like before, the elusive hunk of metal had vanished without a trace. After 2 weeks of searching, they gave up the hunt. It wouldn't be until October 9th, 2.5 months after the ship had first gone missing, that an Italian vessel actually came across El Fausto, floating in the middle of the North Atlantic Ocean. Nobody was on board. Not Ramon, not Eliberto, not Miguel, not Julio. The ship was in perfect working condition. There were no signs of fighting or damage, no records or logbooks, no indication about what had happened whatsoever. Not on the top deck, at least. One of the Italian crew members climbed down into El Fausto's engine room. What he found inside almost made him throw up. On the floor in front of him was the unclothed, partially mummified body of a man. A radio and notebook were found resting next to him. Many pages in this notebook had been torn out, but one remaining page in particular stood out. Spanish writing covered the page, and whatever it said, it appeared to be the end page of a much longer message. The Italians told the Spanish they would tow El Fausto to Venezuela, and from there would send them all the evidence they had. Here's where another strange twist occurred in the case. 2 days later, the Spanish authorities received a telegram from the Italian ship. According to them, while en route to Venezuela, El Fausto suddenly and inexplicably sunk. The ship had been lost to the sea, taking with it the half-mummified body on board and most of the evidence. Well, that didn't make any sense. The ship was reportedly in perfect condition. How had this happened? Nobody seemed to know. The remaining evidence that was found on El Fausto eventually arrived in La Palma. Julio Garcia's wife recognized the notebook immediately and confirmed that the message had been written in her husband's handwriting, indicating that the body most likely belonged to Julio. He had scrawled a goodbye message to his wife in the notebook, though it was clear that the beginning pages had been removed. The message ended with the cryptic words, "Don't ever tell our children about what happened to me. You know that God wanted this fate for me. Love you." It's clear from those words that Julio knew he was about to lose his life, though since his remains are now somewhere at the bottom of the Atlantic, we'll never know how it came to end for sure. Why were the beginning pages of his message missing? What did they say? Did they contain an explanation about what had happened? Where were Ramon, Eliberto, and Miguel? Why had El Fausto been found so far off course? Why did the men reject the help of the British ship that found them? Why did El Fausto itself suddenly sink without any further explanation from the Italians? Why does none of this seem to make any sense? To this day, nobody knows the answers to any of those questions. Many theories have been thrown around, none of them particularly convincing. No matter how you look at it, the mystery of El Fausto doesn't make any sense. With the El Fausto now at the bottom of the sea, the truth about what happened on board will probably never surface. The cases I examine almost always involve deaths and disappearances, but given the subject matter of this video, let's take the opportunity to explore a different kind of mystery altogether. Something a little more otherworldly. In 1972, ufologist J. Allen Hynek created a scale of close encounters designed to help bring scientific credence to the study of extraterrestrials. There are close encounters of the first kind, in which a person merely sees an unidentified flying object. Close encounters of the second kind, in which the alleged UFO causes some sort of physical effect on the observers or the environment. And most infamously, close encounters of the third kind, where an actual extraterrestrial being is seen by witnesses. Considered by many to be the most credible report of an alien encounter in history, this is the story of the Ariel School Incident, a close encounter of the third kind. Located in the rural town of Ruwa, Zimbabwe, Ariel is a private primary school whose student body is made up of youngsters from the wealthiest families in the area, some of them native Zimbabweans, many of them from South Africa and the UK. It was September 14th, 1994. A group of 62 students, all of them aged between 5 and 12, were out playing in a large field just behind the school during break time, away from the view of all the teachers, who were inside having a meeting. It was 10:15 a.m. Halfway through the recess, some of the students came rushing back inside, many of them shaken and clearly terrified. They started babbling to the teachers about two creatures that they had just met in the schoolyard. According to the testimonies of those 62 children, while out playing in the field, they noticed several silver orbs floating above the school. These objects occasionally flashed red before vanishing in a burst of light, only for them to reappear moments later. Shortly afterwards, a large, disc-like silver object descended from the sky and began hovering just above the ground. 4 smaller discs floated down alongside it. All the students rushed to see what these objects were. When they got close, they noticed 2 humanoid figures, which they all described as little men, both of them about 3 feet tall. One of them sat atop the main craft. The other ran back and forth along the ground, seemingly examining the terrain. After 15 minutes, the crafts ascended back into the sky and out of view, taking the 2 creatures with them. Now here's where the story gets interesting. Obviously, the teachers all thought the children were just being silly and playing some sort of imaginative game. When they all went home after school and told their parents, the adults started taking their claims a little more seriously. There were 62 kids all saying the exact same thing after all, so they were all individually questioned. All of their accounts of the incident were disturbingly similar. Firstly, they were asked to describe the little men that they saw. Consistently, they all talked about the men having large, elongated heads, stretched, rugby-like eyeballs that sat low on their cheeks, small mouths with no lips, no discernible ears, and long, scrawny necks. They also all mentioned them wearing black, shiny, skin-tight suits, and that they both had long, black hair. Now you might think the students' descriptions were so consistent, because that pretty much sounds like a stereotypical alien, but bear in mind that many of these youngsters didn't even know what an alien was, and weren't even familiar with the concept of them. In interviews, many of the local children referred to them as tokoloshi, evil goblins from African folklore that feast on children. Others thought that they were magic gardeners, given how they were going up and down the grounds. Only a handful of them brought up the idea of aliens. The fact that the students came from a diverse set of backgrounds meant that a lot of different interpretations came up, suggesting that none of them had been coached on what to say. Many of these interviews were filmed, and if you watch the footage, you'll notice that all the students appear to be acting very authentically and believably. As one female student put it, "I swear by every hair on my head and the whole Bible that I'm telling the truth." The most scary part of their testimonies came when they were asked what the little men actually did when they landed. 12 of the students were asked this, and with varying degrees of eloquence, they all said the same thing. They all mentioned that when they got close to the 2 beings, time seemed to slow down or stop. They said that one of the entities noticed them and then disappeared into thin air, only to reappear moments later. The 2 now motionless beings stared at the students. When the students looked into the creature's quote-unquote horrible eyes, they instantly became transfixed. The beings then communicated with them telepathically. According to the students, the little men flashed terrifying images into their heads, which they interpreted as a frightening warning. A warning about environmental destruction and the dangers of technology and pollution, concepts many of them weren't even aware of beforehand. According to one student, he interpreted the images as meaning, "The world is going to end. Maybe because we don't look after our planet or the air. Like all the trees will go down, and there'll be no air. People will be dying." Those thoughts came from the man, in the man's eyes. So, what makes this case so credible in the eyes of ufologists and alien enthusiasts? Well, firstly, the fact that there were 62 witnesses, all with a consistent story. Many of these witnesses were unaware of the concept of a UFO, but they all used folklore creatures from their respective cultures to paint a very similar picture about their interpretations. Bad child actors are easy to spot, but the footage of all of them describing the ordeal comes across as totally natural, unrehearsed, and uncoached. Not to mention, many of them were interviewed years later as adults, and they all stand by what they said back in 1994, and seem to have genuinely been emotionally affected by their experience. Unlike most people who fake encountering aliens, these men and women aren't attention seekers, and have seemingly done their best to avoid bringing up the incident, worried about being judged or publicly humiliated if they talk about it. Finally, it's also worth noting that on the morning of the incident, numerous eyewitnesses across South Africa reported seeing a meteor-like object flash through the sky. The prospect of this being some sort of prank is highly unlikely, given how seriously such claims would have been treated in rural Zimbabwe, particularly back in 1994. Given that many parents would have genuinely feared their kids being demonically possessed by a tokoloshi, this would have been no joking matter. That leaves only two possible explanations: mass hysteria or authentic close encounter. Personally, I'd side with Scully over Mulder on this one. I'm much more inclined to go with a terrestrial explanation rather than an extraterrestrial one. The students got collectively excited about something in the playfield, and then suggestive questioning by interviewers convinced them all that they really had had that experience. That being said, many people believe otherwise, and cite this as one of the most credible accounts of alien interaction for all the reasons previously stated. But what do you think? Little green men or little white lies? The truth is out there. A much more grounded mystery with a spacey context for this one. Founded by a man called Edward Mielnik back in 1990, Antrovis was a Polish cult that held some very strange beliefs, to say the least. According to Mielnik, 8 billion years ago, Earth was visited by two spaceships, one of them containing the Slavic peoples, who originally come from the planet Atlanta. Like many other cultists, the followers of Antrovis wholeheartedly believe that the world was soon about to end, and that the only way to survive the apocalypse was by escaping in their Slavic spaceship. In their minds, the aliens would return in their ship just before the Earth's destruction, save the dedicated Antrovis members from certain death, and take them to the planet Marinda. Thing is, the alien spaceship needed to be powered somehow, and the only fuel source was the energy found within the people of Central Europe. Apparently, World War II was some sort of plot to kill as many Central Europeans as possible, so that the guy with the Chaplin mustache, no, the other one, could escape
It looks
Earth with
really
all his
good.
friends. Pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, I found out
Anyway,
that the front
it was the early
here
90s.
is not centered. Like,
Antrovis was certain the end was nigh, and that their alien
the
spacecraft
flame
would soon
here
arrive.
is not centered.
They needed to get their hands on some of that sweet, sweet spaceship
Oh no,
power
just shift it
quickly,
over.
or else they will be doomed.
That's what I'm planning.
How did they
need
plan to harvest that power? By
change the
giving up
color
their body
anyway.
parts. Many members started to mutilate themselves in order to help power the ship. Many male members cut off the parts of themselves that contain the most powerful energy, namely their family jewels. Oh, it hurts to even say it. What they actually did with these chopped off bits remains unclear. Now, from an outsider's perspective looking in,
I'll do that
this could all
after
seem
I'm
darkly
done with
comical.
the top bands.
But here's where things turn from darkly comical to darkly tragic. In their quest to harvest as much energy as possible, it seems Antrovis may have turned to murder. In August of 1993, Andrei Cielecki, 18, vanished on his way to school, never to be seen again. Because of his interest in ufology, the young man had gotten heavily involved with Antrovis, and over time, his parents noticed that his behavior was becoming weirder and weirder. He'd sit alone in his room for hours meditating, ignoring his schoolwork and friends. Over time, he started to show signs of fear and agitation, saying that he thought someone was out to get him. He stopped sleeping and barely ate any food because he was so worried someone was trying to poison him. Not long afterwards, he went missing. Though many suspect Antrovis were responsible, no concrete evidence was ever found linking the group to Andrei's disappearance. Around the same sort of time, another young man, only 16, also vanished. He too had links to Antrovis. The group liked to recruit younger, more impressionable members, much to the behest of the inductees' parents. In 1995, a PE teacher and fellow member of Antrovis also disappeared. His remains were actually found in the Odra River. His head had been battered in, and someone had removed his manhood with surgical precision. 2 surgeons who were members of Antrovis were questioned, but the authorities were unable to link them to the teacher's demise, and the case went cold. Though all 3 of these cases are still technically unsolved, it's strongly suspected that Antrovis were responsible for the teacher's death, and that the 2 aforementioned boys suffered the same fate at the hands of its members. Though Antrovis has since formally disbanded, it's believed that they still unofficially exist in Poland in an underground capacity. Since it's extremely common for cult members to become estranged from their families and friends, it's very likely more people were selected for involuntary harvest. Their sudden and mysterious disappearances simply never reported. Question is, how many? Hi guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. I hope you enjoyed these mysteries. Something a little more otherworldly for you guys. It's nice to explore something different every now and then. A huge thank you to Robin Mickelson for making the thumbnail for this video. Check out his work by following the links down below. And also a massive thank you to all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters. Ms. Crypto, The Only Dorita, Sloane Crawford, Silas Geist, Sarah Ramirez, ProCupidine Natter, Philip Westra, Peter Loggerage, Nadine, Native Beauty, Monica Mendoza, Myra Lancaster, Leonardo Martinez, Infamous Sempapi, Grey White Rabbit, Gina Valera, Expand On, Crawford K. MacDonald, Connor Lothan, Charlie Lackey, Azrael Warakai, Alex Greensall, Maria Brown, Mrs. Yvonne Rankin, Dapper, Boise McSnatchy, Matthew J. Bauer, Teddy Street, Amanda Hanson, Hamish K, and Phantom Knight. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. It really helps the channel out. That wraps things up for this one, guys. Remember to smash that like button or I'll smash you, and you'll be hearing from me again very soon. Until then, you all stay spooky. And remember, the best things happen in the dark. Today's video is sponsored by Raycon. Co-founded by Ray J, Raycon is disrupting the electronics industry by making great sound for everyone. Their wireless earbuds start at half the price of other premium audio brands and sound just as awesome as any other top products on the market. From Snoop Dogg to Melissa Etheridge, Raycon earbuds have become the obsession of countless celebrities, and it's easy to see why. They give you 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, and a more compact design for a comfortable, noise-isolating fit. Raycon's wireless earbuds come in a range of fun colours and patterns, with a variety of fit options to choose from, and no dangling wires or stems getting in the way of things. Summer's fast approaching, and if there's one thing I love to do on a sunny day, it's unplug myself from all my devices and get outside. My favourite way to relax, recharge, and enjoy some me time is by going out into nature alone and listening to a couple of albums or podcasts, and my pair of Raycon earbuds allow me to take a break from screens without having to completely unplug myself. If you two are itching to spend more time outdoors this summer, a pair of Raycons could really help to enhance your time away from the house. So, if you want to help support the channel and get a pair of awesome earbuds in the process, head over to buyraycon.com/masquerade to get 15% off your Raycon purchase. With Raycon's 45-day free return policy, you've really got nothing to lose. So again, that's buyraycon.com/masquerade, or simply click the link in the description below and be part of the next wave of premium wireless audio. Now, I love covering a good John or Jane Doe mystery on occasion, so today I thought, heck, why not dedicate a whole video to him? But Lazy, what's a John Doe, I hear some of you cry. Oh, my innocent little friends. John or Jane Doe are multi-use names given to people when their true identity is either unknown or protected. Most famously, however, these names are used to refer to unidentified human bodies, the otherwise nameless dead. And believe me when I say, there's more of those than you'd like to imagine. In the USA alone, there are a staggering 40,000 corpses on record that remain unidentified, and a huge percentage of them are murder victims. They're the people who nobody came forward to claim, the people nobody seems to be looking for. They were once alive and living their lives like the rest of us, but somewhere along the way, they got forgotten about. And when their lives were taken from them, so were their identities. The detectives on these types of cases not only have to work out who the killer is, but also the victims themselves, making their jobs 10 times harder. Rather than let these unfortunate souls remain nameless, the authorities give them back some of their humanity by naming them either John or Jane Doe. Though if there's something distinctive about their remains, they might get a more descriptive moniker. For example, the Grateful Doe, so named because of the Grateful Dead t-shirt he was wearing at the time of his demise. Along with a surrogate name, these does are also given a surrogate face. Reconstruction artists create images of what these does may have looked like in real life, in hopes that somebody might recognize them and come forward with information about who they were, or how they came to meet their fate. These images are often quite unsettling to look at. A lot of them fall somewhere in uncanny valley territory. They look human enough for our brains to recognize them as such, but there's something off about them that disturbs us. Something not quite right about the images. If you've ever looked at a police sketch or sculpture and thought to yourself, why have they made the victim look so weird? Then you're definitely not alone. Thing is, that weird, sometimes over-the-top style is completely by design, and actually serves a purpose. You see, the victim's distinguishing features are intentionally accentuated, because, believe it or not, that actually increases the odds that the person gets recognized and identified. Exaggerated composites are more likely to grab people's attention, stay in people's minds, and get talked about, and spark memories about how someone might have seen that person. When they're made to look too realistic, they tend to fall into that generic, that could be anybody category. But when they look more like caricatures, they may just ring a few bells, and somebody might think, actually yeah, I did see a girl with a crooked neck around that sort of time. With all that in mind, let's take a look at a few of those composites right now, and examine some doe cases where either the victim, the perp, or both still remain unidentified. Who knows? Maybe you could help ID them. Septic Tank Sam is the rather undignified name of an unidentified man whose body was found in Alberta back in 1997. As his unflattering moniker suggests, Sam was found at the bottom of a septic tank on an abandoned farmhouse, 13 kilometers west of Tofield. Though we still don't know who Sam was in life, we do know a lot about his grisly death. An autopsy revealed that just before being thrown in the septic tank, Sam had been tied up, beaten, repeatedly burned with a blowtorch, and had his manhood cut off with a pair of shears. A statement if ever there was one. He was then shot in the head and chest, before being wrapped in bedsheets and dumped in the half-filled tank. The way Sam was dispatched of has all the telltale signs of a revenge hit, with investigators describing his slaying as one of the most vindictive and sadistic crimes that they had ever encountered. Obviously, this leads to 3 main questions that we still don't know the answer to. Who was Septic Tank Sam? Who had he wronged, and how did he wrong them? Whoever did this to him must have really hated the guy, and when you hear about how Sam was slain, and imagine the scene in your mind, it's hard to believe that there was only one killer. Whoever they were, they decided to pour limestone into the septic tank after dropping Sam inside, probably to try and expedite his decomposition. In reality, when the limestone mixed with the water inside the tank, Sam's body actually began to dry out and become relatively well preserved. Even so, he'd been so thoroughly beaten that identifying him became an almost impossible task. Originally, the investigators believed that Sam was a 26 to 32-year-old Caucasian man, though because of the state of his remains, they really couldn't be sure. They weren't even really certain that he was even male, given how grievously he'd been mutilated down there. Over 800 dentists examined his teeth, but they couldn't find a dental record match. 2 years after his remains were discovered, his bones were exhumed and measured, leading forensic experts to conclude that he was actually a 35-year-old man of Aboriginal heritage. After taking measurements of his skull and samples of his DNA, and running that information through a computer program, they were able to create this reconstruction image of what Sam may have looked like in life. They estimate that he was between 5'5" and 5'7", and 145 to 165 pounds. His clothing, a blue Levi shirt, grey t-shirt, blue jeans, and imitation wallaby shoes, suggested that he was a local construction worker or farm labourer, though no such workers in the area have been reported missing. From the burn marks on his t-shirt sleeves, it's possible that he may have been tied to a bed at the time he was being tortured. A lack of physical evidence at the farm means that Sam's life was likely taken somewhere else. The detectives believe that whoever took his life were also locals, since they likely chose to dump him in the septic tank because they knew the farmhouse was abandoned. Septic Tank Sam was laid to rest in an unmarked grave, and his case is no closer to being solved now than it was back in the late 70s. Though we don't know exactly why Sam was slain, or even where, we know enough to picture what his final moments on this earth must have been like, and it's absolutely terrifying to think about. But what do you think? Was Sam an innocent victim, or was this a case of vigilante justice? Even if that is the case, did this extreme punishment fit the crime? Let me know your theories down below. A quick one for this second entry. Take a look at this composite sketch. Doesn't seem all too creepy at first, right? But ask yourself, why did the artist draw the woman with her hand covering her face like that? The answer is unsettling. This image represents Harris County Jane Doe, otherwise known as Red Nails, a woman whose body was found in a Texas ditch in 1989. The top part of her head had been battered into jelly, so the composite artist strategically drew her hand in such a way as to hide that part of her face, and also to show off the only things they had to idea with: her jewelry and her immaculate teeth. Since most of her face was gone, there was nothing else to go off. This is a case where the Jane Doe was eventually identified, albeit 15 years after her body was found. Red Nails turned out to be a woman named Cheryl Bowman, a drifter who had cut ties with her family. Though her identity has been reclaimed, the identity of her killer is still unknown to this day, and as such, her case remains unsolved. The year was 1976. The place? Otterbein, a small, rural town in Benton County, Indiana. It was home to the Scoogs, a farming family who owned 40 acres of corn along Benton County Road 200 South. That evening, the family's son, Curtis Skoog, was outside mowing the lawn when he saw his father, Norman, and his grandfather, Everett, pull up in the driveway in the eldest man's pickup truck. In the bed of the pickup was a white cardboard box, which had been sealed shut with furnace tape and tied tightly with clothesline. While out harvesting in a remote area about 1.5 miles away from the family home, Norman had come across the mysterious box, which somebody had left deep within the cornfield. Strange. The box was blocking the path of his combine, so he hopped out to move it. He quickly realized that the box was far too heavy for one man to lift alone. That's when he called his father-in-law, Everett, and together they loaded it into Everett's pickup and brought it back to the house to open it up. They untied the line, cut open the tape, and together the 3 generations of men made one horrifying discovery. Inside the box, wrapped in layers of plastic, was what appeared to be something in the shape of a human. There was a broken vial of perfume resting on top of it. Immediately, they all knew that something wasn't right. Sheriff Donald Steely came to inspect the strange package. He peeled back the layers of heavy plastic, and all at once, a disgusting odor hit all of their nostrils. It was the smell of death. Wrapped up like a morbid Christmas present was the body of a woman in the fetal position. Rope bound her body together. Her head was wrapped in paper towels and trash can liners. She was partially decomposed, and the perfume had clearly been used to mask the odors. They estimated she'd been dead for between 7 and 10 days. This was a grisly discovery for sure, and the first order of business was to figure out who this woman was. That shouldn't take too long, thought the officers. Although the woman had no ID on her, she was clearly around 50 or 60 years old, and surely she had some family out there looking for her. It was only a matter of time before they matched her with a missing persons report and somebody came to identify her. Well, that's the thing. No one came forward to claim her remains, meaning that the woman remained unidentified. Whoever she was, it was clear nobody was missing her. This made the authorities' jobs much harder and gave them very little to work with. The perps in most murder cases are a spouse, a close relative, or a friend of the victim, but without knowing who she was, investigators were left scratching their heads as to who to question. If the strange nature in which this woman was disposed of didn't give it away, it was now glaringly obvious to the authorities that this wasn't going to be their typical case. They named her the Box Lady of Benton County. A sketch of the Benton County Doe's face was drawn up and was made public, along with a description of the scene and a number of specific details about her. She had brownish grey hair and brown eyes, was 5 foot 2 inches tall, weighed around 160 pounds, and was wearing light green trousers and a light green shirt which were in good condition. She wasn't wearing any shoes, jewellery, or makeup. Her distinguishing facial features included an upturned nose, as well as abnormally large ears for her small face. A scar ran from her sternum to her stomach. Her hands were covered in calluses. She was fingerprinted, but didn't match with anyone on the police's database, meaning that she had never been arrested and that she was born in the USA. Still, that didn't help narrow things down much. After an autopsy, it was determined that somebody had shot the doe in the back of the head with a shotgun. Detectives started to theorize why somebody would do that to the poor woman, and then so heartlessly pack her into a box and dump her in a farmer's cornfield. The calluses on her hands suggested that she may have been a cleaning lady. If that's the case, then perhaps she saw something or heard something that she wasn't supposed to at a client's house, and was subsequently silenced. They started to wonder if this could be mob-related. Even with the police actively appealing for leads, the woman's remains went unclaimed, and her identity remained a mystery. As such, they buried her in an unmarked grave, and turned their focus to the only other piece of evidence they had: the box itself. They came to the conclusion that the box had been manufactured in Chicago, and believed that's where the woman must have been from. So, they figured they knew where the box had come from. Now the question was, how did it come to be in a cornfield in Benton County? The spot where the box was discovered was far away from any roads, and there was no evidence of broken corn stems leading up to its location, suggesting that nobody had dragged it into the field. Despite it raining the evening prior, the box itself was completely dry, meaning that it had been dumped there very recently. As strange as it sounds, the main theory is that it was dropped there via helicopter. None of the other farmers in the area reported seeing or hearing any cars in the lead up to the box's discovery, and given how rural this area is, that's the sort of thing these busy outdoorsmen tend to notice. There were reports of a helicopter in the area, however. According to 3 different witnesses, they saw a chopper hovering near the ground around the area where the box was later discovered. There was also a circular imprint at the scene, which could have easily been made by a chopper's updraft. If that's the case, I'd say it definitely supports the theory that some rich and powerful individuals are responsible for what happened to the box lady. Pretty crazy to think about. In an effort to give the woman back her name, Benton County Doe's remains were dug up in 2019 and her DNA was collected. No matches were found. As of right now, it's been 45 years, and we don't even know the box lady's identity, let alone the identity of the person or persons who took her life. Who was she? Who were they? And why did they do what they did? It's sad to think that nobody was out looking for our doe. No family, no friends. Surely somebody out there knows who this lady was. Perhaps one day they'll come forward with information. Until that day, she'll remain the box lady of Benton County, buried without a name or headstone, alive in people's memories, not for who she was in life, but for how her life ended. This is one of several reconstructions of Cheonan Jane Doe, an unidentified murder victim from South Korea. On January 10th, 2006, 7 pieces of a dismembered body were found in a garbage can in Cheonan City. The arms and the entire torso of the victim were missing. thumb marks on her neck indicated that somebody had squeezed the life out of her. The remains were fresh. Jane Doe's life had been taken no more than 2 days prior, and she had been dumped in the trash in the early hours of that morning. Whoever had butchered her had done so with surgical precision, cutting neatly along all of the joints, suggesting that the perp had a background in medicine. Detectives were of course eager to figure out who this woman was. Although her arms were missing, her hands had been left behind by whoever had dumped her, so they ran her fingerprints through the system. No matches. That was odd. Every adult in South Korea is required to have their fingerprints documented. This woman had somehow slipped through the system. Given the condition of her remains, the authorities couldn't exactly release images of her head to the public, so they created a number of sketches and efits to depict what Jane Doe may have looked like in life. Here's what they know for sure. The doe was in her late 50s and was rather short, standing only 5 feet tall. She had a waistline of around 30 inches. A groove in one of her teeth suggested that the woman may have originally been from China. The type of groove is associated with eating sunflower seeds, a popular snack in China. Had the woman somehow been able to bypass immigration when she came to Korea, that could explain why her fingerprints weren't on record. Most of the clothes found alongside her remains were also Chinese brands. A pair of men's trousers were also found with the Jane Doe. Interestingly, they were covered in paint splatches and were the type used by construction workers, meaning the trousers likely belonged to the perp, since no construction companies in the area accepted female workers at the time. 7 months passed without any leads, when, unexpectedly, a plastic bag was found in a sewage treatment center in Seoul. Inside the bag were a pair of arms and a torso. The most disturbing part? They didn't belong to our Jane Doe. The authorities thought that they'd found the missing pieces of this morbid human puzzle, but all they'd fished out of the sewage was a thicker plot. To this day, nobody knows who those body parts belong to, though considering the circumstances and MO, it's likely that both Cheonan Jane Doe and Seoul Jane Doe were slain by the same person. Still, there's never been any direct correlation made between the two cases, and in both instances, the identity of the perp and the two sliced-up victims remains a mystery. This is the reconstructed face of Bitter Creek Betty, also known as Rose Doe, due to the distinctive rose tattoo on her chest. On March 1st, 1992, a truck driver in Sweetwater, Wyoming, came across what he thought were 2 trash bags at the bottom of an embankment on the side of the road. As he examined them from a distance, he realized what he was actually looking at. The body of a woman, face down in the snow, completely clothless. He quickly radioed in his discovery. Although she'd been dead for between 1 and 5 months before being found, all the snow meant that Bitter Creek Betty had stayed well preserved. In fact, she was so thoroughly frozen that it took a full 24 hours for her remains to thaw out, after which the coroners made some gruesome discoveries. They determined that the unknown woman had likely been killed with an ice pick, which had been thrust up into her left nostril. Other signs of physical trauma were also present around her neck and face. Given that Betty was found in Bitter Creek, an area just off the I-80, America's busiest east-to-west highway, investigators theorized that her body had hastily been tossed from a transport truck. Betty's fingerprints were scanned, but no matches were found. As such, this composite was created to show what Betty may have looked like when she was alive. A post-mortem photo with drawn-on eyes was also released, but it's quite eerie to look at, so I won't show that here. Regardless, believe me when I say that this is one instance where the police sketch is actually very accurate. After examining her DNA, forensics showed that Bitter Creek Betty was of South American and European descent. She was 5'8", weighed around 125 to 130 pounds, and was between 24 and 32 years old. Though she had no clothes on when she was found, she was wearing some jewelry, notably a gold necklace and a gold wedding ring on her left ring finger. That strongly suggests that our doe had a husband, making it stranger that nobody had come forward to claim her remains, or even report her missing. A cesarean scar on her abdomen indicated that she had also given birth at least once in her lifetime, as previously stated, she had a distinctive rose tattoo with Chinese lettering on the stem. This tattoo was traced to a business in Tucson, Arizona. The artist
Welcome
unveiled the
back.
process to help the detectives with their investigation.
Time to color match everything.
Through this method, he was able to remember that our doe had come into the store in June 1991, that she was a Hispanic hitchhiker who spoke without an accent, and that she'd been wearing a brown dress detailed with the yellow flowers. That dress was depicted in her sketch. After Bitter Creek Betty's remains were examined, her case was linked to another unidentified murder victim, Utah's Sheridan County Jane Doe. DNA found at both scenes suggested that a serial killer with blood type O was responsible for their slayings. That development later proved hugely significant. 28 years after Betty's body was found, in May of 2020, a long-haul truck driver named Clark Perry Baldwin was arrested not only for her slaying, but also for taking the lives of Sheridan County Jane Doe and a Tennessee woman named Pamela McCall. Pamela was pregnant at the time she was slain, and as such, the 59-year-old was charged with 4 counts of first degree. His trial is still
the eyebrows. Who needs eyebrows?
It's likely that Baldwin took the lives of many other women during his active years, and a few other Jane Doe cases
Eyebrows are
similar to
overrated.
Bitter Creek Betty's are now being reinvestigated. Among them, North Carolina's New Hope Jane Doe, who was also found dumped 15 feet down an embankment along the I-40. Her shoes have been taken as some sort of sick souvenir. Though it seems likely the perp in Bitter Creek Betty's story has been found and will face justice, her identity still remains a mystery. Thus far, 9 people have been ruled out as possibilities. It's strange to think that somewhere out there, this woman had a husband and a child.
The guy that was teaching about automotive, like in his old videos, he's standing and everything, but all of a sudden, I just realized he's in a wheelchair.
Why haven't they come forward?
So I'm like, what the hell
She
happened?
never reported missing.
Did I have eyebrows
On the
like
bright
this?
side, of all the cases I've covered and will cover in this video, Betty's is by far the most likely to be
I kind of
solved.
like it.
Hee
There's something wrong.
More than a
No.
quarter of a century has passed since Windy Point Jane Doe's body was found in Colorado, and all these years later, her true name still remains unknown. Back in 1994, her skeletal remains were found scattered above Divine Road near Windy Point Campground. For all anyone knows, they could have been left there years prior, with nobody ever coming across them. In her case, foul play was instantly suspected. Forensic scientists did their best to create this image of what Jane Doe may have looked like in life. Yeah, unfortunately the technology wasn't quite there at the time. I'm getting some strong Uncanny Valley vibes off this one. For years, this was the best that detectives had to work with, and although the reconstruction actually generated a few calls, none of them led anywhere. Without the woman's identity, or anything else to work with, there was little the investigators could do. Well, that was a long time ago, and technology has improved leaps and bounds since then. Nowadays, e-fits can be generated using familial DNA collected from genealogy sites like 23andMe or Ancestry DNA. By analysing the DNA of people distantly related to John and Jane Doe's, far more accurate composites can be created to show us what the victims may have looked like in life.
Yes, that looks really
In May
nice.
of 2019, such an e-fit was created for Windy Point Jane Doe, using only the DNA collected
It
from her
looks
bones.
cute, like little small
As you can
caterpillars.
see, the updated e-fit is quite different from the original. With these new advancements, forensic experts were also able to conclude that she was between 35 and 45 years old when she died, that she was 5 foot 4 inches tall, and that she was Caucasian, with auburn-coloured hair. Though this new image is yet to help authorities uncover Windy Point's true identity, I've included this one to show just how much better these reconstructions are getting, how technology is helping to give new life to the long dead, and how even when we can't give a doe back their name, we can at least give them back a face. Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. On screen now are some of the winners and runners-up of my recent Discord art challenge. The theme for this one was Monster, and we got some really great entries, so be sure to come and join the fun over on the Lazy Masquerade Discord server. Link in the description below. Taking home the bronze medal was the Gothic Librarian with her written piece. Silver medal went to Ella Favela, and the overall winner was Modius Vivendi. Congratulations to you guys, and thank you for entering. Before the video ends, a huge shout out to my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters. Teddy Street, Amanda Hanson, Dapper, Phantom Knight, Hamish K, Alex Greensall, Azrael Warakai, Charlie Lackey, Connor Lawton, Crawford K. McDonald, Expand Dong, Gina Valera, Infamous Sempapi, Leonardo Martinez,
Yes.
Myra Lancaster,
Trying to
Monica
make
Mendoza,
them fade
Native
out a
Beauty,
little bit.
Nadine,
Okay.
Peter Loggerich,
Looks good.
Philip Westra,
Very good.
Procupidine Natter,
There yet.
Sarah Ramirez, Silas Geist, Solon Crawford, The Only Dorita, and Ms. Crypto Lead. Thank you guys so much for your continued support, it really helps the channel out. That wraps things up for this one, guys. You'll be hearing from me again very soon, but until then, you all stay spooky. And remember, the best things happen in the dark. Today's video is sponsored by Raycon. Co-founded by Ray J, Raycon have been shaking up the electronics industry recently by designing wireless earbuds that start at about half the price of any other premium products on the market and sound just as amazing as any other top audio brands you know. They've become the obsession of celebrities from Snoop Dogg to Melissa Etheridge, and it's easy to see why. Raycon earbuds give you 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, and a more compact design for a comfortable, noise-isolating fit, which makes them perfect for both work and play. Their wireless earbuds come in a range of fun colors and patterns, with a variety of fit options and no dangling wires or stems, so there's really a pair for everybody. If you're trying to take a break from screens, but don't want to feel totally unplugged, Raycon wireless earbuds are the best way to bring your content with you wherever you go. Recently, I've been using my pair to either listen to the news or the latest episodes of my favorite podcasts whenever I go out jogging. That way I can stay up to date without keeping my eyes glued to a screen. Raycon's wireless earbuds have that great sound clarity that keeps me engaged with whatever I'm working out to, and sometimes I get so immersed I forget I'm out sweating it at all. Right now, Raycon have a spine-chilling discount available for all of my viewers. So if you're looking for a way to support the channel while also getting a pair of quality earbuds, just click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/masquerade to get 15% off your Raycon purchase. With Raycon's 45-day free return policy, you've really got nothing to lose. So again, that's buyraycon.com/masquerade, or simply click the link in the description box below and be a part of the next wave of premium wireless audio. When I was just a baby, something terrifying and blood-boiling happened when my dad was out shopping with me. I of course don't have any memory of the event, but I found out about it when I got older. My dad was out at a supermarket picking out some groceries, carrying me around as he went through the aisles. He bought a few small items and walked out to the parking lot, plastic bag in one hand, me in the other. As he was halfway to our car, he noticed a woman with curly red hair get out of a nearby vehicle. She started power walking up to my dad, not in his general direction, I mean right towards him specifically. He'd never seen this woman in his life, but from her expression, he knew something was up. Her brow was raised, her jaw clenched, as if she was hyper-focused and pumped up with adrenaline. My dad stopped dead in his tracks as she got close, realizing that she was coming to say something to him. But she didn't say anything. As soon as she got up close to my father, she snatched me right out of his hands. My dad immediately tried to take me back, but the woman started screaming that he was a kidnapper. She was shouting so loudly that everyone else in the parking lot turned to see what was going on.
Welcome back.
They all came running over to restrain my dad.
Welcome
and
back,
help the
Klepto.
woman. They all just instinctively believed her. She started hurrying back to her vehicle, with me in her arms. I thank my lucky stars that my dad wasn't alone during that trip to the store. In our car, across the lot, was my mother. She'd just heard all the commotion and saw what was happening. In the blink of an eye, she was out of our car and right up in the woman's face. Instinct took over her, and she says she doesn't remember crossing the lot to get to me, but somehow, on autopilot, she wrestled me away from the woman. Realizing she wasn't going to get away with me, the woman jumped inside her vehicle and sped out of the lot.
Yeah, when I was a baby.
My mum cleared things up with all of the other shoppers holding down my dad.
Oh
We were all
no.
extremely shocked and remorseful.
After
But it just
that,
goes
she
to
got
show
so
that things aren't always as
paranoid.
they seem.
They started
This was all the way
always
back in the 70s,
covering
and security
my,
cameras weren't what they are
collar
nowadays.
with a blanket.
Nobody got
You
the
have
woman's
to
license plate,
unhook
and to
to
my
get
parents'
to-
knowledge, she was never found.
That's crazy.
The
Yeah.
scariest part is that according to my dad, from the way she acted, the confidence she exhibited, and the speed in which everything went down, it was clear to him that she had done this before.
So
There is pure
paranoid.
evil in this world, folks. Remember that, even when you're out doing something as innocent as a quick grocery run.
Now
My
on
buddy had just
V4,
moved to a new
no.
area, and he was having some trouble sleeping. It was a pretty isolated little suburb, and being used to city life and all the light pollution that came with it, the super dark nights in this new place didn't sit too well with him. One night, he was lying in bed, trying his best to fall asleep, when he heard a knocking on his front door. This was around midnight, so that freaked him out a bit to say the least. He tiptoed downstairs and honed his ears. Whoever was on the other side of his front door was making a weird, wheezing noise. He didn't have a peephole or anything, so he put the chain on and opened the door up, thinking somebody outside might need some help. At the door was a humanoid figure with blood all over its deformed face, like some zombie or monster. It groaned at him, so he slammed the door, twisted every lock, and immediately called the police. The dispatcher told him that they'd received several other calls from that same street, all reporting the same bloody-faced monster standing at their doors. They were on their way. This had to be some kind of hoax, right? Well, turns out that his experience was far from some fever dream or prank. That night, one of the other residents on the street had decided to end it all and placed a shotgun under his jaw. The blast didn't kill him, but it obliterated his lower jaw, which was completely missing from his face. The guy then went door to door, trying to ask everybody for help, but his face and groans
that's so
only terrified
sad.
the other locals. Sad to say, the guy didn't make it.
Trying to get.
When I was a kid, I went to a friend's house for a sleepover. It was an extremely hot day in the middle of the summer break, 2001. My friends and I were around 12 or so at the time, and we'd all been eagerly awaiting this night. There were 4 of us staying over in total, a pretty nice-sized event. We watched movies, ate inordinate amounts of junk food, played N64 games, the works. At around 11 PM, my friend's parents told us it was time for lights out, but of course, we all secretly stayed up longer, keeping our voices low and the sound on the TV muted. We were playing the original Super Smash Bros., and the 4 of us were having a tournament. We agreed that whoever won the tournament could sleep in my friend's bed, while the rest of us had to sleep in sleeping bags on the floor. Catch was, whoever came in last had to sleep in the creepy spare bedroom on the first floor, all by themselves. For us, the stakes were high. That spare bedroom was on the other side of the house, down this horrible, pitch-black hallway. It had this eerie vibe to it, a sort of ghostly vibe, the stereotypical haunted room that terrifies a young mind. There was even a family rumor that one of the previous tenants had died in that room. Chilling stuff. Not wanting to lose the tournament, I picked the character I was best with, Captain Falcon. We drew lots
Yo.
to see who'd face off against who, and it all culminated in a free-for-all match that was worth extra points. Luckily for me, I was able to Falcon kick and punch my way to victory. Our friend Jamie came in last. Unfortunately for him, he now had to make the walk down the dark hallway alone and sleep in the supposedly haunted bedroom. He begged us not to make him go, but being young boys, we all told him that a deal's a deal, and that if he didn't go, he'd never live it down. He reluctantly scooped up his sleeping bag, quietly snuck out of my friend's bedroom, and nervously creeped through the hallway until he got to the spare bedroom's door. He slowly twisted the handle, entered, and closed the door behind him. That's the last any of us ever saw of Jamie.
What?
The next morning, when we went to check on him, we found the room completely empty, the window wide open. We told the adults that Jamie was gone, and they in turn called the police. According to them, the most likely scenario was that because it was a hot night, Jamie opened the window before going to sleep.
He said something
Sometime
about
after that, someone came through the open
if we're
window
allowed to
and
speak
took him.
Vietnamese.
Nobody else heard a
we
thing, and none of the other
keep it in
neighbors saw
English.
anything either. To this
Yeah,
day, we don't know
and
what
my
happened to Jamie,
Vietnamese comprehension
still
reading
waiting
skills
for
is
updates.
not the best.
Looking back, I of course wish we hadn't made him go. I wish we'd made a different
You know
forfeit.
what? I realized something. Maybe
We were
Black
young.
Wolf should be
It was
able
an
to
innocent
translate
day,
it
and
better.
There's no way any of us could have foreseen what was going to happen.
Get on Twitch,
But
Black
still,
Wolf.
I can't
Translate
help but
this.
feel in some way responsible.
My Vietnamese is
I
garbage.
think about Jamie
The
often.
second
Even to
book
this day.
heard Vietnamese is
He was a good
I
kid,
am
a good
awoken.
friend, and didn't deserve
True.
whatever happened to him.
Was that? Oh, that person instantly.
I was traveling around Australia during my gap year.
Yeah,
at the time.
instantly left.
It had always been a dream of mine to rent a camper van and drive the length and breadth of Gold Coast Road, then head on down to Melbourne and back up to Adelaide. I was by myself, trying to fulfill that dream, and in spite of traveling solo, I never felt lonely. That's because I met a lot of fun people along the way. Each day was an adventure, and each night was a new party with new faces. Single-serving friends, as they said in Fight Club. Pals for one evening, and then you never see them again. But of all the people I met on that trip, two stick out like a sore thumb in my mind. It was during one of my final nights in the country. I was close to Adelaide at this point, and had just met a couple of guys called Dave and Jacko. They seemed like fun people,
Never trust a guy
friendly
named
and
Dave.
up for a good time.
Honestly?
I spent the evening with them, drinking a few
Your
brews
name is
under the
Dave. I
stars.
said what I said.
As the evening drew to a close, I wished them both well, and said that if we didn't meet again, I hoped they'd both have nice lives. Since I was living out of my camper van to save money, I was sleeping
They
in
said
there too.
speak some
So I hopped
Vietnamese
inside my
sentences.
vehicle, a little dizzy from the night's
No.
beverages, and fell
No
asleep in the back almost
way.
immediately.
Yeah,
I woke up in the middle of the night to rumbling
I know.
and the sound of tires on dirt.
Happened like times
My
now.
van's engine was
Like,
roaring.
On
Whilst I was
Twitch?
sleeping in the back, someone had got their hands on my keys
Right,
and were now
like
driving
super
my
gay
vehicle to
people
God knows where,
called me.
with me still in the back.
Really?
I
Yeah.
started shouting,
Super gay.
"Hey, stop!"
That's weird.
But all I heard in reply was
Ah.
laughter and hollering. It was a sound I'd heard earlier when I'd made Jacko laugh. Now I knew who was driving me. Question was, where was Jacko taking me? Looking out the window, I could see that there was another car following ours. Behind the wheel was the other guy, Dave.
Like they
What were
demanded?
these guys up to? I didn't want to find out, so I took out my phone to call for help. No signal.
Yeah, very.
That's because we were long gone from civilization by that point. We were in the outback.
Yikes.
Because of the partition between the front and rear of the
Come on,
van,
people.
I couldn't see or
Don't.
get to Jacko. I
Same.
couldn't jump out of the back of the van either, given the speed
I'll
at
make
which
my
we were
bed
moving,
while I
the
watch.
fact that Dave was right behind
Hell
us,
yeah.
and the fact that we were in the middle of nowhere. So
LifuLifu
I
has a
tried
very
reasoning with Jacko,
militaristic
shouting for him to pull
way
over.
of making our
He
bed.
ignored me. I don't know how long I was
It's
in the
called
back door
making a
before I
bed.
woke up. How long this madman had been driving me. But eventually,
She's like, it
he
has to
came
be
to a
this,
stop.
it has to be 5 centimeters
Looking out
off the
window,
ground.
all I could see was
No, I'm
desolation.
kidding.
Nothing for miles in any direction. The
And then
road
there's
was
me.
straight
I
as
just
an outback.
flop it all on the bed.
Jacko
I'm
jumped out of
done.
the vehicle and hopped into Dave's car.
Like a
The pair of them
savage.
circled my van, kicking up dust all around.
Honestly,
I
what?
could hear them laughing and taunting me, saying things like, "Yeah, man,
I will,
have a
well,
nice
I will
life,"
return to
as
my
they drove
my
off back the
domain,
way that they had come,
aka
and
YouTube.
disappeared from my view. It's
Yeah.
infamously perilous.
No,
to travel
you're
into
stuck
the
on
outback.
Twitch forever.
Without shade or supplies, most people don't last a day. The sun was rising, and it was set to be a scorching day. I was dehydrated from the night before, and there was only one small bottle of water in the back of the van. The van itself was almost out of
Yeah, she
gas.
has free.
I had no phone signal.
There's no free
If I
will
couldn't
here.
get a hold of anyone, I was
What
dead.
I'm saying.
It's a
I had few
dictatorship.
choices. Sit
You
in my
all
vehicle
obey.
and make use of the weak air conditioning while
You
I
all
could,
obey
or hop
LifuLifu,
out
or
and
you
walk in a
are
random direction
kicked.
in hopes of finding help.
Well,
Though who
that's
knew how
not
far
what
away
I'm
that might
saying.
be. In the end, I chose the
Uh
former.
huh.
I was stuck out there for 20 hours before a helicopter overhead just so happened to spot my van, stranded in
I
the middle of
thrash
the
in my
outback.
sleep, so even when I make my
I
bed,
was
as soon
unconscious
as
when
I
the
fall
rescuers found
asleep,
me.
it's instantly ruined.
I was later told how lucky I was.
LifuLifu has like this
Drinking my water quickly instead of
odd
sipping it,
thing where she
not
just
exerting myself, and making use of
burrito
the AC
everything.
are what likely saved me.
So by the time
Well,
I wake up
that and pure
midnight,
luck. After
all the blankets
I was
off
on
of
the
me,
next flight
and I
home,
have to like
but made sure to give a full
inch
and
my
detailed
way.
description of the two
I'm
blokes that did
watching
this
you.
to me. Even
I
so,
had to like
to my knowledge,
slowly
Jacko
grab
and
the
May were never found.
blankets away from her, like
I often
unravel
wonder
it so
if
I
they
don't
ever
wake
did
her
this to
up.
anyone else.
Grab these
Doesn't seem
nuts.
like the kind of thing you just do once. The way they were laughing
Okay.
and taunting me, it was clear they had a taste for it. Whenever I read about people losing their lives in the outback,
The
I
face
think
she
back
made,
to
she's
the
like,
encounter and wonder if Dave and Jacko had something to do with it.
in the back row.
Oh, I'm in pain because I need to figure this out.
I think it's safe
Better
to
than
say
myself.
that my girlfriend and I experienced a sort of glitch in the matrix.
That bot doesn't shut up.
A decade ago, a good friend of mine went missing. His name was Tom. The guy had racked up some debt and ended up getting in cahoots with some bad people. But deep down, I knew he was a solid guy with
No.
a good heart.
What up?
For about a week, nobody had any idea where Tom was. He had no cell phone or any
No.
means of contact, so there was a little I could
Okay,
do
I'll
to help
stop
search
before
for
I
him.
get hit.
Sadly, his story didn't have a happy ending.
Unless.
Tom was found face down in the harbour on a gloomy Saturday morning. He'd been beaten to a pulp, had numerous broken bones, and had been finished off with a hammer to the side of the head. Rope burns around his wrists suggested that he had been tied up beforehand. Since he didn't have any family, I was called in to identify him, and sure enough, there on the slab was my
I
old
either
pal.
thrash in my sleep or
Even
lash
with
to
all
the
injuries
warmest
and
thing.
bloating, I knew it was him, no question about it.
I see.
And this was a big event in our town. Newspapers published pieces about it. The locals all talked about the guy who washed up in the harbour, what a tragedy it was, etc. For the next 3 days, Tom was the only thing on anyone's lips. Then, on the 4th day, we read the most unexpected piece of news in the local newspaper. Tom had been caught on CCTV, alive and well in a different city.
What do people who doesn't tidy
Detectives
their
were still on
bed
the
ask me
hunt for my
stupid
missing
questions like,
friend.
why are you in my house? And
I
how
was
did
as
you
shocked
get in?
as I was
Ma'am, clean your
dumbfounded.
bed.
I'd seen Tom
Now
dead
wait a
with my
minute.
own 2 eyes.
What the
Could I
fuck?
have made a mistake in identifying him? Then again, what were
But
the odds of a
also
guy who looked identical to Tom just
N-
happening to wash
no.
up in the town he was from 1 week after
You're
he
in
had
their
disappeared?
house.
Man, babe.
Another strange detail was
That's
that nowhere
wild,
in the
bro.
paper did it mention a body being fished out the harbour. It wasn't even something they glossed
Wild as
over.
reality.
Why wouldn't they have mentioned such a relevant and timely piece
That's
of
wild.
information like that? I went down to the local police station to see what was going on, and asked to chat with the detectives who were working the case personally, the ones who had previously asked me to come and ID Tom's remains. My head was spinning with questions. Was this sighting on CCTV legit? Was the man they found in the harbour really not Tom after all? Their reaction was chilling. They looked at me like I was crazy. What body? They asked me with total seriousness. What are you talking about, son? Even though this was the middle of July, I thought this must be some sort of bizarre April Fool's joke at first. I went over all the details of the previous few days, but they just looked at me perplexed. I even started to
They
question
didn't clean
whether
their
I was the crazy one.
fucking bed. I
Were
gotta
they
tell
playing
them.
dumb? Was this some sort of cover-up, and they
Okay.
were pretending not to know what I was talking about? I called up my girlfriend and told her about the investigators' reactions. She was as confused as I was. Together, we looked through the previous few days' newspapers. Nowhere was there any mention of Tom's body being found in the harbour, or anyone else's for that matter. We had definitely read that before, but for some reason, those articles were now missing. We asked around town, and nobody had heard about Tom in the water, despite it having been the hot topic for the past 3 days. They all agreed that this Tom fella was still missing, and that there was some new video footage that might help find him, but that was all. Even the people I'd previously talked to about Tom's death now seemingly knew nothing about it, even the ones who had seen him pulled from the water with their own eyes. Had my girlfriend not remembered Tom in the harbour as well, then I'd definitely think that my brain was playing tricks on me. But that's the thing. She does remember. She remembers everything. The newspaper stories, the detectives asking me to ID Tom, the gossip about his demise around town. Her version of events are the exact same as mine, but for some reason, we're the only two who remember any of this. Everyone else thinks that Tom is still out there somewhere, missing but alive. So, either my girlfriend and I both lived in the same sort of dreamlike reality for a few days, or the whole town is dead set on making us believe nothing happened and are covering up the body in the harbour. And to be honest, I don't know which of those two possibilities scares me more. I was out hiking by myself in the middle of nowhere a few years back, soaking up some nature on my day off from work. No one else around for miles. I knew the area well, so I decided to take a little detour from the main trail and go deeper into the surrounding woodland. I get pretty far in when I suddenly hear this deep, hearty laughter coming from somewhere within the woods.
What a sweet baby
Some fellow
ink.
hikers, I thought.
They wanna
Unusual, since I'd hiked this area many times
Like, actually,
and never
I'm not
encountered
even
anyone else
capping.
before.
You don't want to know. Horrible
The
people.
laughter continued, and given how friendly and warm it sounded, I followed it, curious about who was out there and what they were laughing about. I walked towards the cackling for a solid couple of minutes, and all the while, the laughter persisted. As I got closer, I realized just how loud this laughter was, and whoever was laughing had barely paused for breath the entire time. Must be a really funny joke, I thought. As I rounded a corner into a clearing, I came face to face with the laugher. It wasn't a group of people
Can
at
you
all.
convert that to
It was
V-Bucks?
one man,
Okay, bro.
sat on a log, all by himself. He was so dirty and disheveled, it looked like he'd been sat on that log for years. I looked around to see what was so hilarious. Perched on other logs, in a semicircle in front of the man, were several lifeless deer, made to sit upright like humans. They were all in various stages of decomposition, some much more fresh than others, meaning that the more rotten ones had been there for quite some time. It was like some mad hunter's tea party, and he'd clearly put a lot of effort into making them sit up. I began to back up, hoping to leave before this guy saw me. As I stepped backwards, I broke a tree branch underfoot, and when he heard it snap, the man abruptly fell silent. His head instantly turned to look right at me, his body unmoving, his face neutral, his eyes wide and crazed. He stared at me the way a hungry apex predator stares at its prey. We maintained eye contact for a few seconds. Then I tried to say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I stopped abruptly when I saw him reach for something. A hunting rifle. I hadn't noticed it resting against the log until the guy went to grab it. As soon as that registered, I turned and bolted. A couple of shots rang out behind me, followed by the cawing of birds, but I didn't stop to see whether they were aimed at me or whether they were just warning shots. I'm not sure if the guy pursued me, but if he did, I was clearly faster, as I made it back to the trail and away from him. I sprinted for as long as I could, till my heart felt like it was going to explode. Finally, I made it back to civilization. A couple of patrolmen were sent to look for the guy, but didn't find him anywhere. They didn't come across any deer either. To this day, I have no idea what I walked into, but I learned a couple of valuable lessons. Never go hiking in the middle of nowhere by yourself, and don't follow the sound of demented laughter, no matter how curious you are. This happened to my uncle and my dad back in 1998, and they regularly tell it at Thanksgiving. My uncle sold insurance at the time, and rented an office in a building that was run primarily by a larger company. He loved the location because it was walking distance, and he could get to it from his house by cutting across this park. He'd often let himself in through the back entrance. There were some weird stories about the place being haunted by the previous owner of the property, but my uncle hardly believed a 10-year-old office building was spook central. This story takes place the day after Thanksgiving. All the tenants of the office building were off between the holiday and the weekend, including my uncle. He was relaxing at home, waiting for my dad, who was supposed to come over and work on some project. In the beginning, it was a totally normal morning. The phone rang, a landline because it was the late 90s, and my uncle answered it. He was confused when he picked it up, as it was his own voice on the other end. It took him a moment to recognize it as a recording he had on his answering machine. He said he was instantly confused, as that wasn't how the machine worked. It played the message when the phone rang for incoming calls, like a mechanical voicemail message. He was still on the line when it beeped, like a cue to leave a message. Instead, my uncle heard someone yelling in Spanish on the other end, a good distance from the phone. He doesn't speak Spanish, but he knew enough to know that they were calling for help and were in obvious distress. He tried to yell back, asking who they were and what had happened, but the person was acting as though they couldn't hear him.
The Sweet Baby Inc. as
Finally,
bad as
the call
PETA,
timed
they
out and hung
are.
up. My uncle
They
waited until my
actually
dad
are.
got there, told him about the weird call, and asked him to go with him to the office. They cut across the park, and my uncle opened the back door. That's when he noticed the door to the maintenance area in the basement was open, and the lights were on. That was unusual, so he looked down there to check.
I want
It turns out that the custodian for the building had gone to do some work on the heating system that morning. He needed to check a duct, and instead of getting a ladder, he tried to climb the steel shelving in the basement, and ended up tipping it over and pulling it on top of him. He'd been squished so that he couldn't breathe fully anymore. My dad and uncle got the shelves off him and called for an ambulance. He thanked them in Spanish. It was only afterwards that they realized just how odd this situation was. Had they not come along, the maintenance man probably wouldn't have been found until after the Thanksgiving holiday. Had anyone else come to check in the meantime, they would have used the front entrances and not seen the door open in the back. Plus, my uncle was really the only person who worked there who lived close enough to drop everything and go and check. And the rest was even weirder. As far as they can tell, nobody made the call. The security system for my uncle's office was separate from the rest of the buildings and didn't show that anyone had entered all day. On his own answering machine, there was a message, but it only played my uncle yelling questions, and not the sound of a man yelling for help on the other end. Additionally, you couldn't hear someone in the basement from the office. My uncle and dad apparently spent a huge amount of time trying to make an outgoing call with the answering message that would replicate what happened, but the machine just didn't work that way. So, yeah, for years we got Christmas cards from the maintenance man who credits my uncle and dad with saving his life, and we never got answers as to how the hell my uncle got that mystery call. I grew up in a pretty good-sized town. High school grades always had between 800 and 1,000 students. The town was about 45 minutes to an hour from the second biggest city in our state, which is known for 3 rivers and many bridges. I have 2 older brothers, which means obviously I'm the youngest of 3 boys. Our mother was the general manager at our grandpa's golf course, and our father was in the state police.
Ghana's
a
bad,
lieutenant
like
at
last
the
time I
this all
went there,
happened.
I just about to...
Cop dad could be hard on us,
Wait, why?
but all 3 of us learned to always be
What?
respectful, no matter what, unless extreme situations called for us not being. I will say that due to a very dark history, I've never had a close relationship with my brothers or parents. Even with all that, I'll also admit that this made my dad and I slightly closer, if only for a short period of time. When I was 15, I went to the downtown area, getting food and ice cream with my friends at a place about a half mile from the high school football stadium. Seeing as we were only 15, going into our 10th grade year of high school, we all rode our bikes to meet up. When we came back outside, I realized that my bike was missing. After my friends and I checked the immediate area, I called my dad, knowing that he was home from work. He drove down to where I was. We all figured that he'd be pissed at us, which actually he wasn't.
Everyone's making faces now
All of my
on
friends got on
YouTube.
their bikes and headed off in different directions, all of them looking for my bike. As my dad and I were driving back to the part of town we lived in, we saw 2 males and 1 female walking down a side street. The group was pushing my bike as they walked, causing me to snap to attention and say aloud, "They have my bike!" My dad stopped immediately and put the car into park. We jumped out, and I laughed inside due to seeing my dad go from regular guy to cop dad. Well, he had the girl and 1 guy stand up against the wall with their faces touching it, and he slammed the guy with the bike to the ground. I grabbed the bike and put it in the bed of our truck. Since there were only 2 of us against 3 of them, my dad told me, "Get in the truck so they don't see your face." I said screw that. It wasn't until years later that I came to regret that. The cops came and arrested all 3 of them. Fast forward 2.5 years. I was 18 and home from my freshman year of military college across the state. I was out jogging around 6 PM one night on the sidewalk next to the road when a car flew past me and sat at a stop sign until I passed. Luckily, I was close to my home and memorized the car's details as much as I could. The vehicle started moving again, this time a lot slower, and I walked into my house just as they were passing by. I figured that they'd just seen me jogging and slowed down as a result. Nothing unusual. Fast forward 1 week. I just finished up another jog. I walked into the house through the front door, which leads right into the kitchen. A kitchen that had a big window overlooking the driveway, front yard, street, and stop sign. As soon as I walked
What is
inside
wrong
by
with
the
our
window
community?
to splash some cold water on my face, I heard a loud bang from outside. Sounded like an M80 exploding. Then 1 second of silence, followed by 3 loud booms in quick succession, which, thanks to being a hunter, I knew was gunfire. I dropped down, crawled to the door, grabbed the baseball bat my brothers and I sometimes used, and ran outside. I knew a bat had 0% chance of winning against a firearm, but I was hoping I'd surprise him. When I got outside, they were driving away, and I recognized the vehicle from a week earlier. It was the same one that had sat at the stop sign when I was jogging. Thankfully, no one was at home at the time, or who knows where they would have been standing when this happened. On screen are photos of my childhood home, showing where some of the bullets hit. After the police came and I'd given my statement, we waited. Like I said, the town was big, but it was also small enough that a lot of people knew each other. The town's police and my brothers all joked with me, asking me things like, "Did you try and be a hero when no one else was around?" Or would ask if I was crazy due to running outside towards gunfire while only holding a bat. Well, 2 or 3 days passed before we received the call from the cops, saying that they'd caught the guy who shot at my house. As it turns out, it was the same guy who stole my bike 2.5 years earlier. After finding that out, my dad and I looked at each other without saying anything.
My brain. I cannot
He'd see me finish up my jog
figure out
and walk
making
into
it
the
look
house
the
by
way
pure
I
chance.
wanted to.
The guy received 10 years for
No.
attempted murder with a weapon, but didn't even serve the whole sentence. So we went on with our lives. I became an EMT during college, working on weekends, then finished school. When I was 26 years old, I stopped by my parents' house one day when I was in the area. I walked into the kitchen, and on the kitchen table was the town's newspaper. The front page read something along the lines of, "Local woman missing. Vehicle found abandoned and burned." I started reading the article, and almost immediately ripped the table off its frame with rage. The article said that the missing woman's boyfriend was the same guy who had stolen my bike and shot at my parents' house. He wasn't arrested or charged with any crime related to the missing woman. I left and went back to my apartment about an hour away. Even through all my rage, I was still paranoid that the guy was following me somehow. My parents left their house for a week to stay at my grandpa's house. Life went on from there. The guy who shot up my house is currently in prison on other charges not related to the slaying of his girlfriend. Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. Well, I hope you enjoyed this one. It was kind of a throwback to my old style, where I used to tell scary stories all the time. Hopefully all my new followers got a kick out of the new style, and all the old subscribers enjoyed the nostalgia. A big shout out to all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters. Teddy Street, Amanda Hansen, Alec Love, Dapper, Hamish K, Phantom Knight, Alex Greenshall, Anime Wimp, Azriel Warakai, Charlie Lackey, Connor Lothan, Crawford K. McDonald, Expand Dong, Gina Valera, Infamous Sempapi, Leonardo Martinez, Lord 210, Monica Mendoza, Native Beauty, Nadine, Peter Lodgerage, Philip Westra, Procupidine Natter, Sarah Ramirez, Silas Geist, Sloane Crawford, The Only Dorita, and Ms. Crypto. Thank you guys so much for your continued support, it really helps the channel out. Anyway guys, that's it for this one. Be sure to smash that like button or I'll smash you, and you'll be hearing from me again very, very soon. Until then, you all stay spooky. And remember,
Political.
Yup.
things happen in the dark.
Freedom and taxes. Hell yeah. Freedom and taxes. No.
Today's video is sponsored by Hunter Killer, the ultimate murder mystery subscription game for fans of true crime. Now if you're like me, then you're probably tired of sitting on your couch every evening, glued to one of your devices or another. If you're looking for a way to break the monotony, why not try solving a cold case with a Hunter Killer box set? Unlike watching a homicide investigation unfold on TV, Hunter Killer makes you a part of the action, placing you in the shoes of a detective and tasking you with catching an elusive murderer. It's crazy, dark, analog fun, and a really unique way to spend an evening. Each box comes filled to the brim with case files, clues, ciphers, props, puzzles, and other interesting goodies, which you'll use to progress through each case. All the pieces are highly detailed and authentic looking, so you can truly get immersed in whatever mystery you're playing through. Because of the way it's designed, Hunter Killer is a great game to play solo, but for me, the best way to experience it is with other people. It's always amusing to bounce ideas off your buddies and collaborate to catch each story's perp. My girlfriend and I love playing it together, and we always have a blast racking our brains about who blew somebody else's out. We get a real sense of accomplishment whenever we make a discovery, and being able to actually feel all the clues and share our findings with each other is much more interesting than sitting in silence, staring at a screen. So if cracking open a cold case sounds like your idea of a fun night in, head over to hunterkiller.com/lazymasquerade and use promo code LAZY to get 20% off your first box. Again, take advantage of that spine-chilling 20% discount by going to hunterkiller.com/lazymasquerade and using promo code LAZY, and find out if you have what it takes to solve the mystery inside. Well, Lazy Legion, it's that time of year again. Spring has sprung, and Easter's just around the corner. With that in mind, let's take a trip down a few rabbit holes and see what horrors lie in store for us. China has more than its fair share of wild and disturbing cases, that's for sure. But here's one that really takes the cake. Shen Changyin and Shen Changping were two brothers who, despite being born 8 years apart, were both extremely close. They did everything together. Work, relax, kill women and eat their livers.
Okay.
Travel. The Shens are infamous in their native homeland, but their antics are basically unheard of in the West. So, let's start from the beginning. It all began in 1999. At the time, Chang Yin was 23 and Chang Ping 15. They'd started an auto business together in Lanzhou City, a venture that failed spectacularly.
Always.
the Shen brothers had lost all of their money and quickly decided that an honest day's work wasn't worth their time or energy. So, rather than getting other jobs to recoup their losses, the brothers took to robbing other local businesses instead. It was in September of '99 when Chang Yin, the eldest Shen brother, took things a step too far and ended up killing a man during a holdup. This being China, Chang Yin knew that if he was caught, he'd quickly be meeting with the firing squad. As such, he took his victim's money, told his brother what had just happened, and the pair of them fled to the city of Henan. For a time, they laid low and stayed out of trouble, but that turned out merely to be the calm before the real storm. In 2003, the brothers returned to Lanzhou City. While there, they met a woman offering her services on the street. We'll call her woman number 1. They paid this woman to come back to their apartment with them. Once inside, the brothers tied her up, took her credit and debit cards, and forced her to give them the PIN numbers. If she didn't do what they said, they would kill her. Of course, she told them. It didn't matter. The brothers killed her all the same by squeezing her neck till all the life in her was snuffed out. They then dismembered her body and disposed of her somewhere in the city. It's unclear whether this was the first time the brothers had pulled such a stunt, but it certainly wasn't the last. 5 months later, the Shen brothers employed the service of another girl on the street. Woman number 2, Li Chunling. Just like before, they paid Li to come back to their apartment for a fun and profitable night. She entered and was immediately tied up and ordered to give them her PIN numbers. Li knew that if she complied, she was as good as dead. Instead of begging for her life, however, she made a deal with the Shens. If they let her go, she promised to return with more victims for them. For some reason, the brothers were convinced by her words. They untied her and let her go, telling her to come back soon with some gullible fresh meat. You're probably thinking she must have been a good actress to talk her way out of that situation.
Yup.
Thing is, she wasn't acting. A few days later, Li really did return to the brothers' apartment with a new victim, woman number 3.
Come on.
Come on,
Why
bro.
Li actually did this remains a mystery. The Shen brothers had tricked her into their clutches and were going to take her life, but when she was released and physically apart from them, for some bizarre reason, she didn't run to the police. Even more bizarrely, she was actually now helping them. Woman number 3 was bound and her cards taken. The Shen brothers then ordered Li to kill her. Li obliged. Once number 3 was dead, the Shens cut out one of her kidneys, buried it outside, and then dissolved her body in acid until they could successfully flush her down the toilet. From here on out, Li decided to team up with the Shen brothers. The reason for this is unclear. Perhaps they had made a deal with her, offering her a cut of the money they took from each of their victims. Perhaps they had some dirt on her and were blackmailing her into compliance. Perhaps she was just scared. Whatever the case, the duo were now a trio, and even though Li was free to leave the apartment by herself and hunt for new victims, she never once tried to contact the authorities or simply run away and go into hiding. It's not like the brothers would have been able to find her. Still, she played her part, and over the next 5 months, the 3 musketeers, or more fittingly mutilators, robbed and killed 3 more women. The exact details of these slayings haven't been reported on, but it's safe to assume they were all similar to the previous ones. Now here's where things get really messed up. Li and the Shen brothers left Lanzhou City and moved into an apartment together in Taiyuan, a different city over 600 miles away. Maybe things were getting too hot in Lanzhou, and they needed a new base of operations. While there, they hired yet another woman to come to their home. Woman number 7, Zhao Meiying. When she arrived, Li and the brothers forced her to call another woman to come over, a sort of takeout service worker. This worker, woman number 8, promptly arrived. Big mistake. She was quickly tied up, and Zhao was given a blade and told that she had to slay her colleague. It was either that or be slain herself. She chose the former option, and the takeout worker was taken out. after woman number 8 had been slashed to pieces, Zhao was told to dispose of her in a meat processor. That's right. Their latest victim was turned into human sausages, which were subsequently flushed down the toilet. Just like Li, Zhao joined up with the Shens, helping them slaughter their way from rags to riches. Together, the four of them moved from city to city, claiming lives and credit cards as they went. With each new kill, they moved to a new city in a different prefecture, making it extremely difficult for the authorities to link all of the cases together. During this time, both Li and Zhao were given a lot of autonomy and were free to go off on their own and do whatever they pleased with their downtime. It was clear that they weren't being held captive, so why did they decide to stay with the brothers? After slaying 3 more women, the gang ended up in the city of Shijiazhuang and got themselves a new apartment. This is where things started to unravel. While they were there, something made Zhao snap. Either she had had enough of her part in all this chaos, or the Shen brothers had pushed things too far, or she was denied a cut of the money, or she suddenly developed a conscience. We don't know, but she did finally decide to go to the police. She told them everything that had happened, including the part that she had played. The cops quickly paid a visit to the Shen's apartment. They found Li inside. She was arrested, and eventually confessed to everything as well. The Shen brothers, however, were nowhere to be seen. Despite the authorities actively looking for them, Shen Changyin and Shen Changping remained in the city of Shijiazhuang, and even managed to get themselves 2 more female henchmen, Du Su Rong, 23, and an unnamed female, only 16. After receiving an anonymous tip in August 2004, the cops raided the apartment where the Shen brothers were now living. Inside, they found the pair of them, along with Du Su Rong and their unnamed accomplice. They were in the middle of dissolving another victim, literally caught in the act. The stolen bank cards of 11 known victims were found during a search of their apartment. The Shen brothers confessed to everything. The robberies, the murders, the disposals. Heck, they even took things a step further and confessed to eating the livers of most of their victims.
Fuck.
They said that their motive
I
for
have
doing
no
all
idea.
this wasn't money. It was simply because they were, quote-unquote, evil. Yeah, not exactly building a strong defense case for themselves. Unsurprisingly, they were found guilty. They all were, in fact. Li, Zhao, Du, and the unnamed youngster. The 4 female accomplices got 20 years apiece. The Shen brothers were sentenced to death. They faced the firing squad in 2005, and in a volley, the Shen brothers' reign of terror finally came to an end. They were 29 and 21, respectively. Although this case has officially been solved, there are still so many unanswered questions that just baffle me. Most obviously, why
Might
did
have
all
to
of
ask
the accomplices join forces
LifuLifu
for
for permission, my
self-described
guy.
evil
Yo,
purpose?
Lifu.
I know they
Huh?
must have been scared, but they were all allowed to roam freely,
Can you
and they
put your
always
shadow
returned to
link
the
in chat?
Shens, rather than running away and calling for help. Perhaps they all
Why
feared the
not?
repercussions of their actions, and were bound to the brothers that way. Maybe the brothers have filmed them when they forced them to kill their victims, giving them leverage over them. This being China, there isn't much documentation on their side of the story, meaning we're all left to speculate about why they didn't all make a run for it when they had the chance. Another thing we just don't know is
Go
how
for
many
it.
victims the Shens actually had. Sure, all the accomplices have confessed to the slayings that they were a part of, but the Shens may have been active well before coming into contact with any of them. They may have had other accomplices before them as well, or maybe even killed other people when their accomplices weren't around. The answers to all of these questions, and many others pertaining to this case, remain unknown to the general public, and are likely to remain unknown forevermore. Let's take things up a gear now, with a mystery centered around a high-speed chase. July 7th, 2013, Wilson, Oklahoma, 10:30 p.m. James Connick
City called
was behind the
Wilson?
wheel of a 2012
Wilson?
Honda Accord, his girlfriend's
course.
car. After throwing rocks at a police car, he quickly sped off down Highway 76, cruisers hot on his tail. In the back of his vehicle were Molly Miller, 17, and Colt Haynes, 21. Their relationship with James remains unclear, though Colt did have a child with James's ex-girlfriend and were reported not to be on the best of terms. That being said, they'd both been spotted with James earlier that evening at around 9 PM, and at that time appeared to be in good spirits. According to eyewitnesses, both Colt and Molly appeared scared when the pursuit began. Molly and Colt's relationship is also unclear. In some articles, they're referred to as friends, in others as a couple. What we do know is that although Colt had had a few run-ins with the law in the past, both he and Molly were loving people and were both close with their families. With the cops hot on their heels, James drove all the way to Love County, at which point the Love County Sheriff's Department took over the chase. They soon gave up after losing sight of the Honda, which was reaching speeds of 120 miles an hour. They lost them on Long Hollow Road, which immediately sets off a few alarm bells, since Long Hollow is a dead-end road. Regardless, they gave up the hunt, and the chase was over. It's important to note here that James Connip was the nephew of the Sheriff of Love County. At 12:47 AM, Molly dialed 911. This call only lasted for 5 seconds, and she didn't say a word before hanging up. Dispatchers received several more calls from Molly's number, but each time, the call was dropped. When they tried to call her back, nobody answered. That's ominous. Even more ominously, at 3 AM, Colt reportedly called his friends, telling them that he was lying in a creek near Long Hollow Road, that his ankle was broken, and that he was coughing up blood. He didn't say how he was injured. His pals drove up and down the entire area, honking their horns and flashing their lights, but couldn't find Colt anywhere. Molly's phone sent 33 text messages during those morning hours, and several calls were made by a person with a male voice. Most likely, she was still with Colt, who was using her phone to make the calls. At 6:02 AM, Molly herself called a friend and asked for a ride. She apparently sounded calm and unafraid. 3.5 hours later, at 9:33 AM, she made another call, again asking someone else for a ride, this time reportedly crying and saying she was thirsty. At 10 AM, both of their phones went dead. That's the last anyone has ever heard from either Molly or Colt. James, on the other hand, was spotted the next day, walking through town as if nothing had happened. 2 weeks later, the Honda Accord was found crashed in a field near where the pursuit had ended. It was extremely damaged, having been driven through ditches and barbed wire, but no traces of foul play were found inside. James's girlfriend, the owner of the car, said that James had borrowed the vehicle on the evening of July 7th, but had returned it to her 30 minutes before the actual chase had taken place. She said that at some point after that, her car was stolen. Obviously, she was lying. Several days later, James Connip handed himself in to the authorities, claiming to have no idea where Molly or Colt were. At this point, both Molly and Colt were considered to be runaways by the authorities, and were not believed to be in any sort of danger. It wasn't until July 30th, more than 3 weeks after the chase had taken place, that Molly's status was changed from runaway to missing/endangered. The official search for both of them begins, with Molly receiving the lion's share of the media attention. Colt was still considered a perp on the run, likely due to his history. The families of both Molly and Colt requested warrants to search James Connip's house for evidence, but were denied multiple times. They criticized the sheriff for not doing enough to aid them with their search efforts. That same sheriff later resigned after being arrested over corruption charges. And yes, that is the same sheriff who was the uncle of James Connip. Whole thing's starting to sound like a bit of a cover-up, right? The most strange piece of evidence that we have to work with is that in 2014, a full year after Molly and Colt went missing, a man inadvertently called 911 while discussing their case. That man just so happened to be another uncle of James Connip. This uncle seemingly had no idea that he had made the call in the first place, and just so happened to be openly talking about the case with somebody at the time. During the call, he said, "Moxley Lake, a buck knife, Molly Miller. They shot him in the mouth. Right there. I can put my finger all the way through it. The operator then heard the sound of water splashing, followed by 2 gunshots, before the line disconnected. The call came from Moxley Lake, just north of Long Hollow Road. Now, it seems extremely unlikely that that call had been made accidentally. Either James's uncle was secretly trying to call in a tip, discreetly confessing what he knew, or that whole piece of evidence is complete bull. You see, that's the thing. What makes this a real rabbit hole of a case is that the sources for it are all over the place. Some articles report one thing happening, another piece reports something different, as if nobody can agree what exactly went down the night Molly and Colt vanished. There are so many conflicting reports that diving into this rabbit hole will make your head spin. It's like a complex puzzle with too many pieces. There is a whole picture to be put together, but it's not clear which pieces we should trust and which are decoys. With the Love County Sheriff's Department likely having a hand in confusing things, solving the mystery surrounding Molly and Colt's disappearance is an arduous task. In January of this year, Molly was officially declared deceased by her family. To this day, nobody has ever been charged in relation to her
Welcome back,
disappearance,
Gene.
nor in relation to the disappearance of Colt. Though their bodies have never been found, it's almost certain that the pair are no longer alive. So, what do you think happened in this one? How did Molly and Colt disappear completely from the face of the earth? Did James Nip kill them after an argument, and then bury them on his land, or dump them in Moxley Lake? Did he simply run off after the car crashed, leaving Molly and Colt to succumb to dehydration in the blistering summer heat of Oklahoma? How did Colt injure himself? Did he jump out of the car? Did somebody hurt him? Was there another party involved that we don't know about? After so many years, we'll probably never know the full truth about their vanishings, especially when all of the pieces of this case's puzzle are so jumbled. Hopefully their families can find closure. October 3rd, 2005, east of Seminole, Alabama. Just off Highway 90, a group of highway workers made a grisly discovery in a remote wooded area. They came across a toolbox, 2 by 3 feet in size, abandoned in the forest. They were curious about what could be inside this supposed treasure chest. After all, it's not exactly the kind of thing you come across every day. Naturally, they all gathered around and opened the thing up. The smell hit them before they could look upon their find. In the toolbox was a decaying, red mass of flesh. They all thought it was an animal carcass at first. Then they noticed it was wearing pants, a belt, and a shirt. Stuffed inside this small box was a fully grown man. A wallet was found inside the sticky, decaying remains. An ID card within identified the corpse as Kenneth Clay Pierce, a 44-year-old from Kentucky. Judging from how decomposed he was, forensics estimated that he must have been dead for at least a month. Countless cars had driven past the woods during that time, the drivers and passengers completely unaware that Kenneth's remains were right there, discarded on the side of the road like a piece of trash. It was determined that the 5'8", 160-pound Kenneth was killed before he was stuffed into the box. A fracture on his skull suggested that he had been killed by a blow to the head, a strike likely made by a baseball bat. Like so many others before and after him, nobody came forward to claim Kenneth's body. No friends, no family. It seemed like the guy was nothing to no one. If there hadn't been any ID in his wallet, then it'd probably still be a John Doe. Not only would his life have been taken, but also his entire identity. He still had that at least, and that gave detectives a lot to work with. They started by examining who Kenneth Clay Pierce actually was. For the past 13 years, the 44-year-old had been living in Pensacola, Florida, living what appeared to be a nomadic life. The guy had no fixed job and no fixed address. He seemed to just wander from place to place, sometimes living in a house, sometimes on the streets.
Oh.
His last known
Yeah,
job
that
was
shit's
during the reign of
wild.
Hurricane Ivan. He had no family to speak of, and no other assets.
Gotta
to
go
help the
see you
authorities
guys.
piece
Alright,
together his
later,
backstory.
Klepto. Have a nice
Flyers were
day
put up all
or
around the
night.
city, appealing for people to come forward with information about who Kenneth was, about how he came to meet such a gruesome fate.
Look at that
Nobody came
forehead.
forward. From what investigators could gather, Kenneth didn't keep the best of company. The
You
guy
have a
hung out with some
5-head.
bad people and was known
Black
to be
wolf.
a heavy drinker. He was also known to regularly hit up
Yeah, for
clubs and bars in Pensacola, as well as the local shelter. After learning about his life, the authorities came to the
Honestly,
conclusion that Kenneth must have been slain in Pensacola for whatever reason, and then driven out to Seminole, where he was dumped. That brings us to the toolbox in which Kenneth was found. With no other physical evidence to speak of, this toolbox proved to be the most vital lead of all. The thing was homemade.
it's just the
crafted from
layerings.
corrugated plastic, and not just any old plastic. Detectives were
Like,
able to
now
pinpoint exactly
animatronic.
where the material had come from.
Jealous?
The top of a commercial
Honestly, he
dumpster,
is.
the kind you see outside of businesses. Close to the shelter where Kenneth used to sometimes stay, investigators found another toolbox inside the back of a pickup truck belonging to a local resident. The top of this toolbox was also homemade, and apart from its color, it was identical in every way to the one that Kenneth was discovered in. This was a big break. The owner of the truck was tracked down and questioned, the cops hopeful that they had found their perp. Unfortunately, they were unable to come up with any evidence proving that this man was responsible for Kenneth's demise, or even that the two had previously met. It seems likely that if this guy had the same style homemade toolbox, he either made it himself or knew who sold it to him. Still, this break didn't lead anywhere, and it's possible that the toolbox in which Kenneth was found was stolen. That might explain why no connection could be made. Either way, the
Wolf,
police had hit a
what
dead
the
end,
fuck,
and
bro?
unfortunately, no new leads have presented
Are you
themselves
good?
since.
Huh?
The case is no closer to being cracked now than it was 15 years ago.
Being
The only
weird.
thing the cops are sure of is that more than one person is
We don't
responsible
know
for taking Kenneth's life.
about that game at all.
It certainly
At
shocks
least
the
I
conscience
never
a little
played
bit
it.
to think that there are people out
I didn't play it
there who've
either.
beat someone to death, put them in a box, and literally thrown them out on the side of the road, said Andre Reed with the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office. And that's why I say it's important that we make an arrest in this case, because what kind of people are those? Kenneth Clay Pierce was buried in Baldwin County, while 5 strangers attended his service. Just another forgotten man. Well, that forgotten man remains in the minds of strangers all around the world who have heard his case and have delved into its rabbit hole. Who killed Kenneth Pierce, and what were their motives? All we know for certain is that somebody out there knows the truth. Who knows? Maybe they're watching. Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. Before the video ends, I'd like to say a huge thank you to Robin Mickelson for making the
That's
thumbnail,
the lore?
and also give a big shout out to my
Oh.
supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially
I
my biggest supporters.
honestly never checked out
Amanda Hansen,
anything
Alec
from
Love,
that game.
Phantom Knight, Hamish K, Dapper,
Yeah.
Anime Wimp,
But hey, that's just a theory.
Naki, Connor Lothan, Crawford K. McDonald, Expand On, Gina Valera, Grey White Rabbit, Infamous Sempapi, Leonardo Martinez, Lord 210, Monica Mendoza, Nadine, Peter Lolgeraj, Philip Westra, Procupidine Natter, Sarah Ramirez, Silas Geist, Sloane Crawford, and the only Dorita. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. Anyway guys, that wraps things up for this one. Be sure to smash that like button or I'll smash you, and you'll be hearing from me again very, very soon. Until then, you all stay spooky. And remember, the best things happen in the dark. In 1991, 5 boys from Daegu, South Korea, mysteriously
course.
vanished without a trace.
Look at this.
Over a decade later,
Oh my
their bodies
lord.
were found in an area that had
Welcome
already
to
been
how
searched.
make a video.
A missing persons
Child
case turned into an
nightmares.
unsolved murder investigation with
Mm-hmm.
over 500 false leads in a span of over 10 years. Even with modern advances in forensics, the truth about what happened to those boys that day has never been figured out. So, what do we know for sure? Today, we look at the unsolved mystery of the Frog Boys. March 26th, 1991 was a public holiday in South Korea. That Tuesday was an election day, the first democratic election in 30 years. Everyone was preoccupied with how the election would go. Other news was pushed to the side. It was on this spring day that 5 boys went out to play, taking advantage of the warming weather and the day off from school. While it wasn't certain where the 5 of them were going, they were off for an adventure. One that would, unfortunately, turn out to be their last. Woo Chil-won, Jo Ho-yeon, Kim Young-gyu, Park Chan-in, and Kim Yong-sik were all described as closer than brothers by Woo Jong-woo, Chul-won's father. The 5 of their families lived in a village just outside Daegu City. The boys were all neighbors, and their houses were arranged in a circle. They lived so close to each other that they could just walk out of their front doors and immediately hang out, something which they often did. According to Woo Jong-woo, they were like the 5 musketeers. Jong-woo only realized that his child was missing when he received a phone call from his son's taekwondo academy. Woo Chil-won hadn't shown up that day. After the phone call, Jong-woo walked around the neighborhood, asking the other parents if their boys hadn't shown up to the academy as well. It was soon obvious that his son was not the only one missing. During his search, a friend of the boys told Jong-woo that the 5 children were on their way to collect salamander eggs. Other news reports said that the boys were on their way to catch frogs. As such, the missing friends became known as the Frog Boys. If the boys were indeed on their way to catch frogs, then there was only one place they could be: Mount Waryeong, a mountain range behind Songsan High School. All of the parents went to Mount Waryeong to search for their children and remained there well into the evening hours. Even so, they found no trace of their sons. The parents quickly filed a report with the police. The police, however, regarded the boys as nothing more than runaways. The parents were simply told to wait it out and see if their children would come home. Maybe they were out playing and lost track of time.
Oh
ending up
gosh.
later than expected. At this point, there was no case to investigate. At least not in the minds of the authorities. 2 days later, word had begun to spread around Daegu.
This is cursed, look.
The boys still hadn't come home. After a week,
Oh
the
gosh.
case had become nationwide news. Were the Frog Boys simply missing? Were they still alive? Those were the questions on everyone's lips. 3 days after the initial disappearance, the Kim family received a phone call from an unknown man. This mystery caller claimed to have the boys, saying, "I have the children. They are all suffering. 2 are very ill." Mr. Kim went to an area near Daegu Station, along with the other parents and the police. The anonymous caller had asked for a ransom in return for the children, and told them all to meet him there. The group waited for an hour, but no one showed up. Not the perp, not the missing Frog Boys. No one. Only the distraught parents and their hopelessness remained on that street. The phone call later turned out to be a prank.
After that, I just need to go.
The police continued to regard the Frog Boys as an
Okay.
open-shut runaway case. Na-ju Bong,
Just
the
to make
chairman
sure
of the
I
National
organize
Organization of
everything.
Missing Children, said that the police didn't really actively investigate the case. This holds true, as we'll see, but at the very least, the police did take more of an interest in the case after the media became involved. The boys' parents all took part in a television program called The Square of Public Opinions. They made their frustration with the police's involvement, or lack of involvement, known. Park Gun-seo, Park Chan-in's father, made it clear that he believed the police were trying to close the case as quickly as possible and avoiding a proper investigation. On the TV show, he held up a flyer and pointed out that the wording had been changed when it was going to be released by the police. "The boys have been missing from the start," said Gancio. But somehow, the pamphlets printed by the authorities say runaway. This indicates that the police are trying to wrap up the case as quickly as possible by treating it as a simple runaway. We want to change this. During the program, a phone call came in live on air. Hudo-san, Young-sik's mother, confirmed that it was her son's voice on the other end of the line. Young-sik was alive. The excitement of the parents and the public was short-lived, however. This call turned out to be another sick prank. This show of frustration on live TV had the desired effect of driving the police to become more active in the case. After the Square of Public Opinions aired, Roh Tai-woo, the president of South Korea at the time, ordered an official search of Mount Waryeong. Over 300,000 policemen and volunteers took to scouring the mountain. Officials created a special unit dedicated to finding the Frog Boys. A reward of 42 million won, around $35,000 US, was offered for the boys' safe return, donated by various schools and civic groups who had taken an interest in the case. Mount Waryeong was now a scene of loss, fear, and anxiety, rather than the place of peaceful natural beauty it had been once before. Droves of volunteers climbed in lines up the mountain, beating down the tall grass as they went. Their search efforts lasted for over a year. All the while, they held on to hope that the 5 boys would be found. Sadly, for the devastated parents, these searches yielded no clues as to what happened to their sons. The novelty of the search wore off after a few years. Life went back to normal for the rest of the nation, but the Frog Boys' families were left with no answers. Rather than giving up, the fathers of the missing boys made searching for their sons their full-time duty. They quit their jobs to look for their boys, passed out pamphlets to the public, and even rented a truck which they drove around the entire country. The sides of the truck were covered in pictures of the Frog Boys, with the words, "Please help find our missing lads," printed underneath.
Find them?
They hoped that this might inspire someone to come forward with some type of evidence. Rain, snow, or shine, the fathers persisted. Their search was aided by the aforementioned Na Ju-bong. Na had decided not to abandon the search after seeing the physical and mental toll that the case was taking on the families. In an article by CNA Insider, Na noted that Young-yu's father looked pale, and his face was turning blue. He was hooked on sleeping tablets. We realized that even this strong man was losing his health after a while. Seeing the fathers become weaker like that, I couldn't turn my back on them. During a few media events to keep attention drawn to the case, Na noticed some strange men present in the audience. Well-dressed, suspicious-looking men who always stood or sat at the back. One day, he spoke to one of them. This mysterious individual gave Na his business card. The card had no information on it, other than a name and phone number. No place of work, no business address, no clues. Na later discovered that the man that he had spoken with was from an intelligence agency. The desperate fathers were being followed around the nation by people who claimed to be protecting
You know
them,
what kind of works?
but Na believed otherwise. Instead of being treated with
Yeah, it
respect and
does.
privacy, the families were being hounded by intelligence agents who followed their every move. They knew the schedules of every individual family member in each of the 5 households.
It works, it works.
Agents were even sent to the families' homes. They were being far too hands-on. Something wasn't right about this. As public interest in the case faded even more, the search efforts slowed. Eventually, newspapers refused to publish anything related to the Frog Boys. The story had become old news of little interest to anyone. Anyone besides the boys' families, of course. Kim Hyun-do, Young-yu's father, recalled how they were all thrown out of newspaper offices and stores while attempting to have the papers publish pieces about the boys. 3 years after taking on the search, the fathers knew they needed to go back to work.
Honestly, just throw it. Just throw the glitter.
Needed to be cared for, debts to be paid.
I have a better.
Life needed to go on. With heavy hearts, they ceased their search.
Why?
2 years passed.
What are you talking about? I didn't do it.
United States,
it was
Kim
Victor.
Daewon had caught wind of the Frog Boys case and came forward, claiming to have studied it in depth.
Flip it.
This
layer
turned out to be
below.
more of a red herring than anything else.
First, before.
The psychologist claimed that the boys'
Okay.
bodies were
Hold on, I'll be
buried
right back.
in Kim Chul-gyu's home,
I
the
guess
father of Yong
some more
Sing.
ice cream.
What was his reasoning for that assertion? Apparently, Kim was unable to give a decent alibi for where he was for the first 3 hours his son was missing. The other parents were skeptical. Still, Kim's home was dug up while the media filmed, leading to more suffering, stress and humiliation, and nothing to show for the suspicion. The psychologist's assertion was complete bull. On September 26, 2002, hikers were out searching for acorns on Mount Warryong, but Choi Hwan-tai found much more than acorns on the mountainside that day. In amongst the foliage, he discovered shoes and clothing. Shoes and clothing that were suspiciously childlike.
Now, when I move, it's
Soon,
moving.
he found
Right.
bones. The authorities were called. This led to the eventual discovery of 5 sets of remains, presumed to be those of the Frog Boys. Because the remains were so deteriorated when they were found, it was difficult for forensic experts to determine the cause of death, or even to confirm that the bodies belonged to the Frog Boys at all. Despite that, family members confirmed that the bodies were their missing sons.
Though.
Clothing, 5 pairs of shoes, and braces that belonged to Jo Ho-yeon helped them determine that. Strangely, one of the boys' clothes were discovered with the sleeves of his sweater knotted together in a way that would have been impossible for him to do by himself. His trousers and shoes were also found flipped over his shoulders. Equally as strange, an empty bullet casing, along with 3 unused bullets, were found in Yong-hyu's clothing. Upon the discovery of the remains, police called in forensic specialists. Chai Jong-min, a forensic specialist on the scene, recalled that, for about 2 to 3 hours, the police were making many mistakes in handling the bodies. For example, they didn't block off the area where the boys were found. The amount of evidence the forensic team were able to use shrank as the police grouped bones together in a nonsensical way and placed them on newspapers to shield them from the ground. In the end, the only evidence the forensic team were able to use was their own, given the state of the evidence the police had handled. This also made finding the cause of death difficult. Initially, police suggested that the lads had simply died from a combination of exhaustion and hypothermia.
In case.
The night of their disappearance had been cold and wet after all. It could only make sense that they became lost and huddled together for warmth, right? Forensic specialists and family members both disputed this notion. Mount Warryong is only about 2 kilometers away from Daegu, making it unlikely that the boys would be stuck in harsh weather. The Korea Alpine Federation, experts in working in mountainous terrain and dense forests, also came in to help on the case. Choi Won-seok, the director of this rescue team, noted that he was certain this was a murder case, even if the police were convinced otherwise. He said, "That area isn't high up at all. It isn't even 100 meters from the streets. If it was cold and raining, it would have taken only 5 minutes for the boys to run home." The Frog Boys were close enough to civilization that they could have seen and heard the city. They were familiar enough with the area that they could have been home quickly if they needed to be. Kim Jae-kyu, Kim Yeon-sik's uncle, stated, "The boys used to visit and play around this mountain and knew the direction very well. It doesn't make sense that they got lost there." The boys' remains were found huddled together, and after examination, forensics found evidence of trauma. One of the boys was found with holes in both sides of his skull. There were marks on the skulls of 3 of the other boys, which, quote-unquote, appeared to be created by blows with metal objects, possibly a tool of some kind. That's according to a report by Kyungpook National University's forensic medicine team. Later analysis of the soil where the remains were found showed that the 5 boys died in that location. Even so, the parents still believe that the boys were murdered somewhere else, and the bodies moved to that spot where they were eventually discovered at a later point. Why wouldn't the bodies have been found during the past decade of searching if they'd been there the whole time? Mount Warryong had been scoured thoroughly. Police also discovered a 5 centimeter long shell and 2 1 centimeter long empty shells near where the boys were discovered, but claimed that there were no links between the two. They explained this finding away by pointing out that there was a military range in the area, about 300 meters away. The base's shooting range was operating at the time, but isn't in use today. Maybe the shells were fired off during some military exercise. The boys' parents weren't convinced. Back when the Frog Boys went missing, a friend of Chul Won mentioned that he had heard a gunshot, followed by a scream, the day the boys disappeared. When he was asked by the parents if he'd been telling the truth all those years ago, he confirmed that he had. There was no further investigation into his claim. The rumor mill's been working overtime on this case. There's plenty of speculation, even conspiracy, regarding what happened to the Frog Boys. One theory both the people involved in the case and the South Korean public seem to be behind the most is that the military might be behind the boys' deaths. After all, as the police pointed out, there was a military shooting range on Mount Warrior, not far from where the boys were discovered. Park Gun-seo also suspects that the military had something to do with his son's demise. He pointed out that while a regular soldier would have had the day off due to the holiday, a commissioned officer would have been able to go to the practice range alone if he'd wanted to. Choi Won-seok also mentioned that the day the boys went missing, there were reports that the shooting range had been used by a soldier to empty the remaining ammo from his gun. To this day, no one knows that soldier's identity. Na Ju-bong speculated that the military were involved in the boys' disappearances and slayings, believing, quote-unquote, they are hiding something. An accidental shooting, military or otherwise, seems unlikely though. One boy was found with holes in both sides of his skull, but the holes were missing the telltale signs of a ballistic injury, bone fractures. The other showed head injuries that looked like they'd been hit by a large object, not a bullet. That doesn't make sense if this was an accidental shooting. That doesn't make sense if this was an accident of any kind. On top of that, why were the boys found with their clothes tied in knots? The police never brought the military into question. Although rumors regarding army involvement continued, there was no further investigation into the matter. Korea's Jong-un Daily wrote about one theory, saying the boys were kidnapped by a mentally ill individual, but there isn't much to support that idea. Cha Young-min presented his theory that a psychopath was behind the boys' disappearances. This theory was circulating around the public at the time. If this were a random psychopathic killing, however, surely there would have been other similar incidents in South Korea, both back then and more recently. To this day, there haven't been. Kang Ji-won, a lawyer who eventually filed a lawsuit against the police overseeing the case, believes that there's, quote-unquote, a huge conspiracy around this mystery. Kim Hyu-do thinks that one of the Frog Boys was accidentally shot, and that the others were slain as a cover-up. With so many unanswered questions, and no official suspects, the case of the Frog Boys is both frustrating and heartbreaking. After over a decade of supposedly assessing and reassessing what little evidence they had, the police finally threw in the towel. They claimed that they could find nothing else beyond the bones and what clothes and shoes they were able to salvage on the mountain. The South Korean military denied any involvement in the boys' deaths. At the time, the statute of limitations on the case was also nearing its expiration date, meaning that if any suspects were found, they couldn't be prosecuted. The 5 boys were finally laid to rest on March 26, 2004. Their parents carried their ashes to the Nakdong River, scattering them across the water to flow into the Pacific. In a heart-rending statement, Park Gun-seo said, "They died together, so we wanted them to play together in the afterlife." As mentioned, Kang Ji-won eventually filed 3 lawsuits against the police who oversaw the case, feeling that the parents deserved to be compensated by the government for their suffering, especially when the police tampered with evidence that could have led to a conclusive cause of death. All 3 lawsuits failed, and the investigations were closed. One light in the darkness of this case is that South Korea abandoned the law regarding the statute of limitations in 2015. If new evidence is found, the Frog Boys case could potentially be reopened. And this also gives other families the hope of having their cases reviewed again as well. Kim Cheol-gyu, Yong-sek's father, died at age 40 of liver cancer. Woo Jong-woo speculates that he was tired from the stress of losing his child and all of the media interference. While the surviving parents lost the lawsuit filed against the authorities and have not received any compensation for their loss, no amount of money could heal their wounds. Even today, they still hold hope of finding the
back
truth
hair is
about
finally
what happened to
done.
their sons. The mystery of the Frog Boys is incredibly tragic. Between police mismanagement,
What kind of shampoo are you
the
using?
political
Why is it
environment
so
at the time,
shiny?
the lack of evidence, and the lack of suspects, there are few, if any, answers.
How am I hating?
Regardless of the messy handling of the evidence and politics, at the
You're
end
a
of the day,
hater.
this case revolves around 5 children whose lives were ended far too early, and 5 families whose lives have been altered forever. But what do you think? Were the Frog Boys simply unable to find their way home in bad weather? Was the military involved in the cover-up? Should the government have done more to aid in the search, along with the police? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section. Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. Just before the video ends, I'd like to say a huge thank you to Rose Corvin for making the script for this video, and also a big thank you to Robin Mickelson for making the thumbnail. Of course, I can't forget to shout out my bigger supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, and they are as follows: Alec Love, Amanda Hansen, Dapper, Hamish K, Phantom Knight, Alex Greenswall, Anime Wimp, Azrael Warakai, Charlie Lackey, Connor Lothan, Crawford K. McDonald, Expand Dong, Gina Valera, Grey White Rabbit, Infamous Sempapi, Leonardo Martinez, Lord 210, Monica Mendoza, Nadine, Peter Loggeraj, Philip Westra, Procupidine Natter, Sarah Ramirez, Silas Geist, Sloane Crawford, and the only Dorita. Thank you guys so much for your continued support, it really helps the channel out. That wraps things up for this one, guys. So until the next time, you all stay spooky. And remember,
Ooh,
the best things
spooky.
happen in the dark.
Ears are split.
Oh yeah. Yo.
Japan. An idolized place. Home to amazing food, gorgeous sights, trains that actually run on time, and yours truly. The land of the rising sun.
Personal.
But with
Honestly,
the sun, there are shadows, and this quirky little island nation has more than its fair share of dark stories to tell. Thanks in part to true crime YouTubers, many of Japan's most shocking cases have been introduced to Western audiences. Cases like the slaying of Junko Furuta and the Setagaya family massacre. There is one case, however, that I've never seen any other YouTuber talk about before. A case that was considered so atrocious at the time it happened that many Japanese media outlets refused to report on the details of it. Even so, whenever I ask my friends here in Japan who the country's most prolific killer is, one name always comes up. Futoshi Matsunaga, aka the Mind Control serial killer. A man so evil that even with the media actively shying away from his case, he somehow became a household name anyway. Between the years of 1996 and 1998, he claimed the lives of at least 7 people, though the exact number remains unknown. But what makes this case so shocking, and frankly intriguing, is how Futoshi was able to manipulate others around him to do his bidding. It's the kind of story that makes you realize the consequences of misplacing your trust. But you can believe Papa Lazy when I say that this story gets wild. So go ahead and make yourself a cup of tea, close the curtains and snuggle up, because we're about to delve into the dark story of Japan's mind control killer, Futoshi Matsunaga.
Whoa.
Fukuoka, Japan's 6th largest city, located on the nation's southernmost main island, Kyushu. Home to some of the country's best cuisine, most famous sights, and largest Yakuza syndicates, it's a dynamic metropolis with a rich history. But we don't have to look too far back into Fukuoka's past to hear the story about her most notorious son. Born on April 28, 1961, Futoshi Matsunaga was a bright child who made good grades. But more impressive than his academic abilities were his social skills. Ask anyone who knew him growing up, and they'll tell you that Futoshi was a real smooth talker, even at a young age. He made friends with ease, regularly got his own way thanks to his silver tongue, and, as he got older, was able to charm the pants off pretty much any woman who took his fancy. Surrounded by shy classmates, Futoshi stood out as a charismatic extrovert and basically made an impression on everyone he met. That impression wasn't always good, however. Though schoolwork came easy to Futoshi, following the rules didn't. At school, his quick wit and short temper meant that he'd often talk back to teachers whenever they tried to discipline him for being overly loud or causing trouble. Most people put that down to him being an excitable lad with too much energy. Little did anyone realize that behind that cheeky twinkle in Futoshi's eyes was a rotten soul, if any soul at all. You see, Futoshi was a psychopath. That in itself isn't so unusual. Approximately 1% of the general population are clinically psychopathic, meaning they find it very difficult, or even impossible to feel remorse or empathy. Being remorseless, self-serving, charismatic, and intelligent, Futoshi quickly learned how to become a master manipulator, and he had no intention of using his powers for good. Futoshi got married at the young age of 19 and had a child with his wife, but his skill with women and lack of morals meant that he didn't stay faithful for long. He reportedly had 10 mistresses, one of whom was Junko Ogata, a kindergarten teacher and an old classmate of Futoshi's from his school days.
Yeah, that's
The pair began secretly dating in
psychopathic.
1982, and Futoshi likely kept her around because Junko was easy to control, both mentally and physically. During their early days of seeing each other, Junko turned from a polite, happy, hard-working young lady into an emotionless shell of her former self.
Damn.
Despite being particularly cruel to Junko, she couldn't seem to break out of the spell that Futoshi had her
Mhm.
under. Futoshi kept Junko loyal to him by promising to one day marry her. There was a problem with that, though. Junko's mother, Shizumi, despised Futoshi. Shizumi knew that he treated her daughter badly and told Junko that she would never approve of their marriage. This infuriated Futoshi, so one day he went alone to Shizumi's house, forced his way inside, and forced himself on top of her.
A fuck?
He then did
What?
unspeakable things. After all that, he was somehow able to convince Junko that her family hated her and manipulated her into moving out of her family home and into his apartment. He told her that he'd left his wife and that they no longer had to keep their relationship a secret. After hearing that, Junko agreed to move in with him. Like always, Futoshi had gotten what he wanted. In this case, an accomplice for his upcoming plans. In 1985, Futoshi set up an antiques business called The World. He hired several employees to work there, and got his kicks by sneaking up behind them on the soundproofed 3rd floor and giving them electric shocks with his favorite toy, a stun gun.
What?
Obviously, Futoshi didn't take his
Wrong with that
employees'
guy?
well-being or his work too seriously. That's because the store was all a front. The young Futoshi, who at this point was only 24 years old, had already amassed a huge fortune of about 180 million yen. That's $2.2 million US. Had he made all that money through honest hard work? Of course not. He'd been defrauding and blackmailing the local residents, tricking them or forcing them out of their hard-earned cash. In 1992, the authorities finally got notice.
Yeah.
The jig was up, and Futoshi and Junko were added to Japan's most wanted list. They abandoned their apartment and went on the run. That was all well and good for Futoshi. He'd swindled the Yakuza multiple times in the past and was used to fleeing for his life. Compared to them, the cops chasing him were just a nuisance. And even if they did get their hands on him, Futoshi was convinced he could smooth talk his way out of anything. Yeah, the guy had a massive ego. In April 1993,
Yeah, I think.
still on the run, Futoshi met a married woman with 3 children in Kitakyushu. This woman fell helplessly in love with the handsome conman. He convinced her that Junko was merely his sister, and then asked the married woman to leave her husband and run away with him.
Hmm?
Well, that's exactly what the woman did, and she
Oh,
brought her 3
God.
children along for the ride.
Oh no.
5 months later in September, one of those 3 children died under mysterious circumstances. The other two were sent to live
Well.
with their father shortly after. In March 1994, that woman herself also mysteriously died. It later came to light that during their 11-month
Yeah, there is
Futoshi
nothing
had defrauded the woman
suspicious
of
or
almost 12 million
mysterious.
yen, around $145,000. Though it was never conclusively proven that Futoshi was responsible for her death and that of her child's, many now believe that this was his first taste of blood. Now this is where things start getting really messed up. Futoshi and Junko's next victim was a young father, Kumio Toreya. While still living in Kitakyushu, Futoshi befriended Kumio during a night on the town and quickly gained his trust. Kumio then confided in Futoshi about his shady past, how he owed money to some bad characters, and that they were still out looking for him. This was a secret that Kumio hadn't told anyone. Well, telling Futoshi turned out to be a fatal mistake. Futoshi used this information to blackmail Kumio, threatening to reveal his secret if he didn't do exactly what he was told. Futoshi said that he was going to move into Kumio's apartment, an apartment which Kumio shared with his daughter. Kumio reluctantly agreed. Since Kumio's daughter's name has never been revealed to the public, we'll call her Tokome. Futoshi and Junko arrived at Kumio and Tokume's home. From then on, the father and daughter were held prisoner inside their own condominium. Futoshi kept Kumio bound up and forced Tokome to administer electrical shocks all over his body, bite him, punch him, feed him his own excrement. If either Kumio or Tokome resisted, they'd both get shocked. During the winter, he'd lock them both inside the freezing cold bathroom and have Junko spray ice-cold water down on them for his own amusement. They were given only scraps to eat. This torture continued for 2 years, during which time both
Holy
Kumio
crap.
and Tokome never left their apartment. Kumio finally died of shock on February 26, 1996. He was just 34 years old. Futoshi told Tokome that she had just killed her own daddy, and that it was now her responsibility to get rid of his remains. Together, they chopped him up and boiled him in a pot in the kitchen. Sickeningly, Futoshi even forced Tokome to drink the human broth made from her own father. The neighbors complained about the sound of a power saw and foul smells emanating from Kumio's apartment that night, but never reported anything. Under cover of darkness, both Tokome and Junko then pulverized the rest of Kumio's remains, dragged him out to the Kunosaki Peninsula, hauled him aboard a ferry, and tossed him into the sea. Tokome was then taken back to Futoshi's apartment and would remain under his control for another 6 years. All three continued to live together and called themselves the Hashimoto family as a cover.
What?
Though Futoshi allowed Junko to go off into town by herself to shop and work, Tokome wasn't allowed to leave the apartment without him. Now, with 2 female henchmen working for him, Futoshi set his sights on a new victim, one of Kumio's female acquaintances.
Yes.
Much like before, he convinced this woman that Junko was his sister, that Tokome was his niece, and that he graduated from the prestigious Kyoto University. Over time, he gained this new woman's trust, and, like with Junko, promised to one day marry her. Of course, he had no intention of ever doing so, and instead cheated her out of 5.6 million yen. He also kept the new woman and her daughter confined to their apartment, routinely shocking them and forcing them to do all manner of unspeakable things. After months of torment, this woman finally escaped in March 1997 by jumping out of the window on her 2nd floor. By the time the police arrived at their apartment, Futoshi, Junko, and Tokome were long gone. Now this has all been pretty dark so far, but Futoshi was just getting started. He planned to continue conning and killing his way across Kyushu, claiming as many yen and lives as he pleased. With his skills in coercion, he knew that he had never run out of victims, nor would he ever get caught. Junko, on the other hand, wanted out. Futoshi's spell over her was wearing off, and she was finally starting to think, hey, maybe this Futoshi fella might not be so swell after all. So, in April 1997, she left Futoshi's apartment for work that morning and didn't come back. She'd done it. She was free. But Futoshi had no intention of letting her go and live a normal life. She knew too much. But more than that, she was his property. his puppet, and he refused to cut her strings. Relinquishing control was not the Futoshi way. When she didn't come home that day, he called her family, but of course, her mother Shizumi refused to tell him where Junko was. She wasn't at home, of course. She was somewhere in hiding. Futoshi tried to blackmail Shizumi into telling him, saying that Junko was a murderer and that he'd happily bring that fact to the attention of the authorities. Shizumi stood her ground and refused to tell him where her daughter was. So, the crafty Futoshi laid an elaborate trap. He released information that he had taken his own life and even staged a fake funeral. From there, he became a ghost. This was all enough to convince Junko that he really was dead. Believing things were now over, she finally felt safe enough to return home to her parents. Big mistake. Futoshi went to Junko's family home, bringing Tokome, his unwilling lackey, with him. When they opened the door, he revealed that he was back from the dead and demanded appeasement. Junko's family offered to pay him 63 million yen if he agreed to just leave them alone. He said that he would, and took their money, but he didn't keep his side of the bargain. Instead, he held them captive inside their own home.
What?
And began to
No
work his mind controlling
way.
magic once more. Trapped inside the home with Futoshi were Junko, her parents Shizumi and Takashige, her sister Reiko, Reiko's husband Kazuya, their children Aya and Yuki, and of course the young Tokome. He kept them all bound most of the time to prevent them from escaping. What happened next is almost unbelievable. Despite effectively being his hostages, almost all of Junko's family became captivated with Futoshi, who somehow managed to psychologically control them. He used methods similar to that of Shoko Asahara, the former leader of Aum Shinrikyo, and was able to influence their thoughts and gain their loyalty. While locked inside with him, Reiko and Kazuya, Junko's sister and her husband, both began to view Futoshi as a prophet-like figure. If ever there was a case of Stockholm Syndrome, it was here. Futoshi even managed to woo Reiko right in front of Kazuya. Kazuya was so enamored with Futoshi that he didn't seem to mind. Reiko and Kazuya's son and daughter, Yuki and Aya, also began to idolize their captor. Futoshi was now the head of his own personal cult. However, after he had drained all of their bank accounts, the conman had little use for followers. Instead of letting them go, however, he decided to have a little fun with his prisoners. On December 21st, 5 months into holding the family captive, Futoshi decided that Junko's 61-year-old father, Takashige, had outlived his worth. He decided it was time to get rid of the old Koja. As we've already learned, Futoshi didn't like to get his own hands dirty. So, instead, he ordered Junko to dispose of her dear papa. Tied up on the floor, there was little Takashige could do to save himself. Junko slowly administered electric shocks all over his body until his heart finally gave out. Futoshi watched this with
That's
great
fucked
pleasure.
up.
Next up was Junko's mother, Shizumi. All of the torment thus far had really gotten to the poor lady, and the loss of her husband had finally sent her over the edge. In January of 1998, she started speaking in strange voices and appeared to have completely lost her mind. Annoyed by the old woman, Futoshi ordered his two most loyal subjects, Reiko and Kazuya, to slay Shizumi. One held her down, the other strangled her. With both of Junko and Reiko's parents now out of the picture, their lives claimed by their own daughters, the captive group became much more manageable. Still, the carnage continued. Several weeks after Shizumi was killed, Futoshi ordered Kazuya to kill Reiko. Their daughter, Aya, held her down, while Kazuya squeezed the life out of his own wife. Immediately afterwards, Futoshi and Junko locked Kazuya inside a bathroom and never let him out again. He survived for a while by drinking toilet water, but starved 2 months later in mid-April. Junko and Aya were then told to electrocute Yuki. Tokome was then made to strangle Aya. One by one, the family had fallen, and by June of 1998, the only people left alive inside the house were Junko, Tokome, and Futoshi, the original trio. All three of them dismembered the bodies of Junko's slain family members, boiled them in pots, and dumped them in public bathrooms and the sea. For a long time, the complete disappearance of the Ogata family went unnoticed. Futoshi and Junko had seemingly gotten away with everything, and continued to hold Tokome captive as they travelled around Kyushu, scamming other unsuspecting people out of their life savings. Futoshi even managed to coerce a woman into giving him her 2 sons, alongside 20 million yen. It wouldn't be until January 20th, 2002, a full 8 years after she'd first been taken captive, that Tokome was finally able to escape. Sadly, Futoshi soon caught up with her and took her back to his apartment. As punishment, Futoshi shocked her, while Junko ripped off her toenails one by one. On the 6th of March, Tokome escaped yet again, and this time managed to elude Futoshi and Junko. The young Tokome, now 17, ran straight to the police station and told them everything. Futoshi and Junko were found and arrested the following day. The aforementioned woman's 2 sons, along with 2 other boys who turned out to be Futoshi and Junko's own sons, were found locked away in a separate apartment. Despite her involvement in all of this chaos, Tokome was of course not charged with anything. She was young. She'd been forced to do what she had done. She'd been held against her will, and ultimately, she was the one who brought Futoshi and Junko to justice. Junko herself didn't have much of a defense. She was a fully grown woman when this all started. Not to mention, she was free to come and go from Futoshi's apartment as she pleased, and at no point did she come to the authorities to tell them what Futoshi was doing. Either realizing there was nothing she could do to save herself, or just exhausted and exasperated after everything she had been through, Junko calmly confessed to everything she had done. Futoshi, on the other hand, denied all the charges, no doubt believing that he'd somehow be able to convince a jury he was innocent. He'd been conning and killing his way across Kyushu since he left high school, surviving on his charisma alone. But there was no sweet-talking his way out of this one. Despite none of his victims' bodies ever being found, the testimonies of both Junko and Tokome were enough to bring
That's
Futoshi
crazy.
down. He was charged with the murders of Kumio, Shizumi, Reiko, Kazuya, Aya, and Yuki, the manslaughter of Takashige, and is suspected of taking the lives of the married woman and her child back when he and Junko first went on the run. On September 28, 2005, both Futoshi and Junko were found guilty on all charges and sentenced to hang. They both appealed, and in 2007, Junko's sentence was reduced to life behind bars. Futoshi wasn't so lucky. He was the mastermind, the mind controller, and for his actions, the jury again decided he should pay with his life. The judge described him as cruel, twisted, and inhumane, and the prosecutors said that the case was without comparison in the criminal history of Japan. Futoshi Matsunaga, the man with the silver tongue, the infamous mind controller, remains in a Japanese prison to this day, waiting for his sentence to be carried out. Though his life is scheduled to end, his name will no doubt live on in infamy throughout his homeland. As for Kumio's daughter, Tokome, she's since done her best to move on with her life. According to her friends, she's become a happy, cheerful person, though the memories of those dark days still haunt her. She reportedly thinks about her father often, and looks forward to the day that Futoshi meets his fate. The day she can find closure. The day when the sun finally sets on this case. Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. Well, living in Japan, I sometimes hear about these obscure cases that we don't know much about in the West. So I thought I'd introduce you guys to a new one, something you're unlikely to have come across before. I'll ask around with my friends here, maybe I can find another obscure one to tell you all about. A huge thank you to Robin Mickelson for making the thumbnail for this video. He's the real MVP, so make sure to check him out via the links in the thumbnail below. Links in the thumbnail? Links in the description. I'd also like to give a shout out to my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters. Alec Love, Hamish K, Phantom Knight, Amanda Hansen, Dapper, Crawford K. MacDonald, Monica Mendoza, Alex Greensall, Philip Westra, Procupidine Natter,
I almost
Gina
forgot.
Valera, Charlie Lackey, Anna Mae Wimp, Sarah
Shadow
Ramirez,
from the crowds.
Sloane Crawford,
Oh
Nadine,
shit.
Grey White Rabbit, Connor Lothan, Infamous Sempapi, Azriel Warakai, Lord 210, The Only Dorita, Leonardo Martinez, The Lecky, Expandong, and Peter Logjarjan. And Peter Logjaraj. Sorry if I butchered that last one, but anyway guys, thank you so much for your support, it really helps the channel out. Anyway guys, that wraps things up for this one. Be sure to smash that like button or I'll smash you, and you'll be hearing from me again very, very soon. Until then,
Okay.
you all stay spooky. And remember, the best things happen in the dark.
Oh.
Today's video is sponsored by Raycon. Co-founded by Ray J, Raycon have been shaking up the electronics industry recently by designing wireless earbuds that start at about half the price of any other premium products on the market and sound just as amazing as any other top audio brands you know. They've become the obsession of celebrities from Snoop Dogg to J.R. Smith, and it's really easier to see why. Raycon earbuds give you 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, and a more compact design for a comfortable, noise-isolating fit. They come in a range of fun colours and patterns with a variety of fit options to choose from, and best of all, no dangling wires or stems getting in the way of things. Now, many of us have been spending a lot of time indoors recently, and like a lot of people, I've been looking for ways to reduce my screen time without completely unplugging myself from my devices. Easier said than done, but a pair of Raycons have been a great help in that regard, as they let you bring your favourite content with you wherever you go. I can catch up on the news while I'm out and about, zone out to my favourite albums while I'm writing or exercising, or chill at home listening to my favourite YouTube horror creators. The clear and crisp audio quality that you get with a pair of Raycon earbuds truly helps keep you immersed in whatever you're listening to, all without the need to keep your eyes glued to your phone, computer, tablet or TV. Right now, Raycon have a spine-chilling discount available for all of my viewers. Click the link in the description box below or go to buyraycon.com/masquerade to get 15% off your Raycon purchase. With Raycon's 45-day free return policy, you've really got nothing to lose. So again, that's buyraycon.com/masquerade or click the link in the description box and be a part of the next wave of premium wireless audio. Let's start things off with a recent and horrific case. 30-year-old Stanislav Reshetnikov was a YouTuber from Russia who gained a small fan base with his video game-related content, which he uploaded to his channel, Stas Reflay.
No idea.
When he wasn't making gaming videos, you could usually find Stas live streaming on the site. Or more
Probably.
accurately, trash streaming. Trash streams are pretty much bottom-of-the-barrel entertainment, where viewers pay the streamer money to do embarrassing things on camera. As you can imagine, depending on the sordidness of the audience and the brazenness of the streamer, these types of live shows can go south pretty quickly. With the internet being what it is, that happens quite often, and happened regularly on the Stas Reflay channel. Stas had a reputation for being cruel to his quote-unquote co-stars during the live streams, doing things like pepper spraying his girlfriend multiple times, forcing another man to drink oil, all for the sake of donations. Even still, nobody expected things to go as far as they did during the Russians' final live stream. On December 2nd of last year, Stas and his girlfriend Valentina were streaming live alongside their mutual friend Marina. To begin with, they streamed themselves eating, drinking and just hanging out. Things eventually took a turn for the worse, however, when a viewer suddenly paid Stas $1,000. This payment came with a request. "I want you to beat Valentina and lock her outside in the freezing cold." This is when the stream became uncomfortable viewing. Seeing how much the guy had paid, Stas wanted to honor the request. The couple began screaming and arguing with each other, and things escalated to the point where Valentina grabbed a blade from the kitchen and held it out in front of her for protection. Undeterred, Stas tore off all of Valentina's clothes, poured cold water all over her and began dragging her towards the balcony. She desperately tried to grab a jacket, but Stas refused to let her. He tossed her outside without anything to keep her warm and locked the balcony doors. This being Moscow in the wintertime, the temperature outside was sub-zero, around -8 degrees Celsius. The stream continued with just Stas and Marina, though all the while, Valentina could be heard banging on the door outside, begging to be let back in. Though Marina appeared concerned, Stas was apathetic to her pleas, and he left Valentina outside on the veranda for over 2 hours. He wanted his anonymous benefactor to get his money's worth. Time went by, and Marina left, leaving Stas alone in the apartment. When he finally went to let Valentina back inside, he found her unconscious, her skin a whitish blue. With the camera still rolling, he dragged her back inside for all his viewers to see. Finally realizing what had happened, he began trying to wake Valentina up, and could be heard saying things on stream like, "Valia, are you alive? My bunny, what's wrong with you? Bunny, come on.
My
Tell
bunny?
me
Bro.
I'm worrying. Damn, I can't feel a heartbeat." He continued to try and revive her, feebly giving her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but by that point, it was far too late. Valentina had perished in the cold. She was just 28 years old. She was in the early stages of pregnancy. It was later confirmed that a blow to the head from Stas may have contributed to her demise.
What the fuck?
In the final stages of the livestream, Stas picked up his lifeless girlfriend and placed her on the sofa behind him, before sitting back down in his gamer chair to address his viewers directly. "Guys, no pulse. She's pale. She's not breathing." He then finally decided to call an ambulance. He continued to stream while he waited for help to arrive, playing music and zooming the camera in on Valentina's face. He was still streaming when the medics arrived to pronounce Valentina. They asked Stas to stop streaming while they worked, but he didn't. He streamed the whole thing. By this point, he had over 1,500 viewers still tuned in, and continued to receive donations from people, telling him not to end the stream. He obliged them, and continued streaming for an additional 2 hours after the medics left with Valentina. The authorities later came to pick him up. As this all happened so recently, the case against Stas is still ongoing, and he's currently being held by the authorities. Unfortunately, due to Russia's lax laws, if it's deemed in court that his actions led to Valentina's passing, he only faces up to 2 years in prison.
No fucking way, bro.
That he didn't do anything wrong.
Sounds about right.
Unfortunately, though the Stas Replay channel's now gone, there are still many other channels like his that continue to make this type of horrific content, especially in Russia. As long as there's a market for live torment, these types of trash streamers will continue to exist. It's unsettling to think how many ordinary people there are who get a kick out of watching this type of stream. Though nobody will ever admit it, I guarantee that it's far more people than you'd like to believe. With 21 million views and counting, I'm sure many of you have heard about this video. Saif was an extremely popular YouTuber with more than 6 million subscribers under her belt. She became popular for her PUBG series, but gained worldwide attention in January of this year when she uploaded her final video.
Oh, what?
The young Syrian, who currently lives in Turkey, posted a 30-second clip in which she addressed the camera directly, saying that she was quitting YouTube for good. This announcement was unexpected for sure, and caught everyone off guard. There was nothing in her previous uploads that suggested she was going to stop making content. This all seemed so sudden. But it's not what she said in the video that gained such widespread attention, but what she communicated with her hand.
It's the universal help. Help.
That gesture is a CW
Oh.
It means, help me. A way for women to silently call for help. This had everyone concerned for her safety, especially since she also stopped posting on her social media accounts.
In
After this
school,
video was
by the
uploaded,
way.
there was no word from her about
Really?
her well-being or whereabouts, leading many people to believe that the young YouTuber was either in great peril or was already dead. Her fans rallied and started posting all over Twitter to draw attention to her mysterious disappearance. This caught the eye of the BBC, who were able to track down the lost YouTuber for an interview on January 14th. That was amazing news. She was still alive. However, concern about her well-being still persists even now. In the interview, she seemed very uncomfortable and only gave short, uninformative answers to all of the questions posed to her. What's more, the interviewer never once asked about her hand signal or why she made it. In the eyes of most of her loyal fanbase, Saif is still far from safe, and nothing more has been heard from her since that interview. Which begs the questions: where is she now, and is she okay? Let's make things a little more mysterious now. I'm not sure how well known this one is, but it makes for a nice cryptic addition to this video. Unfavorable Semicircle was a YouTube channel, well, up until it was taken down by YouTube back in 2016. It often gets cited as the site's strangest and most cryptic mystery. It all started back in 2015. On April 5th, the channel started regularly uploading strange videos. And when I say regularly, I mean constantly. They were posting 3 videos every minute. By the time they were banned, Unfavorable Semicircle had uploaded a whopping 72,000 videos. Almost all of these uploads followed a similar pattern. The title of each video consisted of a Sagittarius symbol, followed by either a string of 6 seemingly random numbers, or words like brother or fond. The visual element was either an abstract, pixelated image, or just a plain brown background with a small colored dot which moved about in the frame. As for the audio, some had a man's distorted, muffled voice reading out a series of letters or numbers. Others had a creepy humming in the background, and some videos were eerily silent. Most were about 5 seconds in length, though occasionally they would upload extremely long videos too. One was over 11 hours. For a long time, this channel went unnoticed, but the puzzling nature of its uploads eventually caught the eye of several internet groups and media outlets, including, again, the BBC, and pretty soon, the Unfavorable Semicircle channel started gaining traffic. Mystery lovers, code breakers, and conspiracy theorists all came together and started pitching their theories as to what Unfavorable Semicircle was all about. This all resulted in the creation of a subreddit that revolved around discussing the channel, its members dedicated to cracking the Unfavorable Semicircle mystery. Even though the channel has since been taken down, speculation continues to persist to this day. Some believe the channel was simply an ARG, or alternate reality game. However, that doesn't make much sense for several reasons. Sure, ARGs have been around for a long time, but they've only really gained popularity in the last few years. Most popular examples of ARGs came after the channel was removed from YouTube. What's more, the channel never pointed its viewers anywhere. That completely takes the game out of ARG. Whoever was making these videos was extremely dedicated to doing so, what with them constantly posting new ones on a minute-by-minute basis, each of them unique in their own little way. If you're going to put that much effort into an ARG project, surely you'd want some sort of payoff, for your viewers to follow your breadcrumbs somewhere. Some say that this was just an internet troll posting meaningless videos. But again, the level of dedication compared to the little reward they got makes this seem unlikely too. Others think that this was just some sort of abstract art project, or maybe a viral marketing campaign. Some less innocent theories include this being a recruitment puzzle for some sort of group or cult, a number station for organizations to share secret coded information, or the most compelling theory of them all, aliens. Yeah, they can't all be believable. But
Aliens.
Each of the other theories have their problems too.
Of course, it's always aliens. You didn't
The channel
know?
wasn't banned until a year after it started uploading, and even after that, it continued to post cryptic, garbled messages on both Twitter and Google+, and even made a second YouTube account to continue uploading videos. Since this has all been going on for so long, it seems highly unlikely to be a marketing campaign, and it's never alluded to any product or service whatsoever. If it's an art student's project, then it's extremely elaborate for something that doesn't convey any deep meaning. If it's a recruitment puzzle for some group, then it wasn't a very good one, since to this day, nobody's been able to decode the videos or extract any kind of hidden message in them. If it's some sort of code, there doesn't appear to be any real pattern to it. That is, unless there's a hidden key that somebody was using to translate the coded messages. Perhaps the video titles and spoken numbers and letters had some deep meaning after all. Enthusiasts have manipulated each of the videos, playing with the pitch and speed to try and find some secret information hidden within them. They've been analysed frame by frame, their metadata has been sleuthed through, and yet we're still no closer to cracking the unfavourable semicircle mystery today than we were back when the channel was still active. The only thing we do know is that the evidence suggests someone was behind the channel, and that this wasn't the work of some computer program gone wild. Their intention
No,
behind uploading
really?
all these cryptic videos, well, that's a question we may never learn the answer to. With close to 1 million subscribers, Nizamul Khan, a young man from New Delhi, had built himself quite a successful YouTube channel. He became famous for his bike stunts, with his most popular video garnering more than 25 million views. The guy's algorithm game was strong. Unfortunately, so was his taste for revenge. Too cheesy?
Not revenge.
Well, anyway, if you head over to Nizamul's channel, you'll see that he posted a number of videos alongside his girlfriend.
Oh god.
The pair were deeply in love, and Nizamul was planning to ask the girl for her hand in marriage. The girl's brother, Kamal Sharma, was seriously against that idea. Kamal would frequently stop his sister from seeing Nizamul, and the two men had come to blows in the past over the issue. It got to the point where Kamal gave Nizamul a final warning to stay away from his sister, saying that the pair of them would never have his blessing. Kamal also took away his sister's mobile phone so that the pair couldn't communicate via text anymore. This enraged Nizamul, who gathered two of his friends, Sumit Sharma and Amit Gupta. Together, the three of them began planning how they were going to take Kamal out of the picture. On October 28th of last year, Kamal was riding his bike home after a long day at work. Little did he realize he was being followed by the famous YouTuber and his henchmen. When Kamal exited an elevated road near Iskal Temple, Nizamul, Sumit and Amit, all on the same bike, rode up behind him and shot Kamal in the back at point-blank range. They then quickly sped off into the night. No witnesses, no evidence to link them to the incident, no problems. Kamal was later found and rushed to the hospital, but he didn't survive. To begin with, the authorities thought that this was just a random act of road rage, but after examining the CCTV footage from over 80 cameras in the area, they noticed 3 men on a single bike had been following Kamal from his workplace that evening. All their faces were concealed, but they had their hunches about who one of them might be. They decided to check the CDR, or call detail record, of Kamal's sister's phone and look at her message history. Well, she must have got her phone back from her big brother, because she had been in contact with Nizamul around the time of the incident.
Yeah.
It hasn't been revealed what the pair of them were messaging about, but investigators were able to use this data to pinpoint where Nizamul was when Kamal's life was taken. Sure enough, his location matched up with that of the 3 men on the bike. Realizing he was in over his head, Nizamul quickly admitted to what he had done and why he had done it. Senior officer, a man with possibly the coolest name in all of India, Love Kumar, said that Nizamul had used the money that he had made from his YouTube videos to pay his associates, Sumit and Amit.
Love
As
Kumar?
Nizamul's girlfriend knew about the plan to kill her brother, Love Kumar said that that part was still under
No.
investigation. Nizamul's viewers were shocked when the news broke. He always came across as such a funny, friendly, happy guy in his videos. No doubt after building such a successful life for himself, Nizamul felt invincible, like he could get away with anything. Well, that turned out not to be the case, and if you head over to his channel right now, you'll see that most of his fans turned against him too, unsubscribing in their thousands, and leaving comments about their disappointment and disgust.
I need to hear the name again.
If anything, this case goes
Victor
to show
said.
that even when a creator publishes their entire
Love
life on the
Kumar.
internet for the whole world to watch, all you ever really see is the
It's act like you
YouTuber,
never heard a name
their
before.
construct, not
Right?
the real person behind the camera. But you don't have to worry about Papa Lazy though. I don't even
Shame.
have a camera. Just a disembodied voice reminding you to stay spooky. Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. Before the video ends, I'd like to say a huge thank you to Robin Mickelson for making the thumbnail for this video, and also shout out my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters. Sullen Nightmare, Madam Dark Carney, Amanda Hansen, Phantom Knight, Expand On, The Lecky, Leonardo Martinez, Ricky Cohen Jr., The Only Dorita, Lord 210, Azriel Warakai, Infamous Empapi, Connor Lothan,
What if I
Grey
start
White Rabbit,
ending my streams the
Nadine,
same way?
Sloane Crawford, Sarah Ramirez, Anime Wimp, Charlie Lackey, Gina Valera, Procupidine
Victor
Nectar,
and
Philip Westra,
Victor
Alice
Wolf.
Greensill, Tom King,
That's it.
Monica Mendoza, and Crawford K. McDonald. Thank you guys so much for your continued support, it really helps the channel out. If you too would like to become a Patreon supporter, you can find a link down below in the description, and while you're down there, be sure to smash that like button or I'll smash you. Until the next time guys, you all stay
I really want to
spooky,
go through his comments
and remember,
just to find every single
best things
comment
happen
saying, "Don't threaten us with a
in
good
the
time."
dark.
Honestly?
Those of you who followed me for a long time know how rare it is for me to dedicate an entire video to a single mystery. But this case is so bizarre, so cryptic, so
How
downright
bizarre is
interesting
it?
that I wanted to go really in depth with it.
Pretty bizarre.
Brian Schaefer was a guy who seemingly had it all. A great family, an active social life, a girlfriend who thought the world of him, and a very promising future in medicine. Then, one day, in 2006, that promising future disappeared, along with Brian himself. During a night out with a close friend, the young academic vanished from the face of the earth in a manner that's left everyone scratching their heads for the past 15 years. The investigation into his disappearance led detectives down a deep rabbit hole of unanswered questions. Trust me when I say that this is a strange one. So join me as we try to answer this one question. What happened to Brian Schaefer?
Oh. What happened to him?
Back in 2006, Brian was a 27-year-old med student in his second year of study at Ohio State University. It was there that he met his girlfriend, fellow second-year med student, Alexis Wagner. The pair fell deeply in love, and Alexis was under the impression that Brian was planning to propose to her that very year, most likely in April during a vacation they had planned to Miami.
And then you're gonna be bitching like, yo, what the fuck is that shit? The shit's fucking whack.
Passed away from
What the fuck?
Brian and his mum were extremely close, and the loss of her hit him like a ton of bricks. Still, on the outside, he appeared to be handling things well, according to his friends at least, and he continued to speak excitedly about his upcoming trip to Miami. There was nothing Brian enjoyed more than getting away somewhere tropical. Everyone who knew him would tell you that Brian enjoyed that laid-back lifestyle that such places embodied, and that even though he was pursuing a career in medicine of all things, his real passion was music. He often spoke about his dream of becoming a musician and living the easy life. He'd once written on his MySpace page, "This whole doctor thing is really just a job, only temporary, until I get my band together and put a record out."
Oh no.
March 31st, 2006 was a Friday. It was also the start of spring break. Now, March had been a particularly hard month for young Brian. Not only had the poor guy lost his mother, but he'd been pulling all-nighters cramming for exams. Even though his trip to Florida with Alexis was only 3 days away, the dawn of spring break seemed like a cause for early celebration. That evening, Brian met up with his father, Randy, for a steak dinner. Despite being obviously exhausted, Brian told his old man that he had plans to meet up with a friend later that night.
Should be named Randy.
That friend was Clint Florence. He and Brian
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know, just
Randy suggested that Brian take things easy, maybe catch an early night. Brian objected. After the month that he'd just had, he needed a boys' night out. At 9 PM, Brian and Clint met up at the Ugly Tuna Saloona, a quintessential college bar in the Arena District of Columbus. And yes, that is how us Brits pronounce tuna. No comments down below, please. Brian's girlfriend Alexis was in Toledo, visiting her parents before their big trip to Miami. He called her at around 10 to wish her good night. They exchanged I love yous and hung up. According to her, he sounded completely normal on the phone. Little could Alexis have realized that that was the last time she would ever speak to her boyfriend. Brian and Clint went bar hopping all around town that night, visiting 7 bars in total. Clint would later tell detectives that they'd taken a shot at every location before arriving in Columbus's short north. It was there that the duo became a trio as they met up with Clint's friend, Meredith Reed. The 3 musketeers made their way back to the Ugly Tuna Saloon for one last round. They arrived around 1:15 a.m. 45 minutes later, when the bar was closing, Clint and Meredith realized that Brian had gone off somewhere. They both tried calling him several times, but he didn't pick up. They waited outside the bar for him, and when he didn't come out with the rest of the crowd, they assumed he had already gone home to his apartment, just a couple of blocks away.
Never assume,
But he
always
hadn't.
check up on your homies.
Brian's girlfriend and father tried calling him constantly during that weekend, but he never answered the phone. When he missed his flight to Miami on Monday, April 3rd, they reported him missing. Randy was really starting to worry at this point. The guy had just lost his wife. Had he now lost his son too? Sergeant John Hurst, a father himself, understood Randy's worries, and he and his team of investigators got to work right away. Now, usually in these types of cases, there's at least a clear reason why the person disappeared, or where they might have disappeared to. And that wasn't the case with Brian. The detectives weren't even sure whether he'd gone missing on his own accord, or if someone else was responsible. So they started from the most logical place, the beginning, and checked the CCTV cameras both inside and outside the Gateway Film Center, the building the Ugly Tuna Saloon was located in. Since that area wasn't the nicest part of town, there were surveillance cameras aplenty. Surprisingly, however, the footage generated more questions than answers. As expected, at 1:15 a.m., Brian was caught on CCTV riding the escalator to the second floor with Clint and Meredith and entering the bar. Shortly after, both Brian and Clint were again recorded standing just outside the bar, flirting with 2 women, Brighton Zatko and Amber Ruick. Brian even reportedly kissed Brighton on the neck. At 1:57 a.m., the cameras again showed him standing just outside the bar, again with Brighton, who put her number into Brian's phone. She headed back into the bar to use the bathroom. When she returned, Brian was gone. The footage appeared to show him turn and re-enter the bar shortly after Brighton went to use the bathroom. Those are his last known movements. You see, the cameras never showed Brian leaving the bar. A few minutes later at 2 a.m. when the bar closed, the cameras captured the flood of people leaving the tuna, heading down the escalators and out of the building. Investigators identified everyone who left the bar that night, and Brian was definitely not amongst them.
Stopping by is cleaning
Footage
day
from all
for
of the
me.
outside street cameras
Yeah,
were
enjoy
also
the
checked,
cleaning.
but there was still no trace of
Enjoy the cleaning.
Brighton and Amber were tracked down and cleared of any involvement. Dozens of officers searched night and day for Brian. All of the local hospitals and shelters were checked. The sewers were scoured. Sniffer dogs were brought in to track his scent. Posters were put up everywhere, and a hefty award was announced. Possible sightings of him in Texas, Michigan, even as far as Sweden were investigated and discounted. Doors were knocked on, questions were asked, but no one seemed to know anything. After he disappeared, Brian's apartment was burgled.
Oh no.
This brought fresh hope to the case. Surely this burglary was connected to Brian's vanishing. It wasn't, and turned out just to be a coincidence. Brian's favorite music group was Pearl Jam, and frontman Eddie Vedder took some time off during a concert to mention the case and appeal for any leads. Nobody came forward with information. Desperate for answers, Brian's father Randy paid a sidekick to help find his son, and was told that his body was somewhere in the Olentangy River. Randy thoroughly searched that river, and almost lost his own life in a whirlpool, but ultimately found no trace of his boy.
That's a
Brian's
sidekick.
girlfriend Alexis called his mobile every night, but her calls never went through. Except for one night, that is, several months after he had disappeared, when it actually rang a few times before disconnecting. Brian's phone company later said that it could have been a cellular glitch. His
Or
phone
someone
also
found
pinged
the
in Hilliard,
phone and
just 14 miles from where he
kept
went
it.
missing.
Mm-hmm.
Another glitch? or evidence of something more sinister? Since Brian disappeared in 2006, his phone has never been used to make a call, and his credit card hasn't been used to make a single purchase. As bad a sign as that is, to this day, his whereabouts and well-being remain unknown.
Yep.
We'll start with the obvious theory. Brian met with foul play. Either he said the wrong thing to the wrong guy at the Ugly Tuna Saloona, or looked at the wrong guy's girlfriend the wrong way, or went down the wrong street at the wrong time on his way home. Sure, things like that happen all the time. But none of the other customers that night noticed Brian getting into an argument with anyone, and the guy didn't exactly have any enemies to speak of, so if there was somebody waiting to jump him, it was most likely a stranger. Some people believe that Brian's friend Clint was somehow responsible for his disappearance, or at least know some details about it, because even though he told his side of the story to the authorities, to this day, he still refuses to take a lie detector test. Personally, I don't think that's suspicious. Contrary to popular belief, lie detector tests are seriously unreliable, and are just as likely to get an innocent man into trouble as they are to take him out of it. Clint's lawyer likely advised him not to take the test. A sound decision, and certainly not indicative of him being guilty of Brian's possible death. That doesn't mean that someone didn't kill him, of course, but the main problem with this theory are those CCTV cameras. The areas outside both the bar and the Gateway Film Center building in general were covered, and they didn't capture Brian leaving the premises. Where would the perp have jumped him? Where would they have hidden his body? So, if there's no videotape of him leaving the bar, then Brian's still inside the Ugly Tuna Saloona, right? As crazy as it sounds, some people believe that Brian somehow died in the bar that night after all the other customers had left, likely in the bathroom. Terrified of a lawsuit, the bar owner and his staff switched off the security cameras both inside and outside the establishment, tampered with the footage which had already been recorded, and hid Brian's body either under the floorboards or within the walls. That would explain why he was never captured on tape leaving the bar, but it completely falls apart when you hear that investigators searched the Ugly Tuna Saloona from top to bottom and didn't find any trace of Brian inside whatsoever. What about if they switched off the cameras outside the building as well, snuck him out, and disposed of his remains elsewhere? Well, that theory's still pretty hard to believe. Not only would the owner have had to convince his underpaid staff to go along with his plan, they'd also have to somehow get their hands on the CCTV footage of all of the surrounding businesses. Though technically not impossible, that seems extremely improbable. Still, since there's still no explanation for how young Mr. Schaefer left the building that night, wild theories like this are bound to crop up. Speaking of wild, one of the darkest and most controversial theories is that Brian fell victim to the Smiley Face Killers.
Oh,
AKA
not the smiley
SFK.
face shit.
Bro.
Between the late 1990s and early 2010s, a surprisingly large number of young, well-educated, college-aged men were found dead in bodies of water across several Midwestern states. We're talking hundreds of men. At least 45 of these were determined to be the work of either one or multiple killers, and more than 200 others are still being looked into. Almost all of these slain men were athletic, popular, and successful college students, and almost all of them were targeted on their way home.
Yeah, you
after
have.
spending a night on the town. It's been theorized that all of these slayings were the work of one well-organized, nationwide group called the Smiley Face Killers, who targeted
LOL.
privileged
Those
men.
guys.
In at least a dozen of these cases, a smiley face was found graffitied at the spots where the bodies had been dumped.
What's wrong with my statement?
It's said that the SFK communicate through the dark web to select.
Nothing wrong with that.
Exactly.
Brian was 6'2", athletically built, highly intelligent, and from a privileged background. Exactly the type of guy that the SFK targeted. With that in mind, it's easy to see why many internet sleuths link the SFK to Brian's disappearance. Still, it's never been conclusively proven that the SFK are a real group. Smiley faces are a very common thing for people to graffiti. Just walk through your city and count how many times you bump into one. It's possible that their presence at all these spots was just a coincidence. With no further evidence to prove that the purported SFK were somehow involved in Brian's disappearance, or that they even exist, this theory lacks weight. Regardless, it's a possibility I had to share. So we know that Brian wasn't caught on camera leaving the bar. We're also sure that he isn't still inside there somewhere, and that the staff didn't tamper with the video footage.
You're pretty cool. I'm pretty popular.
The small space
I'd
between
say
the
so
building's
myself.
exit and the outside area that the cameras covered, the so-called dead zone outside the camera's view. Well, as you can see, that dead zone was only a step or two. There was nowhere for him to disappear to. Nowhere, that is, but down. Just outside
I'm just a hanger-on.
was a service exit that led to a construction site.
Yeah, hanger-on.
On that site, workers had dug a big hole. It would have been extremely difficult for Brian to leave via that exit without being detected, but crucially, not impossible.
There was a
If he stayed close to the wall, he could have snuck past the camera's field of view.
Did she be involved? 100%.
The whole theory then suggests
100%.
that Brian,
Guys,
for whatever
I have to
reason,
admit it.
stumbled out that exit, wandered into the construction site, and fell into the hole. He either died or was knocked out from the fall, or, unable to escape, and at the end of a heavy night, simply fell asleep.
Fucking knew it.
The next morning, the construction workers failed to spot Brian inside the hole and covered him in cement. Perhaps Brian's been much closer to home all this time than anyone could have imagined. Sadly, this theory too has its flaws, since according to the construction workers at the site, if Brian had fell into the hole, it would have been impossible for them to have missed him. So, unless the building team just so happened to all be opportunistic killers, we're right back where we started.
Also, what the fuck, Victor? You watch
Then
other
again,
VTubers?
people,
Get out of my channel.
even multiple people, sometimes make mistakes. To me, this seems
That's
like the most plausible theory so far.
crazy.
Actually?
Finally, with
Vanity.
no body and no suspects to speak of, is it possible that Brian didn't meet
I
with a
mean, it
grisly
is
fate
what
at
it
all,
is.
and that he actually went missing on his own accord? In my opinion, the running away and starting a new life elsewhere explanation rarely turns out to be realistic. I mean, people have been searching for Brian for the past 15 years, and despite having a lot of defining features and his case becoming quite prolific, the guy still hasn't been found. On top of that, setting up a new identity and starting your life from scratch is no easy thing to do, especially for a guy in Brian's position. He wasn't exactly a man with nothing to lose. It doesn't make much sense that Brian would randomly decide to throw away his relationships and career prospects. But what if it
I used to
wasn't a
watch an
random decision?
agency of VTubers.
Like I said at the
you're
beginning of
talking
this
about
video, as intelligent and academically gifted as Brian was, he always longed for a simple life. A relaxed life. The life of a musician. Maybe he'd gotten burned out from his years of study.
Exactly.
Maybe the prospect of becoming a doctor,
Okay.
or the long hours, intense workload and stress, had him dreaming of a way out. With his girlfriend expecting a ring and all the responsibilities that come with it, the realities of his upcoming future may not have aligned with his expectations. I think we all know that feeling to some degree, that our lives are planned out for us way too early, and oftentimes that plan isn't plan A. Sometimes that plan is somebody else's altogether, and in our heart of hearts, we want nothing to do with it. Could it be possible that Brian was secretly having those kind of thoughts? Could it be possible that he was planning on escaping the life he was leading without telling a soul? It may have just been a fantasy that he was playing with in his mind until the loss of his mother, which could have pushed him over the edge. Indeed, Renee's death likely affected Brian's mental state a lot more than people realized, and it's easy to see how that could have been the emotional catalyst that finally made him decide to shed his identity altogether and change the path he was walking down in life. His once crazy fantasy may have not seemed so crazy anymore. As compelling as that all sounds, this theory still fails to answer that one nagging question. How did Brian manage to get out of the building without being caught on CCTV?
Makes you look like I'm balding.
Some people have pointed out that he could have somehow disguised himself and kept his head
No.
down, but neither his friend Clint nor anyone that he met that night said that he was carrying a spare change of clothes.
The bald squiggle.
That's definitely the sort of thing you'd notice and comment on.
I think I need a squiggle.
One of the detectives
but
on the case also told the Columbus Monthly that they were 100% certain Brian hadn't left through the main entrance in disguise. Given that Brian had been putting in heaps of effort up until that point, cramming for his exams, his decision to leave and never come back was likely made in the spur of the moment. Without thorough planning, it's hard to see how he could have left undetected. Wouldn't he have just, left via the front door with everyone else and walked off into the night? And I do mean walk, since if he did decide to leave, he didn't take his car with him. It was found still parked outside his apartment. Would he have really left something so useful and expensive behind? Personally, I don't think I buy this one. In fact, I don't really buy any of these theories. That's what makes this case so bizarre. Nothing really seems to add up. So, where does this all leave us? Unfortunately, in a place without any answers. Even if the truth does one day bubble to the surface though, Brian's father Randy will never get the closure he so desperately craved. He died back in 2008 while clearing debris from his yard.
No.
A sudden windstorm caused a branch to break off a nearby tree. It was caught by the wind and hit Randy in the head. The next morning, his neighbors found his body. There was an online condolence book where his friends and loved ones left him goodbye
Out
messages.
alone this whole time.
One of these
Welcome back,
messages
Gene.
read,
Welcome back, Gene.
Love, Brian. US Virgin Islands. Finally, there was a development, and Brian's brother and last surviving family member, Derek, had renewed hope that his long-lost big bro was still alive. Sadly, this message turned out to be a callous hoax, posted by some anonymous degenerate from a computer in a public library. Shortly after, an anonymous
These people are
tip was
fucked
claiming
up,
that
man.
Brian's remains could be found in a field just outside of Columbus. Sniffer dogs combed all of the fields on the city's outskirts. They found nothing. Just another cruel joke. Many that were close to Brian are sure that he's dead, his body hidden away somewhere in the city. They say that, if he truly were alive, he would have returned home after the loss of his father. There's no way he would have allowed his younger brother Derek to go through life without a family member by his side. Derek himself still remains hopeful that his brother is alive somewhere though, and believes that Brian's friend Clint may know more than he's letting on. In Derek's words, "I've always thought Clint definitely knows something, just won't come forward with it. If Brian did take off somewhere, if that is the case, we just always had a strong feeling that Clint would possibly know that." Brian's former girlfriend, Alexis, also believes that Clint might be holding back information, though she herself remains certain that Brian is no longer alive, saying that he would never abandon her and his family. As previously mentioned, a lot of suspicion has fallen on Clint due to him refusing to take a lie detector test.
What happened?
Though I don't
The
blame him
story.
for that, it's entirely possible that he is
messed up.
holding back some information.
Yeah.
The pair were close, and it's possible that Brian confided in him, told him about his plan to vanish that very night, and made him swear to never tell a soul. Still, that's just speculation. Then again, speculating's all we can really do at this point. It's honestly quite remarkable how little evidence there is to work with in this case. How one man can so thoroughly disappear from the face of the earth is anyone's guess. The biggest question of them all is how he exited the bar without being caught on camera. Without that first piece of the puzzle to work with, it's basically impossible to fill in the rest of the picture. But what do you think? Is one of the theories I covered correct? Does Clint really know more than he's letting on? Is Brian alive or not? In either case, where is he now? Let me know your thoughts down below, and if there are ever any new developments, I'll be sure to update you. Until then, the only thing we can be sure of is that someone knows something, even if that someone is actually just Brian himself. Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. A huge thank you to all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters. Sullen Nightmare, Madam Dark Carney, Hamish K, Amanda Hanson, Phantom Knight, Expand On, Lelecki, Leonardo Martinez, Ricky Cohen Jr., The Only Dorita, Lord 210, Azriel Warakai, Infamous Sempapi,
The Only Dorito?
Nadine,
Apparently.
Sloane Crawford,
Found him.
Sarah Ramirez, Anime
You
Women,
fucking found him.
Charlie Lackey, Gina Valera, Procupidine Natter, Philip Westra, Alex Greensall, Tom King, Monica Mendoza, and Crawford K. McDonald. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. It really helps the channel out. If you haven't already, then be sure to smash that like button or I'll smash you, and you'll be hearing from me again very soon. Until then, you all stay spooky. And remember, the best things happen in the dark.
You had the same.
I mean, why not?
Today's video is sponsored by Raycon. Co-founded by Ray J, Raycon have been shaking up the electronics industry
You
recently
just haven't
by
found the
designing
best
wireless
one to fit
earbuds that
you.
start at about half the price of other premium products on the market. and sound just as amazing as any other top audio brands you know. They've become the obsession of celebrities like Mike Tyson and the one and only Snoop Dogg himself, and it's easy to see
If
why.
I hear Raycon one more
earbuds give you
time,
6 hours of playtime,
I would lose it.
seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, and a more compact design for a comfortable,
It's
noise-isolating
everywhere.
bed, which makes them perfect for both
Fuck.
work and play. They
That's
come in
how
a
I
range of fun
feel.
colours and patterns, with a variety of fit options to choose from. And best of all, no dangling wires or stems getting in the way of things. With the new year having finally arrived, many of us are setting ourselves goals and taking up new hobbies. And whatever it is you're up to this 2021, a pair of Raycon earbuds would certainly come in handy.
I would never do something gross.
Trying to get more fit? With no wires, a long battery life, and extra bass to keep you immersed, Raycon earbuds help you push yourself that little bit further. Planning to listen to more audiobooks? Their premium sound quality and noise-isolating fit help bring whatever story you're listening to life. Personally, I've resolved to be a little more artistic this year, so I've kind of gotten into drawing illustrations. And let me tell you, there's nothing better than zoning out and getting into that flow state whenever I'm sketching. And listening to my favourite music through a pair of Raycons really helps me get to that place. I can just shut the real world out and let my creativity take the lead. Right now, Raycon have a spine-chilling discount available for all of my viewers. Click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/masquerade to get 15% off your Raycon purchase. With Raycon's 45-day free return policy, you've really got nothing to lose. So again, that's buyraycon.com/masquerade, or simply click the link in the description box below and be a part of the next wave of premium wireless audio.
Never seen it.
Reddit, the
So,
front page of the internet.
I'm not gonna say anything
A place
about
where
it.
users can find communities
Might be
of
good, might
like-minded
be
people
bad, I
and
don't
share
know.
information about their hobbies, interests, and their own lives. Occasionally, however, they share just a little too much. In this video, we're going to be taking a look at a particular type of post, namely Reddit confessions. Posts where users
Oh my god,
intentionally
Reddit
reveal a
confessions
dark
are so
secret.
cursed.
Really?
Picked a wide range
Yeah.
to cover here. Some grim,
Oh.
some unsettling, some downright disturbing. But they're all morbidly intriguing in their own right. If this episode doesn't feature a post that you'd expect to see on a top 4 Reddit confessions video, it might be because I've already covered it in the past, or because I'm saving it for a future upload. So, with all that out of the way, it's time to switch off the lights, snuggle up, and prepare yourselves as we dive into the dark, digital
Little
waters
tiny
of Reddit
fire.
confession posts. Let's kick things off with a post made in r/Canada News, a subreddit for, you guessed it, news about Canada. Every day, its followers get into lively, yet polite discussions, and for all intents and purposes, there's nothing strange about the subreddit itself. Back on May 2nd, 2017, however, a post was made on the sub that took its small community by surprise, and sent shockwaves across the rest of the site. It was made by user RedAsBlue101, and the title instantly grabbed everyone's attention. Wanted for Kitchener murder. My side. Some backstory. Melinda Vasilija was a 22-year-old woman who'd been murdered in Kitchener only 3 days prior to this post being made. Authorities were called to her Country Hill Drive apartment at 3 AM on April 28th, only to find her lifeless body on the floor. She'd been stabbed multiple times. The man responsible, her ex-boyfriend, Aga Hassan, was still on the run, his whereabouts unknown. It was the big story of the day. Nobody suspected that the perp himself would make a Reddit post going over the details of what happened in the run-up to that fateful incident, how it all went down,
I don't know
and
why I
what
said
his
nice.
plans now were. But that's exactly what he did. Here's what he had to say in his post. I understand the early judgments made by society. Distancing myself makes it seem like I'm trying to escape a crime. I'm not. I'm only trying to give myself some space and fully take in what happened before I turn myself in. The fact is, no one's more destroyed than I am. She was more than a girlfriend, a soon-to-be fiancé. She was my everything. What happened that night was nothing but tragic. Looking back, we've been in a relationship for a year and 3 months. This was the first serious long-term relationship for both of us, so everything we did was a new experience. We traveled the world, our families met, had fights and made up, talked seriously about marriage and kids, the whole deal. I would never physically hurt her in any way. She would occasionally hit or slap me when I said something stupid, but I'd laugh it off. She met all my friends and family. Wherever I went, she was there. She would come to my house from Kitchener every week and would stay for 3 or 4 days. We were incredibly used to each other. The last month of our relationship, I started asking her to give me some space so I could work on my job. She started coming less and less like I asked. During March, her friend Anna got pregnant. Melinda and Anna then moved in together because Anna has a big family and wanted privacy in where she keeps the baby. I'd never met any of Melinda's friends at this stage, 1 year and 2 months in.
Oh.
She told
I'm
me
trying
all of her
out my
friends only
brushes.
use her.
I have so many brushes.
That part was
I
incredibly
never
clear to
use
me.
them.
They would only contact her if they needed their hair done or had boyfriend problems. That included Anna. 1 year, 3 months in, April, Melinda and I got into an argument via text, and our relationship ended. I went to her apartment that day to try and talk. Upon arrival, I was confronted by Anna's brother and her boyfriend. An altercation took place, and the authorities were involved.
Oh,
At this
nice.
stage, I knew if we were to patch things up, it would be rough. We didn't see each other for a few weeks. Later on in April, Melinda and I started texting each other again. We agreed to see each other and talk on April 29th. She was originally supposed to drive to my house, but felt sick, so I told her I'd come to hers, and she agreed. Upon arrival, it was just Melinda. She said Anna went to drop Christina, Melinda's sister, off somewhere. She invited me to her room right away. We'd never spent so much time away from each other. We just cuddled and talked about everything. A while later, Anna came back with another friend. She asked Melinda if everything was okay, and Melinda said yes. Anna will attest to this if she's honest.
Now I'm making a
We
mask
continued
and
to talk,
tail
and finally decided
for my
it was worth a try
collection.
one more time.
What kind of collection?
However, Melinda didn't want anyone to know, especially her family. She said after the police were involved, and a physical altercation with Anna's brother and boyfriend, things wouldn't be right if they knew right away. I agreed we'd keep it on the down low until things cooled down. We continued to talk. Anna and her other friend left the house to grab food. We both let everything out, and our relationship was back on track. While I was getting ready to leave, she asked me if I had done anything with any other girls while we were on our break. I told her we needed to be honest, and said yes, and told her about it. She started freaking out, wouldn't say a word, and just kept slapping me with tears in her eyes. Slaps turned into hits. I told her I was sorry, but if she didn't stop, I'd do something back. She didn't stop. I then stupidly pushed her, harder than I expected. She fell against the sink. This was the first time I ever did anything physically towards her. I told her I was sorry. She said, "Leave. Leave now."
Look at this.
I began saying sorry even more and asked if I could get a hug. She was still crying. I go up to her and try and give her a hug, and almost out of nowhere, she grabs a knife by the sink. Initially, I thought she was just going to hold it to try and tell me to leave. She doesn't. She comes at me in full force, aiming towards my face. I tell her to stop. She doesn't. I tried grabbing the blade, but ended up cutting my hands. After a few cuts, I lost it. I freaked out. I was scared and in a state of shock.
What's your opinion on K-pop?
Never in 100 years did I ever think she'd use a knife against me. Out of shock and fear, I grabbed one. I hit her with it, almost blindly, a few times. I didn't know what happened. I was confused, shocked, and scared. I had no intentions of that happening. When I left, I honestly thought she'd just passed out. Then I looked at the blood and started freaking out and just ran. I didn't know for sure she had died until the next day. I honestly had no intentions of ever doing that to her. I was protecting myself. She was with me the most. We were each other's best friends. She would tell me everything, her deepest secrets that not even her friends and family knew. The amount of regret and sadness I have is beyond words. Everyone else is just reading or talking about it. I lived it. I was there. I did it. Every waking second, I relived that moment. Although it was out of shock and protection, I should have just accepted getting hit. Maybe I would have lived. Maybe not. Anything is better than living with this. I'm reading the news, and they're claiming it was targeted. Why would I buy her roses that night if I was planning on killing her? I didn't even go home that night. I always have a passport in my car, and decided to just get away for a few days before turning myself in or ending it all. If any of it was planned, I would have taken my stuff. I would have taken cash. I'm in the United States with $200, no clean clothes, nothing. I didn't intend on any of it. It was out of fear and protecting myself alongside shock. I'm sorry to everyone, especially Melinda's family. I know it will not be accepted, but no, I didn't mean anything bad to happen that night when I went there. Rest in peace, my beautiful. I hope you forgive me in the afterlife. Throughout the post,
You like
Blue
K-pop?
101 did his best to paint himself as a victim, explaining away his
Nope.
actions that night, and not so subtly placing the blame on Melinda for attacking him. This was all just a huge accident. Yeah, it always is, buddy. Reddit's reaction to the post was interesting as always. Some users believed his version of events, told him to keep calm and gave him advice, said he should go back to Canada and present his defensive marks. Others weren't falling for the melodrama, however, and pointed out information he'd neglected to mention in his post, like how Melinda actually had a restraining order against him when he went to her apartment that night. They also questioned why he hadn't called for help and ran away. Of course, there were also plenty of skeptics who thought this was all a hoax, and that the post had been made by someone pretending to be the real Aga Hassan. Just another loser desperate for karma points. Well, a little over a month later, the truth was revealed. On July 11th, Redders Blue 101, aka Aga Hassan, was arrested in San Antonio, Texas.
It was
His
him.
post had been legit after all, and, like he said, he was hiding out in the USA. He had fled Canada the same day as the slaying, and had been on the run for the past 2.5 months. It didn't appear like he had any plans of turning himself in though, since the authorities happened to find him themselves during a routine traffic stop. Hassan was taken back to Canada to stand trial for second-degree murder. Although he had probably posted his Reddit confession to create a so-called seeing red defense, as in, she came at me and I saw red, it actually ended up working against him in the end, as it's being used as evidence to help prosecutors convict him. They assert that Melinda was scared of Hassan, and that this was a case of, if I can't have you, nobody can. As it stands, his trial has been delayed numerous times due to the global situation right now, so the full truth is yet to be determined. When that all changes, I'll let you guys know. Still, I'm sure most people can see through this guy's charade, and I think it's safe to say that Aga Hassan's
Burn my
freedom
fingers
is
on
going to go
hot
the way
glue.
of his Reddit
Yikes.
account.
Ouch.
Suspended.
Oh yeah, I need to add a highlight. I get too distracted by the brushes.
Now, there's probably no better subreddit to visit for this episode than r/confession, a corner of Reddit where you can find people admitting to their darkest and most shameful secrets, safe in the knowledge that they're using a throwaway account so nobody will ever know their true identity. And with 2.3 million members, it's safe to say there are a lot of admissions to read through. Folks go there to get all manner of things off their chests, from pushing little Timmy off the swing set back in primary school, to having an affair with the neighbor's wife, to people losing their life savings on a game of cards, to real horrific posts, like the infamous Parasite Man, a guy who got his kicks by intentionally infecting as many people as he could, including himself, with various parasites. He confessed to doing things like dropping his tapeworm eggs, or as he called them, his children, onto food in buffets, or into people's drinks when they weren't looking, thereby giving them parasites. Yeah, like I said, horrific. Sometimes the OP feels guilty about what they're confessing to. Sometimes they don't, and just want to tell random strangers on the internet a story they can't tell anyone in their real lives. There are, after all, things you can't talk about with those closest to you, and we all have our little secrets. Just over a year ago, however, someone posted one of their big secrets, and with a title like this, you know we're in for a dark read. The post was made by user Mesk997, and it began, fittingly, with a backstory. Mesk997 wrote about how in the past, they'd set up a store on the deep web, selling certain illicit substances, let's put it like that. They figured this would be easy money, a get-rich-quick scheme that didn't involve going into the real world and dealing with risky clients in empty parking lots. Not exactly a righteous road to walk down in life, of course, but stories from moral people generally don't make for interesting reads on r/confession. After they had successfully launched their small store, Mesk said that he met a new contact who could get him anything he wanted. New products opened his store up to a whole bunch of new clients. One of these new products was fentanyl, which we'll call F, something that looks almost identical to another, much weaker product called mescaline, which we'll call M. M was very popular, the much stronger F less so. Then he got to his confession. Long story short, my Excel messed up, or I messed up, and about 7 people's M orders were filled in as F orders. They all went out. I didn't notice and kept doing my thing for a few days.
That shit crazy.
After about 5 days, someone contacted me and told me their friend had died from my M. I immediately called Bull and went to check my order log and scale up how much M I had left. Well, I had about 11 grams more than I should have. I still don't know how it could have happened. I went to check my order log on the market to see if anyone had finalized on their purchase, and a couple of them were, but none from a specific day, including the person that messaged me. No one that purchased them that day had finalized their orders. The market I was on also had a feature to see the user's last activity, and none of them had logged in at least 3 days. It was at that point that Mesk997 knew what he had done. His mistake had cost the lives of at least 5 people. I sold the rest of my stuff, converted my Bitcoin to cash, and moved away. Didn't speak to anyone for weeks. Found a job in a restaurant, living in a city I always wanted to. I haven't had anything to do with that life since then. I still think about them, every night. I saved their names and Googled them a few days later. I was able to find info on 4 customers that definitely died. 1 customer shared it with a friend. They both died. I don't know why I'm even posting this. Mainly because I have no one to tell, and even if I did, I don't think I could. The user ended the post by saying that their mistake had made them withdraw from society and become reclusive. People I used to know have distanced themselves immensely, and I know it's because I'm a shell of my former self. Maybe making this post will help me feel better. This whole incident clearly had a huge effect on Mesk. Whether you feel sorry for him or any of his customers is up to you, but his open confession certainly gets you thinking. Like I said, we all have our
around with
secrets.
it.
Some of us darker ones than others. And if there's one thing this entire subreddit will have you wondering, it's this. What secrets could my nearest and dearest be hiding from me? And you thought Burger King foot lettuce was bad. If you're eating, you might want to put the video on pause for a while and finish up.
Oh.
There are several famous things that have happened within the Reddit community over the course of the site's existence. Some of them creepy, like Jimmy C. Some of them funny, like Dumb Kevin. Some of them too disgusting to go into detail about. Jolly Rancher story, looking at you. But one that's arguably all 3 of those things, and that still gets shared around a lot today, is the infamous foot tacos. Here's the story.
The what?
Foot tacos.
On June 7th, 2018,
obviously.
a user called Incredibly Shiny Shard, never thought I'd say that on this channel, started an AMA thread on the IMA subreddit. Basically, an AMA, or Ask Me Anything thread, is where celebrities, or experts, or just interesting people make a post, telling you who they are and why you should care, provide proof of their identity.
What do you want for
and
dinner?
Open up the floor to questions. So, what was this guy's claim to fame?
Finishing this.
Hi all. I am a man who ate a portion of his own amputated leg.
One second. I'm trying to
Ask
rub
me
my last brain cells together so
boy.
I can finish this.
So, the quick and dirty. About 2 years ago, I was hit on my motorcycle. They salvaged my foot, but I'd never be able to walk on it. I elected to have it amputated. I asked the doctors to keep it. I signed some papers. I got it back, and with the help of some friends, cooked a portion of the tibialis anterior. Proof. If you click the Foot Tacos link, it takes you to a page filled with a series of photos showing you his leg and foot after the accident, x-rays showing the damage, the severed leg that he took home with him, and, either horribly or epically depending on your outlook, the user and 10 of his friends cooking the chopped up foot with some lime, onions and peppers, and getting ready to take a trip to Flavortown. Understandably, I can't show some of the pictures here, and I don't recommend searching them out for yourself if you're squeamish. But, as you can see in this image, they prepared themselves a mini feast.
This one.
How you go about convincing your friends and loved ones to come over and literally eat your foot is beyond me, but each to their own, I suppose. According to Incredibly Shiny, I taste like buffalo, but chewier, super beefy and little fat. Needless to say, the good people of Reddit had some questions to ask. And when asked to rate the taste of his own foot, Shiny gave it a 6.5 out of 10. Apparently, human feet taste better than hot dogs and regular burgers. Who knew? Anyway, I know this one was a little different to what I usually cover, but it's not the type of thing that most people would confess to online.
Well, it's his foot.
Kick out of it.
So
I didn't put my foot in my mouth.
Is it wrong? Isn't that just like self-cannibalism or some shit?
No, the thing was that he invited his friends to partake in it.
Oh, so his friends were like, yeah, why not? I want to be a cannibal. See ya, Gene.
Here, Gene.
Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. I hope you enjoyed this episode. It really makes you start wondering what dark secrets everyone's harboring.
Fair enough.
So maybe you have a few creepy ones of your own. Anyway,
I might not be back
I'd like to say
in
a
a
huge
little
congratulations to the winners of my band
bit.
contest.
I have to go to the mall and buy more stuff like fur for my mask and tail.
We hold a lot of contests, art-related.
Okay, later, Gene.
So if that's your kind of jam, or you just want to hang out and talk about horror, come along and join the fun. Anyway, on to the winners. Bronze medal award goes to Contagionics. We've got a nice kanji hanya, a nice smoke effect going on, so really great work. Getting the silver medal is the one and only Robin Mickelson, aka the guy who makes all of the thumbnails for my videos. This was his Lazy Wick entry, kind of John Wick inspired piece, and yeah, he knocked it out the park like always. Great work. And taking home the gold is Doodles, the Doodler. Congratulations, Doodles. This is her peeking lazy picture, and it really works well at the top of the Discord. Looks like he's peeking over the background. Awesome stuff, and congratulations. There's links to all of their social media pages down in the description, so be sure to check them out and enjoy the rest of their artwork that they've created. A huge thank you to all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters. Crawford K. McDonald, Monica Mendoza, Tom King, Alex Greenshall, Philip Westra, Procupidine Natter, Gina Valera, Charlie Lackey, Anime Wimp, Sarah Ramirez,
Anime Wimp.
Nadine,
I love these names.
Decaying Girl, Infamous Sempapi, Azrael Warakai, Lord 210, The Only Dorita, Ricky Cohen Jr.,
The Only Dorito,
Leonardo Martinez, The Lecky,
same thing.
Expand On, Phantom Knight,
He's not the same
and
thing.
Amanda Hansen. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. It really helps the channel out.
No, you.
Anyway guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Be sure to smash that like button or I'll smash you. Keep an eye out for the compilation video I'm about to drop. Stay spooky, and remember, the best things happen in the dark.
In the dark.
Is this passable?
Yeah, why? Pretty amazing.
Today's video is sponsored by NordVPN.
Okay, bro.
Whether you're one of my long-term followers, or you've only heard a few of the mysteries I've covered, you've probably realized the value of staying safe and secure, even while surfing the web. With most of us spending multiple hours each day online, myself included, it's safe to say the internet knows a lot about us. Unfortunately, these days, there are plenty of people out there trying to get their hands on that data of yours. One of the best ways to protect yourself while online is by using a VPN.
I think I've
That's
fixed
where
everything
Nord
that
comes
was
in.
bothering me.
NordVPN is
Okay.
extremely reliable and convenient, with super fast servers and 24/7 customer support. Want to stay hidden online? Nord's got your back with double data encryption for increased anonymity. Want more peace of mind? Their VPN protects your communications and your personal data, and makes hacking into your devices virtually impossible. With NordVPN, your information will always be protected. If you find yourself in another country, their VPN really comes in handy. You can keep up with all your favorite shows that would otherwise be region locked. So whether you're on the other side of the planet, chilling in your local cafe, or just working at home, having NordVPN installed offers you both convenience and security. Right now they have a special Christmas deal running. Head over to nordvpn.com/masquerade or use coupon code MASQUERADE and you'll make a huge 68% saving, plus an extra 4 months for free. NordVPN offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you've really got nothing to lose. Find that unique URL in the description or comment section and take advantage of that spine-chilling 68% discount plus an extra 4 months absolutely
That's one
free.
thing I really wanted to.
So before the video starts, you're probably
First
asking
of all,
yourself,
I need
Lazy,
to do.
what on earth's a region lock mystery?
Shadow.
It's a term I use to describe mysteries that are only well known in their countries of origin. For example, there could be a case that's infamous in, say, Japan, but that was never picked up on by Western media sites, or that was perhaps just never translated into English in the first place. As such, that mystery is quote-unquote region-locked. You either have to hear about it from a local, or speak the language well enough to not only find it online, but also read about it. The ones I'm examining in this video are still pretty unheard of in the West, and I can assure you, they're all equally bizarre, unsettling, and sensational. So, let's get into it. Here are 3 mysteries from other countries that you've probably never heard of before. We'll start with a wild case from Malaysia that has all the ingredients of a gory B-movie. Political intrigue, the occult, and a wannabe pop star turned axe-wielding maniac. All the Malaysians in the audience already know who I'm talking about, but for the rest of you, that wannabe pop star was Mona Fandey, and this is her story.
An actual person?
Born Nur Masna Ismail in 1956, Mona Fandey grew up in Kangar, Perlis, and from a young age craved attention. She loved nothing more than singing and water ballet, and had big dreams of becoming a global superstar. When she met Muhammad Noor Afandi Abdul Rahman, her biggest fan with enough cash to fund her dream, Mona wasted no time in getting him to put a ring on her finger. Now with a wealthy husband to pay for studio time, she was able to release a full-length pop album called Diana. She even managed to get onto several TV shows and sing a few tracks for the whole nation to hear. Link to one of those performances down in the bio. Mona's beautiful melodies and dulcet tones quickly captured the hearts of Malaysians and people everywhere, and within months was the most successful artist in the country's history. Here's what she would have wanted to happen. In reality, her record was actually a flop, and it quickly became apparent that her career as a pop singer wasn't going to take off like she expected. But not making a name for herself wasn't an option for Mona. If she wasn't going to have fame, she was going to have infamy. As such, she hung up her microphone and started dabbling in witchcraft. You know, as you do.
Huh?
This very drastic change in direction proved to be surprisingly lucrative for Mona. She started advertising her services as a bomo, basically a local shaman, and over time, she built up a client base. In exchange for an extortionate amount of money, she'd perform a whole host of maleficent services. Curse her clients' enemies, gift them lucky charms, extend their lives. Whatever they needed, she knew a ritual that would make it happen. At least that's what she had people believing. And not just any people. She had some truly powerful, high-profile clients. Real VIPs, including politicians from the country's ruling party. Pretty soon, she was able to afford things like luxury cars, huge mansions, the finest jewelry money could buy. Mona had finally become the success that she had always wanted to be. But there was one thing missing. Her name was known and celebrated only by an elite, chosen few, not by the whole nation. That was all about to change. In 1993, Malaysian politician Mazlan Idris approached Mona and asked for her help. Mazlan wanted to become chief minister and believed that with the help of Mona's black magic, he'd get the post. He offered her 2.5 million ringgit for her services, about 600,000 American dollars. He gave her 500,000 ringgit as a down payment, and 10 land titles as surety for the rest. Well, of course, Mona agreed to bless him, and this blessing came in 2 parts. Firstly, she gave Mazlan a talisman consisting of a magic cane and a headpiece, which both supposedly once belonged to Indonesian President Sukarno. She told him that these items would make him invincible. Secondly, she told Mazlan to come to her home and take part in a so-called cleansing ritual. According to Mona, this would purify Mazlan's spirit and ensure him the chief minister position. The superstitious Mazlan agreed. Mazlan arrived at Mona's home in Raub, Pahang. He found her waiting inside, along with her husband, Mohammed, and one of their assistants, Juraimi Hassan. With candles lit and the mood set, Mona told Mazlan to lie on the floor. She slowly placed flowers on his body, chanting as she did to repel any negative spirits. So far, so good. When she'd finished placing the flowers, she told Mazlan to close his eyes and wait for, quote-unquote, the money to fall from the sky. Well, that sounded pretty good. He closed his eyes and waited. But it wasn't money that came raining down upon him. Without warning, Juraimi, Mona's assistant, chopped off Maslin's head with an axe that she had just handed him. It went rolling across the floor. The talisman of invincibility clearly didn't work. Mona, along with her husband and assistant, then cut Maslan into 18 pieces, skinned them, and buried most of him in a storeroom near the house. Some parts of him were never found, and it's theorized that the trio may have eaten some of Maslan's remains as part of their own shamanistic ritual.
Why?
After this brutal act, Mona and her accomplices went on with their lives as if nothing had happened. Only difference was they now all had a bunch of extra cash in their pockets. They all went on spending sprees, and Mona herself bought a Mercedes-Benz and invested in a facelift, no doubt hoping that her career as a pop star might actually take off someday. It wasn't long before Maslan's disappearance was noticed, however. Still, even though he was officially reported missing, for a while, the authorities had no leads to work with. That soon changed. In July of that year, Mona's assistant, Jeremy, was picked up by the cops on unrelated charges, and, while off his head on who knows what, got confused and told them everything that the trio had done that fateful night. He even led them to the storeroom where they'd hidden what was left of Maslan. His remains had been buried 6 feet deep and covered with a cement seal. Still, that's not much use if your accomplice can't stop himself from confessing. It wasn't long before investigators tracked down Mona and her husband as well, and soon a very public trial was underway. Mona quickly became the most talked about woman in all of Malaysia. She basked in the spotlight of it all, never hiding her face from the cameras, and almost always wearing glamorous and colourful dresses as she was paraded by guards to and from courtrooms. Rather than avert her eyes from onlookers, she instead smiled and posed as news teams snapped her photo, never missing an opportunity for her newly lifted face to make the front page of newspapers. On various occasions, she was overheard saying things like, "Looks like I have many fans." In her eyes, she was
so
finally
proud of
famous,
herself.
a household name,
Disgusting
albeit
person.
for one of the worst reasons possible. After 2 months, a verdict was finally returned. It took the jury just over an hour to reach their decision. All 3 of the group were found guilty and sentenced to death. Mona's reaction to hearing her life would soon end? She said,
What's up, Parasitus?
"And thank you to all Malaysians." She left the courtroom, smiling. The day before their sentence was carried out, Mona and her accomplices requested a last meal of KFC. She met with her family one last time and said her goodbyes. Then, on the 2nd of November, 2001, at 5:59 AM, Mona, her husband, and her assistant, Jeremy, were all hanged. Her final chilling words? "Aku takkan mati." I will never die. She was completely calm during the entire
What the
ordeal
hell?
and was reportedly smiling when the black hood was placed over her head. 2 of her abandoned mansions still stand and are frequently visited by local ghost hunters, all hoping to meet with the wandering spirit of Mona Fandi, Pahang's
That's
most
crazy.
notorious shaman.
That is degenerate.
People actually go to the places that she killed people.
Here's a
Yeah,
highly
no, you
debated
good.
one from the Philippines
People
that's
are
equal parts dark
degenerate.
and cryptic. I'll give
Mhm.
you a quick overview of the case, and then get into the real mystery of it all. Marijoy and Jacqueline Chong, 21 and 23 respectively, were 2 sisters living on the island of Cebu. Back in 1997, their lives came to a grisly end when they were taken by a group of 7 men while they were waiting for their ride outside a shopping mall. Those men were Rowan Adelawan, Alberto Canyo, Ariel Balansag, Josman Aznar, James Andrew Oy, James Anthony Oy, and, most famously, Paco Larrañaga. More on him later. The men allegedly forced the 2 young women into the back of their van, and then did things to them that I don't want to talk about here. Later, they drove them to a ravine, and pushed Marijoy over the edge. Her body was found 2 days later. Jacqueline, on the other hand, has never been found to this day.
Yeah.
All 7 of the men were eventually tracked down
Instead of
and arrested.
saying AFK.
A trial was quickly underway, and rested on
You
the back
sleep.
of the prosecutor's star.
Not much
witness,
is recovering from
David
stream.
Rusia.
Oh, nice.
Rusia claimed to have
How
been
was
with
your
the
stream?
suspects when the women were taken, and, in
Right,
return for complete immunity, said that he had testified to that in court. Rusia was handsome, well-mannered, and spoke English fluently. These attributes, combined with him coming clean about what had happened, won him the respect and adulation of the general public and the jury. His confession was enough to get all 7 of the accused found guilty, and each of them were condemned to death. Case closed? Come on, you know it isn't. All 7 of the now guilty men professed their innocence for years while awaiting their sentence to be carried out. They said that Rusia must have been forced by the police to lie about what had happened, that this was some sort of elaborate cover-up. They must have chosen to make Rusia the key witness because they'd come across best in the public eye. Indeed, Rusia had been involved with numerous gangs over the years, and one of his mantras was, "Do what the leader tells you to do, and he will take care of you." Only this time they said that he was doing just what the authorities were telling him to do. The parents of all 7 convicted men agreed, and said there was no way their sons could have committed such a heinous act. Of course, it's not uncommon for guilty men to maintain their innocence, nor for their parents to stand by them.
One of them.
On the other side of things, the Chong sisters' parents, Thelma and Dionisio Chong, said that the men's guilt spoke for itself. So here's where things get interesting. Many years later, in 2018, after all 7 men had spent 21 years behind bars, a bizarre discovery was made online. Several pictures were found on Facebook, posted by various members of the Chong sisters' family, including their own mother, Thelma. These photos featured 2 women that share an uncanny resemblance.
Fun little
to
frustrating
Jacqueline.
thoughts. I got to a point in Warframe. I need to grind for levels, but I was already grinding for resources for
this was proof that the Chong
a new
sisters
frame.
were still alive and well, living in Canada, and that, like they thought, this whole case had
Yep,
been concocted
that sounds
by
about
hijinks.
right. And if you don't have slots for that new Warframe, you gotta delete one of the ones that you don't use at all.
She surely suffered the same fate, right?
It's just not.
Well, that's the
As
thing.
I find out.
The body in the ravine that was identified
So the whole
as Mary's,
point,
it was never
with Warframe when you're first
and there's a
beginning
lot of
is that
doubt
they give
over whether
you
it was
50
really her
plat,
or
which
not.
is the
If it
premium
really is
currency
these
for
photos,
Warframe.
that means that both women were
You can
never
get,
seen, and that the whole case was staged for
I
who
believe,
knows what reason.
2.
Okay,
What's it?
what's
No,
going on
weapon
there?
slots are 12 plat,
Well, like I said, the families of the convicted men
and
were,
Warframe
still
slots
certain
are
that their brothers and
20, I
sons didn't
believe.
take the
So you
girls'
can get
lives.
2,
What I
or was
didn't
it
know
40?
was that many people in the Philippines agree with them.
Still got my
Even before
starters,
these
so no
photos
worries.
surfaced, there had been several suspicious developments in the Chong sisters'
So,
case. For instance,
I think it's
during
20
the men's
plat
trial,
per
Rusia,
slot, so
the
you can get
prosecution's
2
star
Warframe
witness,
slots,
was
or you
only
can
allowed to be
double down,
cross-examined by the
go
defense team for 30 minutes,
1
despite the fact
Warframe
that his
slot and 2
testimony
weapon
lasted for
slots.
several days. Why? Paco
How
Arenada's
I
involvement
leveled
in
up
the
my
whole thing
mastery
is also highly questionable.
was
Of
getting
45 witnesses
getting
came forward
weapons
and
that
swore
I
under
can
oath that
buy
it was
through
impossible for
the
Paco to have taken
store
the girls' lives.
with just
According to them, he was in Quezon City when the
credits,
killings took
and then
place,
working
and
my
didn't
way
travel
up
to
while
Cebu until the day
farming
after
other
the whole
things
incident.
plus the cards.
There was even
If there's
note in
like
logbook
a
belonging to a security guard at Paco's condominium
legendary
stating that he
card,
returned to his home in Quezon City at
I guess you can
2:45
sell for
a.m.
plat,
on July
and then
16th,
work
the
your
very
way.
night the Chong sisters' lives were
There's
taken.
just so many
Flight
ways
records
to
were also
get more
presented by airport
slots.
personnel, showing that Paco didn't take a flight on July 16th,
I don't know
1997, and seemingly proving that he flew to Cebu the day after.
the economy anymore for
That's to
Warframe.
say, he almost certainly wasn't in the city when it took place. All of this evidence was considered irrelevant.
But the
to
game,
judge
the
for
main
whatever
gameplay
reason.
loop for Warframe is just
To many people now looking into the case, this was starting to seem
get
like a cover-up.
more things to level up, but to
Luckily
level
for
up you have to
his
get
mother was
things.
Spanish, and as such, he was a Spanish citizen. With Spain being
About
part
right?
of the EU, it of course opposed his capital
Mhm, mhm.
sentence. If the Filipino government took his life, there'd be in breach of the principle of reciprocity, since
I'm
the
done.
Spanish government would never take the life of a Filipino citizen in their custody.
Ooh,
As
that's
such, In
huge.
2009, after serving 12 years in a
Did the
Filipino
whole
prison,
model in
Paco
one
was transferred
go?
back to Spain, where he'll serve the rest of his sentence. Today, he's allowed to leave the prison
No, at the
several
point
times a
I'm
week
at,
to
I don't
work as a
have
chef
any
at a
more
restaurant,
mastery
and is
missions yet.
classified as a third-degree
I have
inmate,
10 hours in
the
the
least
game so
dangerous
far.
classification.
Oh, so you're
As for the other convicted men, their death sentences were retracted, and 4 of them were actually released early.
what
due to the fact that they
mastery
were young when the slayings took
level
place.
are you?
All 4 of them were eventually forced to surrender and return to jail at the request of President Duterte.
I
who
don't
personally
remember
decided
mine.
They
I
should
think I
not
was
be free
like,
men. Duterte also fired the man responsible for signing their release papers.
don't remember. I have to check.
But the question remains, are any of the men guilty at all? And if not, who is? Now, more than 20 years later, the Chong sisters' case remains a confusing mess, shrouded in mystery. There are those who believe the group of killers are getting off too softly, those who believe it's all just a huge miscarriage of justice,
I'm just making
Those who
sure
think it's a government
real quick
conspiracy
that everything
designed to
is
protect the real
named.
culprits.
Okay,
And those who
face
think the
the former,
slayings never
everything.
happened at all, and that both girls are alive and well,
Okay.
living in Canada.
Yay!
It's important to
Yay.
keep in mind that the women in those photos could just be family members who share a strong resemblance to Marijoy and Jacqueline.
At this point, we don't even need to end the stream.
There's still not a huge amount of
No,
information
we really
that's
don't.
available in English, but
Just go
from what I've
play
researched
games.
online, I think I've covered
Yeah.
all the bases.
Let's have a short
I know I have a lot of viewers
intermission.
from the Philippines, so I'd like to hear your thoughts about the case
Oh.
down in the comments and see what the average citizen
So
thinks happened
I'll
in
be
this
right
one.
back.
Okay. Alright. So I am mastery rank 19. So
In
right
keeping
now
with the
where you're
bizarreness of the
at
previous two cases, let's take a trip over to India
is
for this last
just
one and
getting
examine
as
the
much
recent grim mystery
masteries
of the
as
Burari
much as you
deaths.
can, because I think
Burari,
some
Central
good
Delhi
weapons are
district.
locked behind
Back
ranks.
in 2018, this was home to the
So
Chundawats, a respectable, middle-class family consisting of 11 members.
yeah,
With the head of the family,
farming
Gopal,
resources
having
and
passed,
trying to
the
find
matriarch
credit
and new
farms
head of
is
the
where
household
you want to
was
go from there.
77-year-old Narayan Devi, living with her
And
two sons, Bhavnesh and
I'm pretty
Lalit,
sure
their wives, Savita and Tina,
I'm pretty sure there are
daughter,
some people
Shiva,
that are
and 5
willing to
grandchildren,
help,
Priyanka,
like
Nita, Monu,
taxi you
Dhruv,
to
and
places.
Shivam.
Your vault's at level 30?
The family made their money in plywood and
See,
groceries,
at that
and
point
owned
you're gonna
stores
have
in
to
town.
farm a different
Their grocery shop,
frame,
the
which you're already
centerpiece of the whole
doing.
neighborhood, was on the first floor of their home.
Vault's really strong,
On the morning of July 1st,
if I remember
2018,
correctly.
local shoppers were surprised to find the store still closed with the lights off. Strange. Bhavnesh, the eldest son, cherished the business like one of his children. Nobody could remember a time where he opened the store late. As the
7.3.
morning went by, nobody from the family had come downstairs to open the shop doors.
7 hours and
Concerned,
30
a
minutes.
friend of the family decided to go inside and check that everything was alright.
Considering how
Bizarrely, the
Mhm.
door was still open.
I'm sad at
He entered, and what he found inside was like a scene from a horror
Obi.
movie. Hanging in a circular formation
Okay.
from the hallway ceiling were 10 bodies, swinging back and forth like tree
Since you
branches in the wind.
use shock,
Their
any
hands were
ones
bound
that
behind
has
their backs.
the
Blindfolds covered their eyes. Tape
holy crap, I
covered
forgot
their
the
mouths.
factions.
Cotton wool plugged their ears. Pieces of
I
cloth
know, it's been
masked
so
all of their
long.
faces.
The
5 stools
factions,
stood on the floor beneath them. The only other family member, 77-year-old
Corpus, there you
Marion,
go.
was
Farming
found
for
lying on the
corpus
floor,
stuff
all
is
of the life
definitely the
squeezed
path
out
that
of them.
you're gonna have the
The
easiest
Chundawats were no more.
time
Their
doing.
family friend ran outside and sounded the alarm.
But
and one
I
of India's
know that
darkest and weirdest cases
the
was officially
you
under
fight
investigation.
what's his fucking face?
Detectives on
his
the case were
name.
faced with several difficult questions.
Let
done
me
this to the
see
family?
his name.
The respectable Chundawats didn't have any known enemies.
He's in the Grineer.
Why
He's the
were
one
10
that
of them hanging
slapped
so
that weird
ritualistically,
shit
yet
onto
the
your
family's
foot.
matriarch wasn't? What was the significance of the taped mouths, wrapped eyes, covered faces, and blocked ears? An autopsy confirmed that all the family members' lives had ended without a
You can
struggle.
play Valorant.
There was nothing untoward in any of
Yeah.
their systems. The first thing the authorities had to establish
Okay.
was whether the Chundawats had done this to themselves or if they'd been slain by some
Yeah,
unknown
he
foe
drops
or
a
powers.
he drops
The fact that
blueprints
there were 5
for
stools in the room and that
things like
nobody
a
in the family
gun.
had struggled suggested the former.
It's like
But it
it's a
didn't make any
sidearm
sense
gun,
that they would have all
so
tied
like
their
it's one of
hands
those
behind their
things where you
backs and
just
covered their
level
eyes,
it up and
mouths,
just
ears, and faces.
trash it.
Not to mention, some of their feet were still touching the ground slightly. The blindfolds and face coverings had all been cut from a single bedsheet inside the house. So, if this whole thing was the Chundawats' own doing, then it appeared to have been a very spur-of-the-moment decision with minimal planning.
Let me find it.
Several other bizarre clues came to light when the investigators examined the scene. Most notably, 8 cell phones belonging to the family were found taped inside a drawer, hidden from view. What did this all mean? The detectives soon learned that Lalit, the 45-year-old second son of Narayan,
Okay.
who was also found swinging in the hallway, had been acting very strangely in the days leading up to the incident. He'd been talking about how his deceased father was appearing to him in his dreams, and how his old man was trying to possess him. They pursued this lead, and found 11 diaries and a number of notebooks belonging to Lalit that
Yep,
took this
yep.
investigation in a completely unexpected direction. For the past 11 years, Lalit had been documenting his obsession with moksha, a set of rituals that were meant to bring about the salvation of his family's souls.
I'm looking how to
You
get
see,
the brack.
Lalit had a side
Cut the
hobby,
brack.
the occult.
The
And
goose.
what's more, he'd somehow gotten his whole
Gus
family interested in
Rag
his strange
3.
practices. His notebooks and diaries detailed the strange rituals that they'd all been practicing, and how they believed
Oh,
these
how
rituals
about
were
now?
bringing them closer to summoning the spirit of their deceased patriarch, Narayan's husband, Bopal. The most vital piece of evidence found in these notes, however, were instructions written by Lalit himself on how the family should tie their
Oh
hands
no, it's
behind
not
their
worth.
backs, and how
It's
they
not
should cover
worth
their
doing it
faces in
until
preparation
you're
for the
like
so-called
later on
Kriya,
have
a
a better
ritual that would
built
finally allow
Warframe
them to
because
meet
you're
their
gonna have to
patriarch's
fight.
spirit. It also stated that since Narayan couldn't stand, she
Yeah,
would
you
complete
gotta
the
get
ritual on the
marked,
floor.
and then you gotta farm off
Since
those
their remains
marks.
were
And
found in the same
it's
way
not
Lalit
worth the
had
time.
specified in his notes, it quickly became clear
I mean, you
that the
can
family
get it
had done this to themselves.
while you're just playing the game.
They had obviously been planning this for a long time, and had somehow managed to keep it a secret from everybody. Nobody in the neighborhood had any idea that the family were actually practicing dark magic. The most haunting part of all of this is that it appears that the Chundawats thought they'd actually survived the ritual. Lalit himself had written in his notes, "Everyone will tie their own hands, and
My
when the Kriya is
information's so
done, then
outdated,
everyone will
though.
help each other untie their hands." He'd even made notes about how they were going to perform the Kriya again a week later to bring fortune to another relative. Priyanka was engaged to be wed that next week as well, and the whole family had been excitedly preparing for the event.
But if
They
you're
all had
mostly
future
playing
plans and
solo,
aspirations. They
Gara
clearly didn't expect things to
is
end
a
the way
good
they
one.
did. Though from an
The one
outsider's
that
perspective,
that's
it's
the
hard.
one with the whip. Yeah, that's the one with the whip. Yeah. She's really strong. If you have a group to play with, Trinity's good one to pick up. Wisp is a very good one too if you have a decent gun and have a decent amount of cards. Yep. Then you're on the right path. That will be your Warframe for the longest time. Okay. Let me change the game for you. There you go. Man, have not played Warframe in a long time. See, I'm telling you, Warframe is one of those games where you play it, you get addicted to it, you go to end game, and then you realize, oh shit, there's nothing left. I'm just gonna stop playing. That wasn't me. Because he wants you to play Warframe. Have a nice day, guys. You're gonna go? That's
He's like,
wild.
art stream's done. I'm out.
I know. Victor used to stay when we're playing Valorant. It's alright. He has a life. Good luck with work.
Okay, I think
Let's go
going.
to the bottom of the leaderboard, baby.
Hell yeah. Nope, got bored of it because all power button, not much to on. What?
Nope, got bored of Warframe because once you reach endgame, you can blow through a lot of shit. But it's probably been a long time for him. They released a revamped version of the campaign star map called Iron Man mode. So everything's like plus 100, level plus 100. So that kind of tests your builds and everything. You can transfer to PC. I thought you can.
You have the game open?
Yeah, it's open. You can. Yep. You can only link or merge up to one account from each platform into your cross-platform save account from account management.
Every time you move from the microphone, your voice.
Oh, so I have to stay like this.
Yep.
Okay.
Match found.
It's screaming at me.
Found match. Match found. Pee pee poo poo.
I am both shield and sword.
It shows that you're drinking water. Good luck. All right, Victor.
I cannot
Thanks for
even
joining.
drink water in peace without violence.
Mother. I crave violence.
Thirsty. There we go.
We in it.
Almost been.
I know, right?
Fact that Victor watched us almost for 8 hours.
I know, right? He was probably playing Overwatch and getting mad though. He was like, "Fucking Overwatch, fuck this game."
That's how I feel about my motto right now, but it's too late to back out.
Oh no.
It's too late to back out. See it through now.
Reina, there are better ways to survive than your path.
Oh, I'm so ashamed.
I'm out of here.
How will I live with myself?
I don't know. Sadly, no working, and Pharah's good right now. Pharah's always been good.
Oh, you were working?
Need a drop. But I'm out. Thanks. I'm out of here.
Wait, that sounds like a hey. At least we know both are your account. That but can't save. No, you can merge it.
Go, go, go!
Let's see it.
Oh, so weird right now.
Oh shit.
Plant.
Reloading. Light planted.
This motherfucker actually just said plant while I'm planting.
Hmm.
Right here. Enemy
Behind.
Eliminate. One enemy remaining. Team Ace.
Oh damn.
That was clean. For you. Keep it up.
Their tactics
Hello.
are unique. Uniquely not
like it.
Gotta go.
My game feels so weird. I don't know why. Is it because of After sketching for hours?
Yeah, definitely.
Does it look normal to you?
Does anybody have a Bucky?
Show that Brimstone true power. Go, go, go! I'm out of here. Work good. Enemy A.
Okay.
Going in.
Sage, can I get a heal?
Healing.
Thanks.
No peeking. Careful. Light planted. Wall raised. Right here.
Wow. Whoops.
I'm sad now.
Last player standing.
100 chamber.
One enemy remaining.
Chamber's at 100. The NT.
Oof.
Patience is bothering me.
Oh no.
Charge and shoot. Easy enough. Need a drop. Go, go, go. Here.
Hello.
Habla tayo. I'd rather
I'm
win.
getting rid of notifications. They're bothering me.
Okay. Started.
Enemy spotted
Yeah.
here. Reloading. Shortcut. Gotta go. Still inside. Drop in a smoke. Here. No peeking. Go, go, go. Reloading. Barrier created. Spike planted. Here. Blocking sight. One dead.
There's one more. Has to be.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Oh shit.
My old friend.
Nice.
Forgive me if I don't.
Hell yeah.
Reloading. Prepare yourselves. We fight
Good job.
once again.
Was mid.
It was I.
The job was mid.
Okay.
Through the calm, I see. Through the storm, I fight.
Go, go, go! There. Shortcut. Dropping smokes.
Be at peace, my ultimate.
Your duty is not over.
Not there.
Back where I belong. Barrier created. Light planted. Gotta go.
You have a heal, Sage?
Oh,
One enemy
damn.
remaining.
Let's go. I want it easy.
Your
Nice.
tactics failed.
I'm out of here. Reloading.
Time to stop.
Okay.
What did the gecko do?
I don't know.
Go, go, go.
Didn't he get rocked by Gecko?
I have no idea. All I see is like just curses.
I'm out of
That's
here.
wild.
Need a drop. Salamat, thanks. Go, go, go. Reloading. Right here.
Give him the bomb.
I'm out of here. I got spike.
Enemy spotted A.
Oh, he got slapped. He's still there.
Enemy spotted A. The hunt begins.
Down you go.
One enemy remaining.
He's to your right.
My ult is ready.
What are you doing?
Here,
Both?
heaven, heaven, heaven.
I feel good. That's weird. Spike's here.
I feel good.
I would have pissed myself from that.
You got it though.
I scared myself.
Nah. You had that.
No stopping now. Reloading. Go, go, go. What's this? Many enemies A. Get that alive. Reloading. I'm out of here. Dropping smokes. Have one of these. Give me those back.
Damn. Right here. It felt personal.
Stay in sight.
Light planted.
One enemy remaining.
There. Blocking sight.
Oh. Okay. I'll just chill here. Ooh.
Last enemy taken out.
I have his gun forever
Deep
now.
breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
Hey Jet, just like a little tip, if I'm running,
Can I help you?
like a hallway, like that, or
You're just
on top,
blocking me
don't
everywhere I
smoke in my
go.
face because then I die really
Followed
easily,
me.
you know?
Aw.
Attackers win.
Was that supposed to be a fight?
Oof. That
What's
was
with the
toxic.
trash talk?
You didn't know. The new banning system's open.
This is fucking normals. Get alive.
I know, right? They always ruin the game.
Match found.
Found match.
Okay.
I am both
I feel like
shield
it's a
and
jet
sword.
day. I mean, Sage day. Jet. Ew.
Hmm.
Or we're doing Minecraft, right?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Well, we can do Minecraft and Valorant.
That's true. Oh yeah, tomorrow's Saturday. That's awesome.
This week like zoomed by so fast.
Yeah, it
This
did.
poor place. It clings to life. A city after my own heart.
Actually, you know what? I'm redacting that statement. Looking back, I restarted my rig so many times and now I just resketched the whole shit. This week did not zoom by.
No, you kind of just went ham on it.
I need to bring the model to like by Monday to a point where I left off on the last stream. Which is doable.
I'll find you.
Oh.
Bring them
With
down.
faith. Okay.
Yeah, that was really bad.
Yep.
Cutting their vision.
planted.
Bring them down.
Many enemies be.
They're blind with fear.
One went through the door.
Reloading.
That's awkward.
Oh
my god.
Healing you.
Yo, he's a gunner.
Yeah, this guy's kind of fucking crazy.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, he's a gunner too. What is going on?
Your star shines bright, Phoenix.
Gunner on gunner crying. I don't really need this. I love how he just waited until that guy like just walked on, like towards his crosshair and he just like boop killed him.
Enemy spotted B.
Flash. Where are you?
Breaking them.
Mark one.
Watch your eyes.
We found one.
I think we wrote it. There's like 3 here already. Come on, Sage, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Oh, this guy's just better than me.
Spike down A.
No.
Careful now.
I'm 60 Omen entry.
Got spike.
Oh no.
Spike planted.
Stand aside.
Fucked up my wall.
Healer's
Damn.
down.
One enemy remaining.
Awkward.
Watching here. My ultimate.
What the fuck? He was like, "Fuck it, I'm swinging."
That was new.
No. He was like, "I'm gonna swing."
I call him pants down. I need to stop trusting people.
I felt that.
I'll find you.
Someone active. Go.
Bring them
For
down.
you. Someone's A.
Bring them down.
Breaking down.
There.
Someone's A.
Wall raised. Phoenix.
Oh, they broke it. Oh shit.
God. Chamber has an ult.
Plant the spike.
Oh, he's dead. Sorry.
Oh, I got the spike. Ah! Ooh. You got
No, they're
that.
both heaven. I think Sage went
play
to
Sage.
tree though.
I'm stunned.
Sage is tree and Breach has an op heaven.
Reach right on top of me.
Don't peek. Just watch behind you. Just
One enemy remaining.
Jesus.
Do not.
Good job.
Nice.
Phenomenal. We trained for this.
I was slowly getting my ass to the op.
Need a drop. Thank you. Bleed them dry.
Bleed them dry.
No. Why would you say that?
Watch your eyes.
I don't know.
Where are you? Cutting baby.
That's done.
Damn, bring them down.
One down.
Enemy mid.
Careful now.
Don't come in, I'm balling you.
Ultimate is ready.
Wall it off, wall it off.
Barrier created. Last player standing.
God.
75 in breach.
Fuck!
No, nice try.
Hi Angelo, how are you doing? My team never plays safe.
I was holding angle.
Also, I need to lower the
Focus on their
voice
stage.
thing.
Fewer resurrections.
They're too loud.
Yeah, they're really loud. Okay, do better.
How about now? No.
Okay. How you doing, Angela? How's the day?
How are you?
Yeah.
Yep. We going?
Spike drop.
I have the spike.
You can literally TP there if you.
Yeah, that's what I'm checking.
Still in sight. My ult is ready.
I'm standing watch.
Nightmare, take them!
101 on chamber. He was last seen. He's probably got name.
Wait, he was dead.
Yeah.
Heaven.
Spike planted. Thank you. Bring them down.
The blinds
We'll catch
are
them.
fucking me over.
Last player standing.
Ooh, he got me.
The blinds are actually fucking me over. 2 rounds.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh
They're
no.
making me miserable.
Hey.
Hey. That guy went gunner mode.
Their teeth will chatter in the cold.
I would
and
too
dark.
if I wouldn't get blinded. I remember why I hate this game. Like seeing things.
You mean you love this game?
Yeah.
Where are you?
Bro.
Still in sight. Take hold.
What's that shit around here? Bro! I'm blinded again!
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah,
Chamber
bum.
test.
Ah!
Good attempt.
29.
No chop. Spike down
Got
A.
spike.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Ah!
Why was that wrong? Why was that
It was a lot of unfortunate
Take from the
events
fallen. What
back
remains?
to back.
It makes me
A
wonder.
little. I'm not touching the spike. The spike is cursed.
Break them.
Chill.
What was Peter thinking? He just came out running. Like, what's up, friends?
Spike down mid.
Oh, that's awkward.
Help.
Okay. Like I got a lucky headshot.
Checking side.
Go B, go. Go B. Let's
Side
go, guys.
secure.
Hop to it. 140 breeds.
I ran like a pussy.
One enemy remaining.
There can be one hero.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die.
Oh, I heard what they tried. Stop that. No, spike of curse.
Oh, he took it.
Time to work. He took the spike. What are you talking about?
No, I mean the op.
You want to play? Let's play. Come on, let's go!
Come on, TP here. TP. TP here.
No distraction.
I'll find you. Dang, I guess he doesn't know.
Flash! We'll catch them. Plant the spike.
Oh shit.
Planted. Last player standing.
Oh my god, I got fucking blinded.
again.
The omens down below.
One enemy remaining.
What do you mean?
No.
78.
Motherfucker.
Buy stuff, ka-ching, little skrrr, then we're done. Yeah?
What? What?
Bitch, what you say?
I took the spike of curses again.
That's why I've been doing bad this game.
Opponent's
Phoenix.
I know.
Careful mid.
I'm in tree,
Just roam.
but there's someone else on site.
I think we should leave. Let's go, B guys. You see, Sage is already there. She's having a good old time.
Oh, Breach is A site. They're gonna push probably.
Oh. Yeah, the
Run! No, run, Yuso, run!
They rotated all off of A. Breach is mid.
Oh, the same plan.
Off your feet!
We tend to
Oh shit, he's right
All,
there.
they're,
One
okay.
enemy remaining.
Sage is there too.
You will not kill my allies.
Fucked off.
I think yeah, they both.
Watch out mid, watch out mid.
One enemy remaining.
Bro!
Easy, Sage.
If you must fall, then fall near me.
Okay, I'm still a better Sage.
Honestly, true. I can buy you.
I'm chilling.
I have your
All right, let's see. See if I can hit that. Nope, I did not hit that.
Focusing. Cutting their vision.
enemy removed.
Oh, Sage, can you res me?
Player standing.
Why would you ask for a revive mid me trying to survive? days.
God, I took off
Honestly?
my headphones.
They're just batteries. And I need a recharge.
I'm a broke bitch. Why are you leaving your farts all over the place?
Let me show you how the boss does it.
What?
They updated the animation.
Did they?
Yeah.
Joke's over! You're
It's
dead!
updated on my screen. Ah!
Bring them down.
Come on, let's go!
Correct. Spike is down.
Spike down B.
Mark one.
Lost anything.
Your duty is not over. Reloading. Barrier here.
Got spike.
I'm sorry.
One enemy remaining.
64 Omen.
Last player standing.
Watch your eyes!
What the fuck? What was that noise? It was a huge ass fart.
Last round.
He
in the half.
literally farted.
Otherwise, we're going to look.
Wait, actually, I've never heard Omen farted like that before. It was like blink.
I don't know. To me, it's how more like.
Holy shit. We gotta clip that one.
Flash!
Side. Getting side too.
Spike down B.
Stealing sight.
Bring them down. Bring them down. I have the spike.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
I have the spike.
Reyna is trampling so hard and they're so zoning there.
Yeah. Just stop now.
One enemy remaining.
No fucking way, bro.
Damn.
Well, I'm surprised he didn't ult.
I'm surprised about a lot of things. The thing with Reyna out, if you out while clutching and you die, oh, you're out. The most humiliating.
Switching sides.
I mean,
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
I honestly can't say anything because I am 3-12 right now.
You're doing fine.
I don't want to hear that coming from you. 10-10 miss. 3rd place in the leaderboard. I don't want to hear that.
That a challenge.
No. Where are you going?
Just
Their
hopping
fears
around.
betrayed them.
You keep going the same. Same place I'm going.
Smoked up B.
Marked one. Bring them down. Bring them down.
Can I have a heal, Sage?
Does he really think I'm gonna risk my life for that? Damn.
Jesus. Jesus. Fuck.
Breaking them. Making cover.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Down B.
Okay.
Now that was a fight.
What just happened?
I don't know.
Instinct only goes
Pistol
so
rounds
far.
are kind of weird.
Skill covers the rest.
Oh, well, man.
Okay.
Barrier created. Won't let bring them down.
They're blind with fear. There.
Hands on the ice.
Chamber ding.
Is lit.
Okay.
Spike down B.
It just
One enemy remaining.
Just as my
Okay.
Spike is B.
Breathe. Then commit.
the sheriff.
Pistol.
Reloading.
Oh, it's this one. Different color.
What gun?
The one that
Oh.
plays the music.
Oh, the cowboy one?
It's a different color.
Reloading.
I see.
Wall raised.
Marked one. My ult is
Oh, there be.
Hey,
Yeah.
Someone's 2 people stay.
enemy B. Not enough.
Enemy spotted B.
No distraction.
Breach just hit 101.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
And he's main, he's main.
Spikes B. My ult is ready.
Oh, poor guy.
Weapon here.
I didn't bring a snack. Did anyone bring a snack?
No.
Why? Why do people buy those things like snacking's like this quirky thing?
I don't know. I got my booger.
Huh?
Yeah, my cute.
Wall raised.
joke's over. You're dead.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Damn, you just gunned down.
Yeah, no one was holding it with me.
Come on, let's go.
Spike planted.
Pushing that so hard.
You fought well.
player standing.
Oh shit.
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
god. You're like, hey, what's up?
Make their fear your weapon. Or use a gun, whichever.
I bet.
My bad for existing.
I can feel the energy leaving me. It's departing from my body.
Time's up. Let's go.
Barrier created.
Someone's A. Someone's A. Enemy spotted mid.
Take hold.
Sorry, bro. Someone's
For
A.
you.
Someone's A.
I'm pushing.
Goodbye.
Okay.
You will not kill my allies.
Marked one. Headshot. Marked two. Bunch of guys A.
Careful now.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
They didn't really push.
Sorry,
They
Sage.
didn't.
That was perfection.
Oh, they only have
They
bulldogs
don't
and
have a
specters.
single life worth saving.
Oh? They're attackers.
Fair enough.
Barrier created. Bring them down.
Oh god.
Ooh, 40 chamber.
Cutting their vision.
Oh my god. All
There's
three of
like
them are in
three
the
of me,
corner.
man.
Enemy down.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry, I'm eating my taco. I can't walk.
No, you don't. Someone's B. Someone's B.
Damn.
Damn.
My ultimate's
One
ready.
enemy remaining.
My gun's better.
Hey.
Come on, let's go. Easy, man. There can only be one hero.
Every fight is a lesson.
Can I get that when they're like every one of them are straight gunners when they're aiming at me, but when like it's like our teammates, they just like have potato aim. I don't understand. Do they just hate fades? Is that the thing?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore.
You want to play? Let's play.
Wall raised.
Damn.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Wait.
Someone's B. My ult is ready. That's done.
Damn.
Distraction.
Walked into that one.
Spike down B.
What the fuck?
Spikes B.
Bring them.
What is
One
happening?
enemy remaining.
Quadra.
Raise.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
never mind. Fuck the aim.
Aw.
Trying to knife?
Yes.
As much as this world hurt me, it's
He
mine.
wanted his
I will
A's.
kill to defend it.
You said ace, so I was like, oh fuck, I'm not gonna troll.
He died.
I know, very quickly. Okay. Let me set up.
They are mine. Barrier created.
Neutralized.
Enemy spotted me. You're done.
Yo.
Oh shit.
Yo.
Message sent. My ultimate is ready. Bring them down. No charges.
Your business.
Mare, take them!
Bring them down. One enemy remaining.
On the left.
Can't
In the
use
storm.
Shit.
Someone go the other way. Go the other way, Issa. What about your gun? Go back your gun.
You got that?
Yes.
No.
Match point.
Last round.
Their spirit is cracking. Now shatter it. Wall raised. I'll find you.
Damn.
Holy shit.
You're dead.
Respected there. He beat somewhere. Yeah, here we go.
There.
Come on, let's go.
Oh, okay.
Reload him.
Spike down B.
Breaking them. Stopping fire.
There.
Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Damn.
Oh.
Defenders
Did they
win.
really think they could scare me? The nightmare is over. For them at
That
least.
shit scared the fuck out of me. I'm not gonna lie with you.
Okay, I am officially exhausted.
Okay.
We'll be back tomorrow.
We'll be back tomorrow with Minecraft.
Eh.
Yeah.
Eh.
Yeah. Good night, everyone.
Bye, Kimmy.
Oh, it's Kimmy J.
Kimmy J.
Kimmy J.
I was about to end the stream. I've been streaming for 8.5 hours.
Yup.
I need a break.
Yeah. She was driving herself crazy with the redrawing of her model.
Be back tomorrow though.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow.
Yep.
Good night, everyone. Have a nice day.
Night everyone. No more 8.5 hours long streams.
Yeah.
My stream live's
What?
going crazy.
Good night, good night.
Let me show you how to keep the dice rolling when you're doing that thing over there, homie. Hey, let's go! 'Cause I'm feeling like I'm running and I'm feeling like I gotta get away, but I know that I don't and I won't ever stop 'cause you know I gotta win every day. See, really wanna pop it. me. Just know that you will never flop me. And I know that I can be a little cocky. You ain't never gonna stop me. Every time I come, a nigga gotta set it, then I gotta go, and then I gotta get it, then I gotta blow, and then I gotta shut it. Any little thing a nigga think that he be doing, cause it doesn't matter, cause I'm gonna dead it, then I'm gonna murder everything and anything about a boom, about a thing. I gotta do a lot of things to make it clear to a couple niggas that I always win, and then I gotta get it again and again and again. And I be doing it to death, and now I move a little foul, nigga better call up rapping, everybody know my style, nigga.